just ready for the day.
I can't hear.
We're here for the. We can't hear anything.
I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Now we got it.
There we go.
I didn't know if he was talking or not. I mean, I could hear you, but I couldn't hear you.
My lips were moving, but nothing was coming out, right? Woo! We're here for the fall pledge drive, and we've got a long road to hoe today.
Oh.
We need to get $30,000.
That's a lot.
To keep Catholic Radio on the air.
$30,000.
You know how many empty wallet syndromes that's going to be?
I'm telling you, it's
Just his wallet.
all you folks out there that are listening, though, you want Catholic Radio to be there, not just for you, but for those young people that are thinking about maybe a religious commitment to priesthood, religious life, lay ministry, people that are going through problems, difficulties, that the seed that Catholic Radio will plant for them will help move them in the right direction. If you, by giving $10, $20, $100, $500, could help create one more priest for our diocese, would you do it? I sure hope so.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
I don't know how much would you contribute for another deacon? I don't know. That's a question.
Depends who you ask about that.
Let's light up those phones, 855-875-5342. Now, just in case you had your coffee cup in your hand, now put that down, pick up a pen, 855-875-5742. And like Kim Commando does every morning, she repeats it 3 times. So 855-875-5342. And we need your money. Welcome, Deacon Pat and
Deacon Dennis.
That guy. I'm
Billy
Billy
guy.
Dennis.
We're brothers, but we're not twins. I just want to make it clear throughout Siouxland. And then that way, if you see us, you're like, yeah, I seen your twin. No, we're not twins. I got way more in hair than he does.
well, you just got it in different places.
The 8th graders at Holy Cross said we were twins, Pat. And they speak honestly from the heart.
The 8th graders. Oh, I got to talk to them.
That's right. Well, you guys are my brothers from another mother, right?
That's exactly right.
Exactly right.
So how was your evening last night? Pat, you had youth last night.
I had youth. I had mass last night in my homily, which was kind of, my homily was about, you had the 9 that walked away and the 1 that came back and was grateful. So I made that in my homily, and I go, at the end of my homily, I said, so with that all being said, I'm going to be on Catholic Radio tomorrow morning, and you know what? If you want to be grateful or thankful, you got some extra money in your account, in your wallet, would you please call in to Catholic Radio? Well, at the end of Mass, that Bob went over and he didn't empty his wallet, but he gave me some good money out of his wallet. And then Father Peter said, hey, I got some money for you. So I got some money last night from Father Peter and from Bob. So
Hey, great.
and I didn't even use it for supper. I actually carried and brought it in this morning.
I
So
think that's a priest challenge. All right,
Yeah.
Oh, the
priest
priest,
out
The
there.
priest challenge.
That we
The
have
priest challenge.
a priest that he might not have emptied his wallet. We're just going to say he emptied his wallet.
Father Joe yesterday from up on
Oh,
the
yeah, he
parish,
started it.
250, and then
yeah.
each of the
Yes.
parishes put in 250.
Right.
And so, if I did that after a homily, people would contribute just so that I wouldn't give another homily. How much do we have to pay
Right.
off
To keep you right.
Yes. Come on now. We're not hearing phones ringing this morning. Seriously, folks, we need your support. God needs your support to get his message out. This is one of his instruments of getting his word into the hearts of the people of Sioux.
I was talking with the staff here at Catholic Radio, 88.1, by the way. When we were talking this morning, it's like, okay, when you do these fund drives, and they're absolutely necessary, is day one, you get the old happy givers, the ones that are always in the front of the line, they're prepared, they're intentional, and they're generous. Day 2, you pick up the ones that are like, well, I didn't realize it started, I didn't hit day 1, but I'm there, and they're a lot more giving. The theory is on day 3, it's like, okay, for all the rest of us, you guys, the one that says, the other guy can take care of that. You know, there's a lot more people out there with more money than me. Let them take care of it. Well, I'm going to make an argument for you because on Sunday, the Lord is giving the talents. It's the parable of, I'm going to give you 5 coins. I'm going to give the next person 3 coins and the last person 1 coin. So the 1 coin person, he's day 3 person. He's like, oh, well, you know, the other guy's got so much more. It's easy for them because if you got 5 coins, yeah, I get it. They give so generously because they were given so much. And so the 1 coin guy is sitting back going like, I don't need to do nothing. You know, I'm afraid of the master. He may reprimand me. Everybody else has got all the gifts. I don't have any. And he didn't recognize that gift of that 1 coin.
Didn't he bury it?
He buried it. So that way it would do nothing. Interesting enough, they said, the master said you could have put it in the bank or interest. I find it interesting. I didn't realize they had banks back then, Joe.
Yeah. They have ATM. Right up on the camel, you put it in.
Right. But the point being on day 3, that is a perfect gospel for all of us to reflect on. Are we that 1 coin person? Is there always that you think someone is always better off with more things, they can step up? The truth of it is, the 1 coin person, if you think you are, you really probably have 5 coins. It's really a matter of perception.
Well, you know, and that's an excellent point you're bringing up. And I think about the 3 coin person. The thing that's interesting is if you read that gospel, the master says to the person who made 5 more and the person who made 3 more, he says the same thing. He's just as proud. He doesn't say to the one that only made 3, oh, well, he only made 3. You know, the other guy, see, he made 5. He says, well done, my good and faithful servant. I'm going to put you in charge. I mean, so no matter what you can give, whether it's 5 or 10 or, you know, we understand there are people out there, some of our senior citizens that are on fixed income, healthcare costs and everything have gone up. But if you could even give us $5, you know, that everything today, this morning, we're matching up to $1,000, dollar for dollar. And we've got the Knights of Columbus Challenge out there still. Come on, you Knights of Columbus, or Catholic Daughters.
Oh, yeah.
We'll extend it to Catholic Daughters. Anything that a Knight or Catholic daughter contributes, we're going to do 2 for 1. Twofers.
Hey, do the math real quick, Pat. You're the math guy. How much money is that?
That's 3,000.
Thank you very much.
So, you know, that would be 1/10. That would be 1/10 of what we need
Right.
today. If we can just get, but somebody's got to make that first call this morning.
Get the
If
phone
we
to
got
ring.
it,
What's going
Be
on?
the one that
Has
break
anybody
the
checked
ice.
to see if the phones are working? That might be it. The phones are broken.
Oh.
God.
Well, actually, this morning I came in very positive. I warned them. They only have 2 people taking phone calls. I said, this morning, we're going to need the 3rd person
That's
because
better.
they are going to be mowing them telephone lines over,
That's
trying
right.
to get in.
That's right. And you can always go to Siouxland Catholic Radio.com if you're like, I don't like phones, and you just go to
Everybody
Siouxland
likes
Catholic.
phones.
Some people don't.
Well, you know, they made it very techy.
Yeah,
the techie people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk to anybody.
And we do have the light up rosaries. We had yesterday our wonderful soundboard person. What's your name? I don't know. Francesca. Her grandmother called in and got the rosary for yesterday. She pledged $250.
Boom.
I have 2 more rosaries out in the car.
And one of those rosaries would look really good in the Morningside area. I'm talking, if you live on one of the busiest streets, you name it, Morningside Avenue, Lakeport, you're by the mall, those are perfect places to evangelize the world. And with Christmas coming up,
Wow.
and everybody is so distracted with all the Santas and all the lights and the reindeer and the ho-ho-hos, wouldn't a great big illuminated rosary help bring those people and ground them to understand and remember this is the birth of our Messiah? That that one rosary may change someone's perspective, which would change their life. So get in line, fire up all those phones, and let's see if we can't get a couple of them rosaries out there.
And one thing about it, it is time to put the Christmas lights up.
Oh,
and if you're not a big fan, you get the rosary. Huh? It's a Christmas light year round,
that's
baby.
a twofer. That's a twofer. You get Christmas
And you can put it up and you keep it going.
Hey guys, the wife's on you. You gotta put up the lights.
Yeah.
You could put that rosary up in about 4 minutes flat.
Boom.
Yeah, one screw, hang it, plug it into the
And they're
outlet.
LEDs. This thing takes very little electricity. It's not going to get crazy on your electric bill.
And you
That's
can make a
right.
big deal of it. You can have a beverage before you put the rosary up. You can have a beverage afterwards to celebrate. You can get other guys in the neighborhood to high five you to how you simplified the whole Christmas light thing. It would just be awesome.
Oh, so anyway, hey, get them phone lines ringing. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Hey, I wonder, I was thinking this morning, if we had like caller 7, huh? Caller 7, if you donate, if you're caller 7 and you donate $250, you get the rosary. Well, then caller 1 was like, well, we got caller 1 here. It's like, well, look, why we got you online? You want to
Yeah, right.
Right, and you got, well, you're only caller 6. Oh, man.
Maybe everybody's caller 7.
Right.
Hey, if we get caller 7, I will get caller 7 the rosary.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Right.
We're not
Wow.
leaving any money on the table, boys.
Right?
We
Well, that's
have
kind of
not.
cool. Caller 7
What
gets
you-
a rosary.
Well,
But
I
if they-
think what we need to fire them up, Pat,
Yeah.
what they haven't heard yet is Deacon Joe's road and story to conversion and the diaconate.
Oh, the military deacon story.
The military deacon story. I think we could motivate all of our veterans, all of our military people. He could maybe give it the old I order you. Let's see if that works. I mean, it might work for some of the veterans. So, Joe,
It's really simple. I was born.
I came, I saw,
I was formed. I was ordained. Here I am. Okay, let's move on.
There's got to be more in the middle of that story. There's more to
Well,
it.
you know what Chris Stefanik says? He says it's not, on the tombstone, you've got the birth date and the date that you passed, and he says it's not those two dates, it's how you live the dash in between. All that time in between. But, I was just trying to text someone who I think can donate, but I'll put this down for a minute.
Are they going to be caller 7?
Well, I'm open to caller number 1. You can't get to number 7 if you don't do 1 through 6, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So, and I think Al's out there. I think we ought to have him check the phone system. I think the phones are broken.
Are they?
because Nobody is calling.
Are
in.
they counting the callers coming in? I mean, do they know that we just did this?
I'm sure it's all good.
I'm sure it's all good. We got 17 callers. Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to wait on hold as number 7 until you get the other side.
Right.
No, you can't do that. So, well, fortunately for myself, my father, who was an orphan in his life, faith was very, very important to my father. And so he passed that on to me. My mother was Lutheran, converted to Catholicism, but she equally was emphasized prayer and trusting in God. And so growing up, my father, like for example, one of the things, my father was a Golden Gloves boxer, served in the Army and in the Air Force. He's a manly man, and yet every night I would see him down on his knees praying, and he would invite me to come over and pray with him. And even like when we'd go hunting, he was a big hunter, he hunted all over the world, and that, like say, a manly man. But when we'd be hunting, even though we'd be in the shack with a whole bunch of other guys, when it came time to go to bed, he had no problem getting down on his knees in front of other guys with me and saying prayers, not to make a big deal of it. We'd go off onto the side, but because that's how much important faith was to him. And I think that's one of the things that I've tried to pass on to my kids, is that, and I know both of you, Pat and Dennis, I've seen you with your families, and I know all the things you do, trying to pass on a legacy of how important faith is. It's really important because it plants that seed. Let's face it, all of us, I went to St. John's and was thinking about being a priest, and I discerned after graduating high school there that I didn't think priesthood at that point was something that I was going to do. But again, that seed was planted, and it resulted in later on becoming a deacon. I think most of us, you go to college, then I went in the military, and there are those people out there today that served with me in the military that would say, "You're a deacon?" The Catholic Church has totally gone off the rail. There are those points in their life where I'm that one sheep that has wandered way far away from the other 99, but fortunately God comes out there and finds you. And again, the father is really important. The other person that is really, really important in my life is my wife. And both of you have talked about how important your wives are in your faith formation. My wife Diana grew up in a Catholic community, started playing organ for the church when she was like in 7th grade, and still is a musician for our church. But her faith and reminding me, even when I was wandering off, keep turning to God. Prayer is important. And when our kids call us with problems and saying, "We're praying for you," having a parent and having a spouse that is faith-filled really helps. So I had thought about the diaconate, but when we lived in Fremont, that church had 10 deacons already.
Whoa.
So I thought, well, they don't need me.
That seems like that's huge.
Yeah, well, they've got 12 now. They've got a really active program, and we need to do that same thing. They've had priests come out of the parish too. They planted that seed. Well, when we came to Dakota Dunes, we were having mass in the fire station, and in our daily mass was in the basement at 102 Levy Trail. And Father Tony, our pastor at the time, said, "Have you ever thought about being a deacon?" And I said, "Well, I did, but I pretty much dismissed it." He said, "You got to think about it again." And again, that's the idea of planting the seed. How many of you parents out there, as you're looking at your young sons and grandsons, are saying to them, "Have you ever thought about being a priest? I think you'd be wonderful at it." There's a commercial on one of the other radio stations about athletics where this young man is saying, one of my teachers said to me, "Hey, Darius, have you ever thought about playing football?" And I think you'd be great. And he said, nobody had ever suggested it to me, and nobody had ever told me that I'd be great about anything. And he said, I tried it, and it really changed my life. I think the same thing with us planting that seed about faith is important. I talked to my wife about the diaconate, and being a faithful person, she said, well, let's pray about it, and then let's find out more about it. And the great thing about the diaconate for us, all of us, is our wives had to be not just consent to it, but all our wives went through all the classes with us. And so my wife just loved the formation process. And so they became a deacon 10 years ago, or 16 years ago. And during that time, wonderful opportunity to help out in the parish and ministry. Working with both of you, jail ministry. It's been a wonderful experience. And so,
I remember when Joe, when you and I first met, I read an article in the paper about this is, I think, the warming shelter was really just starting off and making beds out of 2x4s and boat tarps.
Yeah, that's right.
And the boat tarps were instrumental because they were waterproof, you know. And I remember that, when I seen that article, and I didn't know you were going to be Hill of Beans, but I thought we need to be more mission oriented in Sioux City. We always think we have to drive around the world or leave or whatever, and there is so much mission work to be done in Sioux City. And one of the little items you brought it to light. I took it before the Knights of Columbus. It says, guys, we help our parishes, and that's good, and we help organizations come to us, and that's good, but we got to roll up our sleeves and get inside this town and go out there in the highways and the byways, as the Lord calls it, and let's see if we can't help the most unfortunate in our area. And so we went and me and we had about 3 or 4 other Knights with me, and I had my son Kyle, which is also a Knight, and we're putting those beds together in the shelter.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys have ever taken a tour of the shelter, and I encourage everybody to come by and ask for a tour. And he looks at me and says, "You know what, Dad? That's a smell you don't smell every day."
Yeah.
And it is definitely a unique odor, because if you're homeless, you're not bathing as often as you probably, most people do. But he's seen great value in. His comment was, Dad, he says, if I ever really get this, just really disgruntled at work, and I'm just perplexed, and I don't like it, and it's terrible, I'm just going to come down here and take one sniff, and I'll go right back to work with a smile on my face and just be happy with the gifts that I have. So that was really our beginning as our relationship is serving together at the homeless shelter.
One of the things we need to get back to is the fact that we haven't heard the phones ring.
Gentlemen, we have not heard the phones ring. In fact, it is so quiet that we had to grab the bell to find out if the phones are even ringing. So in order for us to give away the rosary, and speaking of people growing in their faith, we have some amazing prizes, gentlemen. Al Metz, Mr. Holy Moments, worked with a friend in town, and this beautiful stained glass replica of the window from the basement of the cathedral is going to go to an individual who let's say, we'll go back. We're going to change the rules, and please love me. We're going to say anybody who's given $500 by the end of today will have their name drawn for this beautiful stained glass window. We also have an autographed football from Notre Dame that Larry Mias donated back. And then for a donation of $250, you can have the symphony tickets, or bring me up to speed, guys, on the rosary that we're giving away.
The rosary is if you donate $250. We talked about being the 7th caller, but we'll just get rid of that.
How about the 230th caller? 230 caller gets a rosary.
Yeah, so they will get this rosary that is literally 6 foot tall. And it's LED lighting, so if you're worried about your electric bill going up, it won't. Take very minimal watts. So this stained glass window that I'm looking at is perfect timing because we just went through the rededication of our cathedral.
Yes, and it's got that beautiful red cross in the middle of it, the beautiful fleur-de-lis that pay tribute to the cathedral, the gorgeous blue. It's a perfect gift. There's a bell. We need it. Are we going to give it to that person, gentlemen, the rosary?
It depends.
Well, it depends on how much they get.
How much they get. You got to have 250.
Yeah.
If you're calling right now,
and you're still on the phone,
get 250, you get a rosary. Number one.
And if you're above 250, you qualify.
You qualify for another amazing gift. But it's the perfect gift as we celebrated last week the 250, or the 25th rededication, excuse me, gentlemen, of the cathedral parish. So, and with the capital campaign going on, which includes St. Boniface, St. Joseph Cathedral, a beautiful gift for your home. So please make the phone ring, make the bells go off again. We want it to be like school, but the bells are going off all the time.
And being a handyman, I'm just looking at this stained glass window, and it's about 18 inches by 20 inches. A little bit of a carpenter talent, you could cut that into your front door. This would be a perfect piece of glass to put in your front door. That way you can see the cross every time you enter and leave your house. All your neighbors can see it, and this would be something that would really say, I'm Christian.
Well, and that even look good in the window. Like you could hang that from a window because it's got a nice little chain.
It's got a chain in the
It's got a chain. You can hang that so the sunlight would come through it, just illumify it.
Well, you know,
That's a word.
And it's like,
we're handymen.
Yeah.
I mean, we got power tools. I think we could come over.
I could cut a door.
A chainsaw. We
Sledgehammer.
could cut a hole
We
through
can
that
get
door in
that
just a
door.
second.
Nothing flat.
and we'll provide the refreshments. How's that
That's
sound?
great. That's great.
And this looks like your beautiful blue rosary that you've got the mix of the blue, the reds, the golds.
Yeah.
So
That would go really good with the rosary, wouldn't it?
wouldn't it though?
And
Oh.
remember to donate 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, and just in case you missed that, 855-875-5342 or Siouxland Catholic Radio.com for you techies out there.
Hey, you know, I was Holy Spirit moment. I've had a couple Holy Spirit moments. You know, 'cause coming in for this morning, it's like, man, what can we bring? What can we bring to the table? And I got to ask you guys this question. It's like, and we're all busy, and I see Joe. You know, Joe's been very instrumental in my missionary as well as Dennis,
He
right?
is.
We work great
I
as a
thought you were
team.
going to say your demise.
But I think
Director.
right, he is. He's the MD, right? That's mission director. But anyway, I think of all this, you know, we're fathers,
Yep.
right? We're husbands, we're deacons
And grandpa.
and grandfathers, right? We are very active. And my question is where does our strength come from? I mean, really, if you think about how active we are, where does that strength come from?
I've
That's
been
my
tested
question.
multiple times, always negative for drugs, so it's got to be something else.
And I was going to say, Dennis, it is not from monsters.
Yeah.
Monsters, right? We
That's
don't
right.
get our strength from that. Our strength, seriously, is the Eucharist.
Yeah.
That's where our strength comes from.
That's right. It's the source and summit right there.
Right there. And I think, you know, I was yakking with my kids last night, and we were talking, and I made this comment that in the United States, and this number could be a little off here or there, it's not exact, but my comment was, in the United States, 30% of Catholics believe that the true presence of Christ in the Eucharist. And I thought, man, that's a low number, right? And 20 years ago, it was like 50%, right? So our numbers are going down, right? Our numbers are, our people going to church is going down. The belief is going down. We're in a struggle bus right now. And I thought, man, if you had faith in that, and we read the Bible and Jesus tells us, right? He lets us know that do this, right? That he doesn't say, you know, if you feel like it. He's like, do this in remembrance of me, right? But I feel like if to believe in that true presence, that Sunday, no one could stop you from going to church because you got to go there. That's my strength. That's where I go to get my strength. Is that church? I go to Mass to get my strength. So that's what the Eucharist is to me. It is something that I thrive on. I need it for my strength.
You know, our past Christian brothers and sisters, the martyrs, they gave their lives to get the Eucharist. They knew, and sometimes in cultures to this day, they know if I go to Mass and receive the Eucharist, the world may grab me and attempt to take my life. Now, they do it with so much joy because they get it. They know that the world cannot touch their life. Christ is their life.
What's interesting is you got those people in the places in the world where practicing our faith could result in your death. And you might say, well, over here in the United States, why aren't people practicing their faith? Any of you out there, if you haven't read C.S. Lewis's Screwtape Letters, and it's available, you can get it on Formed and other places, audio. But it's a book that was written years ago about a dialogue between Satan and one of his minions. And they're trying to get this guy who's Christian to give up his faith. And his minion is not being successful. And Satan says to him, Wormwood, He says, don't worry. He says, if we can't make him bad, we'll make him busy. Because if we can make him busy, eventually we can distract him completely away from God. You think about that in our society today. You know,
Yeah.
Satan's out there, and you know he's got us so tied up, so busy. Oh, geez, I got so many other things to do, and they lose focus. You know, Satan is always trying to pull us away from God. Doesn't want us to worship Him. He just wants to get us off track. One of the things that's interesting, if you ever looked and calculated, if you fired a rocket towards the moon and you were off by less than 1 degree, you'd miss the moon by 5,000 miles. And Satan is happy to just plant this little seed about saying, hey, you know, I know you like to pray in the morning, but you're a little too busy. This morning we'll skip it, but I'll catch it up tomorrow morning. And then the next morning comes along, and you know, well, I missed it yesterday. And then Mass is coming up on Sunday. Oh, you know, my kid's soccer team is playing, and the coach has said if they're not there, we don't get to play, and he's going to have to sit out. Well, I'll go, and we'll catch Mass tomorrow. Just piece by piece, Satan tries to lure us away. Dennis, you've got the famous thing that we use at the jail all the time, right? About Satan. What does he do?
Well, let's see if we can do this on the radio.
Yeah. So he takes a piece of what?
So,
feces, right?
Yeah, so if we just figure out what comes out of the backside of a dog, and what Satan does, we all get to see that, and we know what that is, and we avoid it. We don't step in it. We don't want to do nothing with it. We will walk miles to get around it. But what Satan does is he'll dip it in chocolate. He'll put a cherry on top. You know those little sprinkles? He'll put some sprinkles on there, right? Spurts it with maybe some coconut smell oil.
Yeah.
Brings back some memories, food memories.
And he tells you it's a donut, right?
Tells you it's a donut. But here's what's interesting. You've seen it sitting there before he dressed it up. You know what it is. But you start thinking, well, maybe it's going to be okay. And then we all, in our little fragile nature, we take that bite. And once we get through it, the crust seems delicious, but when you get to the substance of it, it's definitely no good. So, Satan does that. And I was just thinking, Joe, you're talking about all the time and all that. What about when you're thinking about giving, but you're like, I'll give the next $20 that I'm going to make because this first $20, I got to do this, I got to do that. Or I'll give $100, but let me wait and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And then maybe I'll give. Right now is the time. Now is the time that you break that ice, you reach in, you close your eyes, you pray on it, and you give that money away. You give it out. Now, this money that comes to the radio station, and for all of you that are investment savvy people, who wouldn't make an investment when you had a guarantee that it had a return rate of 300%? Anybody that is an investor would say, wait a minute, you mean if I give you $100, I have a 300% promised return? And the answer is absolutely yes. Now that return may be in joy. That return will be in blessings, in grace, because we only live in this world for a little bit. I don't know. I think you guys get it. We don't get out of this world alive, right? I mean, this carcass that we're hauling around, we get to go away, So make those deposits for your heavenly home. Make those deposits. I'm hearing some music.
What is that? Are we on a commercial?
Are you guys playing the piano?
So cool.
I was about ready to start singing.
Oh, please.
So anyway, all right.
You want Dennis not to sing?
That's
Send
right.
money in.
Send money, hurry.
So you're listening to KFHC with some piano background, which is awesome. Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA, Storm Lake, channel 88.1. And this is our fall pledge drive. We're going to ask you to just trust in the Lord and reach in that pocket and whatever sticks to your hand, pull that thing out. And if it doesn't sting a little bit, it ain't enough. Go in there and let it sting a little bit.
That's right.
1-855-875-5342. Do you realize, Joe, that there are 4 5s in that phone number? I bet you we've said it over and over. Count them up. 855-875-5342. Or visit us at Siouxland Catholic Radio.
And I gotta add. So if Catholic Radio has touched your life somehow, please throw some money at it, right? And here's the other. Oh, we're doing the empty wallet. Empty wallet. And here's the other thing. There's somebody, maybe there's someone driving around. Maybe there's somebody from Colorado just coming through, doing the old radio search. Just maybe things in their life just ain't hitting them right. And they just hit 88.1, and then there's something on there that they like. You know what? The radio station reaches hundreds and thousands of people, right, every day, and they are speaking the truth. They're speaking good. And if we can just give to the station to keep it going, to keep it alive, to where that guy that's driving through town just so happens to jump in on that radio station and actually does a change of life to that person. Or maybe it's someone that lives here, just so happens to listen to the radio, does a little radio search, and just they need to know that there's someone out there that's willing to help them, that's giving them good stuff, good ear candy, right?
Yeah.
Say, right? To give them just give them hope that, right, Christ is out there. He forgives us. He is willing to accept us no matter where we're at, right? He's looking for that one lost sheep. And it's a beautiful, this station is just so beautiful, and how it works. I think, so please call in 855-875-5345.
As we talked, and I'm sure everybody's going to resonate with that. We all have that friend or neighbor that is conspiracy theorist crazy. Oh my, we're dumping the wall.
No, I did.
Okay. All right. So anyway, back to dumping my wallet. My bank assured me that they print more. So
Yeah, that's right.
But it occurred to me that a lot of people struggle with high anxiety. They listen to the news and the things of the world, and it's got them baffled, and it's got them worried, and it's got them concerned, and their anxiety is so high. I have to tell them, stop listening to that stuff. It's going to drive you away from the Lord and not to the Lord. And where we find our peace and comfort, we talked about this on Tuesday, is through the Lord. So with 88.1, you can shut off some of these stations that just drive you into anxiety and turn on 88.1 and listen and learn about your faith and listen to other people's testimonies of how their lives are changed, and that anxiety will melt away. And maybe you can truly find peace.
We got Rob here.
Oh,
I'm talking in there. Yeah, Rob, you're here.
Rob.
That ain't a sex shop. So get that wallet out.
He's
And
good.
I'm here to bring a little
Say hi to everybody. Shush, he said.
Wow.
Shush.
in with the Deacon 3.
Yeah,
How are you guys doing?
we're doing great.
Well, we got another victim here for empty the wallet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Come, and I was wondering where's Sid at. Sid's a good empty wallet guy.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing in there but moths and
Oh, that's okay.
singles.
It's okay to put it.
Don't worry, Rob.
I'm
They
serious.
take checks.
We take anything.
No,
There
We
we
keep
go.
taking it.
Hey, that works. That house right up there.
I'm here.
We had an odd number. Now we're even. Good job, Rob.
That's funny.
That's funny. No, I'll put the microphone back to Deacon here. I got nothing.
I tell you what, that Rob is the real deal. For those of us, that he has helped us grow closer to God with the men's groups and the things that you did out at Sacred Heart there. You started the faith sharing group and what was the one of the original video series.
Oh, that man is you. We've done a ton of them.
Yep, and
Good Alpha.
there are literally hundreds of men in the community that are closer to Christ because of this guy. So
Rob.
yeah, and that just reinforces what we've been saying is one person can make so much of a difference if you're just willing to get outside the box. Just, God doesn't ask for perfection. He just asks you to give it your best.
Look at us.
Right, exactly.
That's right.
Bam.
Well, and what's interesting, the three of us do jail ministry together, in the Woodbury County Jail. When I was going through the deacon formation program, one of the things that was a requirement was we had to do 4 practicums. And one of the practicums was jail ministry. Well, way back when, I was a prosecutor for the federal government for 3 years. I sent people to jail. The only time I visited them in jail was when I was bringing them there with the children after they were sentenced. And so I said to the formation director, I said, the 3, the hospital ministry and poverty, I'm good with all of that. Can I double up on one of those and just skip the jail part? And he's going, no, you want to go through the program. What does it say in Matthew 25? You visited me when I was in prison. And you're either going to do it or you're not going to be part of the program. Okay. And so I went down to Woodbury County, talked to him down there, and they said, yeah, that's fine. One of the things you need to do is you need to call in advance to make sure that you don't have something going on at the jail that night. And for the first 2 or 3 months, I would literally pray that something was going on at the jail so I wouldn't have to go down there. But we've talked about the fact that all of us have said it's some of the holiest ground that we walk on, because when you have lost everything, eventually you turn back to God. You look at the Old Testament. When did God's people really turn back to Him? It was when all the luxury and everything was stripped away, when they were in exile. And I've been doing it now for 18 years, 19 years, and I look forward to Tuesday nights, to going down there at the jail. And it's just, but I didn't want to do it first. And God said, I want you to do this. Have I got your attention here? Slap you a couple times. But now this thing that is so fulfilling for the 3 of us, it was one of those deals where God calls us, and for all of us, we're all called to be evangelists. Like Dennis said, get out of the box. And you out there that are listening, you may not feel comfortable actually talking to somebody, but you can have somebody talk for you. And the way you do that is contributing to Catholic Radio, because all of our great speakers and all of our great programs can touch the hearts of, there's those, the people that talk about families that are going through challenges with their kids, they're going through challenges in their marriage, they're fired from work, they got substance abuse issues, whatever. There's programs with people that can touch their hearts and help them on their journey to get back close to God.
And we can't talk about our jail ministry without giving a big shout out, to the staff at the Woodbury County Jail, along with our sheriff and the officers that run that. We are so welcome there. And it isn't just us. There are other churches in Sioux City that are allowed to go in there and bring the word. And they see the value of it. I remember, the first time after years they let us bring in the Eucharist, and I think it was it Easter or was it Christmas?
For Easter and Christmas.
Yeah, and the first Easter that we were allowed to do that, I remember some of the jail staff that was getting off shift. We come in real early in the morning, they were getting off shift. And like, what are you guys doing? Well, we're bringing in the Eucharist. And even though they're not Catholics there, they know it's something special. They may not be able to explain it. And I remember distinctly as they're like, "Oh, we ain't gone home yet. We want to witness Jesus literally walking through the hallways of that jail." And the people that come up, some of them aren't Catholic. They just want to be next to Jesus and get that exhortation that we give them. And it's really an awesome moment. It gets to be, it goes back to, we can't do the whole group at once. We go to each and every cell. We do 2 to 5 people at a time, and we go over and over. But just like Mass, every cell is unique, and we get able to do this twice a year. So those that may be a little bit negative on our justice system and all that, they do a really great job because they all know that the people that are in there need something.
Yeah, well, virtually everybody that goes through the jail system at some time is going to be released. And the question is, are they going to be better off or worse off when they're released? And having really compassionate and professional jail staff that are there, that are dealing with those people, help them be better prepared when they leave. So I agree with you. I can't say enough good about the staff up there and how patient they are with people that are going through a really dark time of their life. Right.
And maybe they're making some bad decisions and they're a bit verbal in a very negative way,
Yeah.
and they're able to take that abuse and remain professional. So their training is awesome.
Yeah.
That they're able to take that.
And they got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Tuesday, me and Joe come walking in. The guy says, "Hey, we gotta search you." And we're like, "What?" Yeah, we gotta search you. It's like, well, we gotta make sure we keep an eye on what's coming in here. It's like, and Joe's already assuming the position. I'm thinking, I don't even know why. I've never had to go through this. And the guy says, "Oh, I'm just kidding." He said, "But boy, you should have seen the look on your face."
Yeah.
And why was Joe so quick at it? That was their experience.
I was an MP at one point. I know.
Oh, so they got a great sense of humor. They're just great people to work with, and they're like I said, they're happy for us to be there, and it is.
Hey, some of you farmers out there, come on.
Farmer.
You got grain in the bin, come on. I tell you what, how about 100 bushels of soybeans? Just 100 bushels of soybeans. Come on. Yeah, a couple hundred bushels of corn. I tell you what, if you'll do that, I will go to the co-op and I will match your grain donation up to 500 bushels. How's that?
Whoa!
Wow.
Yeah, you're doing it. Get crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
This is America.
Yeah, I love Catholic radio, and I want this to be here for my family and friends in the future. But one thing that I was talking to one of my good friends the other day, and I felt very indicted by this. Remember the guy that walks up to Jesus and he says, "How do I get to heaven?" And Jesus says to him, "Well, you honor your mother, your father, you don't kill, don't steal." He says, "I've done all of these." And he seriously had done all of those things. And Jesus said, "Well done." He says, then he says, "With love, there's one more thing. Sell all you have and give it to the poor, and then come follow me." And every time I hear that, it says he went away sad because he had many possessions. If I knew it, at this point in my life, if I knew that by selling my cars and my house, I could create one more priest that could save souls, would I trust God enough to do that? And because all of us have been so fortunate in our lives for all the gifts that God has given us. And so when finally you get to a point where you say, okay, whatever I've got is yours. You gave it to me, not to keep, but to use. And he says to us that same thing that he said to the people when he needed to feed the 5,000. And he said to the apostles, "Will you feed them?" And they said, "Well, we haven't got. All we got is these couple loaves and fish." And he said, "Just give me what you've got.
Yeah.
Just give me what you've got, and I will make it work." I love the Gospels, the ones where it says that he said to them, "You feed them," and then Jesus doesn't. One of the Gospels, it says Jesus gave it out, but the other two Gospels, it says he broke it gave it back to the apostles so they could feed the people. And they did go out and feed the people. And so the question is for all of you out there, can't you part with $5, $10, $25? I mean, when a cup of coffee costs $3, you're saying you can't give up a cup of coffee?
Scooters are like, whoa, man.
Yeah.
Scooters got some big dollars.
Joe, I got the 2 bright pieces of paper that tells us we have a donation. So we have 2 window entries. Rhonda from Cherokee, we thank you very much. Your name's in the hat for the window. And then I got another person that I think's on the Morningside deal, and he'd give the $250, and he is going to take us up on installing the window if he wins it. And the only thing that I can say, if you buy 1 ticket, that's 1 chance. If you buy multiple tickets,
Yeah.
if you really want that window, more names in the hat. I'm just saying, but thank you so much that goes out to Rhonda and Randy for stepping up, and may we ask for God's blessings upon you guys and all of those that may be your actions at this very moment. And we got about 9 minutes left of this hour to make that mark that we're looking for. And I think the mark that they set for us was $10,000 because apparently we're high achievers, Joe. I mean, so the only way we can achieve it is if you guys throw it out. The Dump the Wallet brought us about $500.03 or whatever that it is. But
why don't you guys do Dump the Wallet out there? What have you got in your wallet?
What do you have in your wallet?
Yeah. See you, Rob.
Oh, he's here. He's gonna go dump the wallet some more.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know what? You know what? If you don't have the money in your wallet right now, you can do monthly, right? If you're like, man, I'm just kind of stuck right now. You can do monthly. You can do a one-shot deal. You can do monthly. You can do $20 a month, right? It just kind of spreads it all out. It's whatever need however way you can give, right? We will accept it here.
Well, how many people are going to go out this Christmas
Oh my goodness.
and they're going to spend with their credit card money that they don't have? They're going to spend literally $1,000 or more. They're saying the average person spends close to $1,000 on Christmas of money they don't have. Well, what better gift to your family and the community than to say, yeah, if I can put $1,000 for knickknacks and whatever and candy and that the family doesn't need, I'm going to put 25 more on my credit card for Catholic Radio so that they get fed spiritually for the whole year.
Yeah, perfect, great. And and Joe was talking earlier, the Jesus feeding. He had the disciples do the feeding, and what was left over? It was 12 wicker baskets. Whisker. Anyway, but it's 12 baskets. So what they're saying is, right? They gave, but what they got in return was so much more, so much extra. So, right, have faith in Christ to be in control of your wallet, because what you give, you will get back. You will get it back 100-fold, right?
Yeah.
You have to give though, and be the one to give and make that step to give. So please call 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342.
I just can't believe that there isn't a farmer out there with some brain.
I think they're almost
that they get a deduction. They don't have to pay taxes on it, and their donation's going to get double. I can't believe that there is some farmer out there that isn't. Come on, you guys riding in the tractor out there, you got it.
Yeah, it's right there in the bin.
And in a drought year, you never want to slight the Lord.
That's right.
It's Grandpa Brockhouse. He was from Madison, Nebraska. And he was a firm believer as he had owned the family farm. And he was a firm believer as he tithed his 10%, didn't work on Sunday, rotated his crops. And the story of Madison, Nebraska was was Grandpa Brockhouse never, of all the years, ever had a failed crop. He always was blessed by the Lord. So it wasn't that he did it for a investment. He did it because my Grandpa Brockhouse truly loved the Lord and lived a Christ-centered life. Him along with my grandma, and they were really instrumental of our Catholic faith. For the Brockhouse family.
Absolutely.
He was the father, like your father Joe, that would kneel and pray, and their house looked like a shrine. But he lived the part. He very well lived the part. So when we talk about the farmers, it's like your faith. You drive by that.
Well, you talk about people whose occupation as a farmer is absolutely faith, because you go out and you put the seed in the ground. You don't know if it's going to rain. You don't know if you're going to get hail. You don't know what the crop prices are going to be. You have to put all your trust in God. That is more than anything. And this year, surprisingly, most of the farmers around here, even though we had pockets of drought and everything, most of the farmers are pretty satisfied with the yield they got on their crop. And share that. Give back to the Lord. Because what you said earlier, Pat, if you plant, you get back. And you get back 100-fold.
Yeah.
I have never in my life freely given to God and not had God give back to me in some fashion, way more than it might not have been in money, but it was in something else. It was in a relationship. It was in some consolation that I got in a difficult time.
And just in the 250 donations with a dump of wallet of about $500. Pat, you're the math guy.
No, why you
Yeah,
can't?
two for
I'm
one,
not even
two
paying
for one.
attention.
So I think we're probably at a couple $1,000.
A couple
Yeah.
$1,000.
So where do we need to be at? 10?
10. So
We got 4
we're
minutes.
okay. We got 4 minutes. We're fine.
That's,
I'm not sweating this a bit.
yeah,
You know?
I got faith.
But
Can we just do $1,000 a minute?
yeah.
Oh,
all
that'd
we
be
need.
cool.
I think it's coming. I
That's right.
I have this sense.
I even wore red today. Tiger Woods wears red on was it Sunday? No. Well, I don't know. He wore red when he golfed, and it was his winning day. That was winter
Today's
red.
a winter day.
Winter
Today's
day.
a winter day.
Winter red.
Every day,
And was wearing red.
every day with Catholic Radio is a winter day.
And red is also Holy Spirit,
Yes.
right? Red's the Holy
Come.
Spirit.
Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Amen.
Well,
Well, we're really wrapping down. Who is going to do the closing prayer? And
We didn't even do an opening prayer.
we did not
Oh,
do it.
you know
that
what?
was it.
That was on you, Joe.
Oh,
I mean, you started the whole
well,
We're
thing.
gonna get fired. They're gonna fire us. I've never been fired. This could be the shot. This is
Yeah,
when I
that's
get
it.
fired.
That's
Bishop's
it.
firing us.
I can
Next
see the
year.
letter of reprimand from the bishop coming on.
Yeah. Well, we could say an Our Father and a Hail Mary. The Our Father will be for the opening prayer, and the Hail Mary.
There you go.
And then we'll say an act of contrition just as a makeup.
Oh, right?
Our Father who
Art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Hail Mary,
full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Glory
Be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit,
As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
Thanks, guys, for letting me be part of this with you.
Well, we're a part of you.
Yeah.
And thanks for,
And thanks to all the people who listened and donated.
and endured our chatter.
That's right.
bunny rabbit squirrel
If you
stuff.
guys ever
running
wonder,
around.
what do they sound like at prison? You guys got our prison ministry.
That's right. That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, are we, what? The number, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. What was that number? 855-875-5342.
And
I just heard the wrong. That was the phone ringer. That
Hallelujah! That's it. That's it.
Oh, and you're listening to KFHC, Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA, Storm Lake, Channel 88.1. Is that it?
Go.
Boom.
Oh, good one, guys.
Almost knocked the chair over. Tear up the furniture.
Jeff giving a nice gift this morning. Thank you for that gift, Jeff. And Rhonda saying, thank you, Cherokee Catholic Daughters of America. So Rhonda will thank you for your gift in honor of the Catholic Daughters of America. Also, Randy from Sergeant Bluffs checking in. And Rob from Overland Park, Kansas checking in this morning in our first hour. And Dee Dee checking in here from Sioux City. Thank you so much for your pledge. This hour, first hour, 8 o'clock hour, getting us to that goal. So that's a great way to start the day. We want to continue to meet our goals all day, Lisa, don't we?
We do, and good morning, Steve, and good morning. And speaking of Catholic daughters and deacons this morning, we are blessed because the deacons represent Mater Dei and Holy Cross Parish. We are excited to welcome the Grand Knight from the Cathedral Parish, which includes Cathedral, St. Joseph, and St. Boniface, Brent Canali. And Brent, thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning, you're welcome, Mr.
Brent, will you tell our listeners a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm Brent Canali. Grew up here in Sioux City. Went to Immaculate Conception Church and attended Immaculate Conception School. Graduated from Healing High way back in 1994, and then since then I've worked. I got married. Married my wife, Mary Joy, and we have two sons, Peter and Patrick, and they both go to modern day school. Now they're in Nativity school, and we go to mass here actually at St. Boniface. Usually go to Latin Mass, but we're very involved with there's all three churches, so we do something with each church. Pretty involved all the time. And my wife, I don't want to forget. Also, she works for the outreach program in high school. And then so we're both off. She's off tomorrow, and we're going to begin tomorrow. So we're very excited about that.
And Brent, we want to thank you and Steve. Brent, one of Brent's wife, as well as both of these young men, helped with the Bible school at St. Michael's South Sioux. Mary Joy did a fabulous job. Mary Joy did a fabulous job with the kids' activities outside. But Brent, I would like you to share with our listeners, your son, Peter, am I right, is the one that is discerning a call to the priesthood? Or Patrick?
Well, I hope they both are. But Peter, he's very involved with the being an altar boy. He serves at the Latin Mass every week, and he'll help you out. Of course, he's the altar boy in your Bible school. But we both, we try to. He hasn't said anything specifically, but we always try to make sure that they're always thinking about that.
So how is it there? How do you plant those seeds? Because sometimes it's hard to know what are the things to say or how do you do that? Because Paul grew up in a Protestant family where there were a lot of pastors, so that was a very typical conversation. And when we had with our kids, but I hear so many dads that Paul's working with that say, how do you first start having that conversation? Because you say, I want my son to be an engineer, I want my child to be a doctor. How do you start planting those seeds and saying, son, what is God calling you? And have you thought about a vocation to the priesthood or to become a deacon?
I think you have to make sure that they're involved at the church. Make sure that you have to model for your sons through prayer and through doing that in the church. And also that I think that's the first thing you have to do is you have to whatever you want them to do a certain behavior, have to do that, and it starts with prayer, and then it starts, you make sure you go to church, you take them to church every week, and then especially for boys, you want to make sure they're involved. They see the priest, they're involved with the priest, they know the priest, they help them, and the best way you can do that is making sure that they're
You're just joining us, you're hearing the voice of Brent Pinelli, who's joining us here in the studio for our Siouxland, the pledge drive here on Siouxland Catholic Radio. And I'm going to give you the phone number there. You can continue to call in during our conversation here with Brent and Lisa and myself. But we're going to need your call. Again, in a certain sense, put a quarter, a nickel, a dime in the machine so we can continue the conversation here. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can also give on Venmo at Catholic8801 is the handle there. Give however works for you. But we need your support here on Siouxland Catholic Radio. Started out this morning, Lisa, with a very exciting hour with the deacons making their goal. We would love to make our goal again this hour. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, or give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Brent, so I'm a father too. I have 7 children, and I that conversation too of how do we encourage our children to consider a vocation to the religious life, or obviously a vocation even to the married life. It's a pretty big discernment. Many of the statistics today show that we've experienced a decline in increasing vocations about 10% over the last 30 to 40 years. But we've also experienced a decline of 30 to 40% in good Catholic marriages. And a recent study showed that 90 to 95% of priestly vocations come from intact families.
Sure.
So if the family is falling apart, as the family is attacked and as the family falls apart, we're only going to see less and less vocations. It's how the statistics that we're seeing. So we kind of have to work on the family, is what I'm seeing.
Absolutely. We don't want to use that as an excuse, but the people who have come from intact families, a lot of times, there's a lot of people at church who aren't, and we need to make sure they're helping them and giving them everything they need. I'm looking at a picture right here. I can see Mother Angelica. She wasn't from an intact family, but look at all the good she did. We can't give up. We can't give up on anybody. We have to make sure we're working with everybody to try to make sure to get them back. Just to get them back to church, to get them praying again.
Yeah, and that battlefield, of course, as fathers, is in our own home. Right? That's where the battle starts.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I always told my dad always prayed with us as a family. Christian family, 13 children, and every morning, Dad led the rosary on his knees. We would kneel until we couldn't handle it anymore, and then we'd lay down, put our head down on the couch or something. But it was every morning Dad led us in the rosary, and that was an example for me as a father myself that I need to pray with my children. Do you see that as an important role as a father too?
Yeah, sure. I'm not home every morning or all the time, but when we are there in the morning, most basic thing is when you have a meal, it doesn't matter where you're at, home or restaurant, whatever, you can pray before the meal, and then when you're at home, like at night, I always like to do our night prayers before we go to bed. We all get together, we all pray together.
And Steve and Brent, there's a fun story that I don't know if a lot of our listeners know in getting to know you, Brent, the past couple of years. But Mary Joy takes your boys to an activity, and she was sharing this summer during Vacation Bible School. I said, I see pictures of her also participating in that same activity. Will you explain what activities your boys are involved in, and why did your wife decide to also participate in the same activity?
About taekwondo?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I honestly, I didn't ask her for sure. I was a little bit surprised. They had gone to a birthday party thing for taekwondo, and then Peter said he wanted to do it, so he got involved. Patrick saw it, and then he got involved, and then Peter and Patrick, they got their black belts through this. Patrick just got his, and my wife has been involved for a few years, and so they all three keep active at that, and I'm a spectator, But and then the past couple of years, we've gone to the national tournament. 2 years ago, they had it down in Huntsville, Alabama, and we had to go to that one because then she wanted to go to Hansville. So then we kind of did the tour. We went to Hansville, and then we went to the EWTN studios. So that was a lot of fun.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's something that simple. We're all busy running our kids here, there, and everywhere. It's so easy to pick up the phone. But your wife said, I want to build a new relationship or a different relationship, kind of like the band parents that Paul and I work with, but they now are volunteering. And so you build sometimes that family relationship when you're on the go. If you take that time to get involved in your kids' activities, you increase that strength of your family. And then as you're out doing other things, you build those relationships with others and strong Catholic faith and make your family even more dynamic.
Yeah, we don't, we're able to do these other activities, but it doesn't take away from our church life. So we make sure we're doing, we do our other activities, but we make sure we're always doing our church activities too. And we're blessed with the taekwondo because they're not open on Sundays, so we don't have to be doing that on Sunday. We can make sure we're going to church and helping out with our church activities on Sundays.
So listeners, we invite you to follow in Brent's leadership and take a moment right now to pick up the phone and call 1-855-875-5342. Go online to SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We learned in the last hour that yes, we can take American Express card too, or donate via Venmo, because we're always learning too here at the radio station. The nights have been great in supporting a year ago Vacation Bible School. Now your wife is getting time talents. Brent, tell Steve too, after Mass on the weekends, you bring families together in the basement of St. Boniface. Would you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, pretty much every Sunday we have right here at St. Boniface. We have our Latin Mass, 8:30, and then afterwards we used to be a donuts and coffee. Someone would buy, we'd buy donuts, but now it's kind of every third Sunday we were doing a potluck, and then it was donuts every other week. But now we pretty much everybody will bring something every week, and everybody, we try to. A lot of the same people come down. We try to get new people so that we can talk to them and whatnot, and they can visit with us too. But here at St. Boniface, Latin Mass folks after the 8:30 Mass, we try to get together every week, and then except like we have our Knights of Columbus breakfast, and we don't do it then. And then a lot of those folks will help out and help them over and support the Knights of Columbus then.
Great work comes together as a community, worshiping together, and then fellowshipping together in a meal, which of course is something Christ always did. He had a meal with others, with us sinners. He had a meal with us, and then he brought us to the divine meal, which is Eucharist, his body, blood, soul, and divinity that we receive. And so that really our goal here with Siouxland Catholic Radio is to continue to bring that message of hope. Christ wants to invite us into that relationship with Him, and you can be a part of that work by supporting Siouxland Catholic Radio. Here during our pledge drive, we come to you twice a year, cover up the national programming, the local programming for a few days, twice a year, so we can raise funds to continue to broadcast the message of hope, the message of Jesus Christ. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Just a few minutes to the top of the hour, and we're not quite halfway to the goal, so we're going to need your help with that. I'd like to thank Anonymous for checking in with a $1,000 challenge gift. That person's calling in saying, I'm giving $1,000 and I'm challenging other people to match my gift with their gift. And Kelsey checked in with her gift. Thank you, Kelsey, so much for that here from Sioux City. And Joanne checking in from Ankeny, Iowa, with a gift. So Joanne, thank you so much for that. It needs a little closer to our goal, but we would like to be halfway to the goal by the half hour, which is 5 minutes away. And we're not going to get there without your help. Brent Canale here in studio talking to us about the Knights of Columbus, his love for the Latin Mass that he attends here, right here at St. Boniface Catholic Church, which is where our studios are located. So call in honor of the work that Brent is doing with the Knights of Columbus. Call in honor of the love that you have for the Latin Mass that you get to attend here at St. Boniface Catholic Church, and call in honor of the work that we're doing right here at Siouxland Catholic Radio. 875-5342, 855-875-5342, or you can give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Lisa, this work that we're doing with Catholic Radio and connected to the Knights of Columbus, we had some Knights of Columbus here yesterday too, is all the work for bringing souls to Christ.
It is, and the Knights of Columbus were so integral, and 2 years ago saying, we love the Eucharistic Miracles banners. And the Cathedral Knights were the first ones to be able to bring those banners and to be able to display it. You look at the work that we've done with Vacation Bible School and the reverence that your sons have shared and instilled in me, Brent, is just, I learned a lot from them, not only last summer as well as more importantly this summer from Vacation Bible School. And so listeners, I want you to know, yes, we learn things about social media and credit cards and the like, but you teach us through your faith and your love so much about the Catholic Church. Brent, what is it in your family or your eyes that makes that Latin Mass stand out and mean so much to you?
You just feel like more of a reverence for God. It forces you to kind of slow down, and you have to. You don't always understand. If you go there, like especially if you don't always understand what's going on, but it gives you a chance to slow down. And you have to think more about what's going on. We go to the different masses and masses of cathedral, and we go to those too. But we just I go to the Latin Mass, and we love the people, and we're so appreciative of the priests that work help us, and we're appreciative of Bishop Nicholas who's supported us all the years.
I love what you're saying there too, Brent, is that the rites of the Holy Mass in the Church. There are actually 7 rites that are included in the Catholic Church, and 27 different ways of having the Mass.
Yeah.
Legitimate. So you attend the Novus Ordo, you attend the Tridentine Mass, the Latin Mass. There's just so many beautiful ways to worship in our church, and I think it reminds me of kind of I've had some conversations with people say, see, what do you like better, the Rosary or the Divine Mercy Chaplet? Yes, I love them both. It's like, is one better than the other? That's where our Lord kind of meets us in that, how we all have different personalities. He meets us in that personality so that we can worship Him in a way, right, that guides us. And so the Church does have all these different rites that really are a great way to enter into the Eucharist, into the Eucharistic feast. And so I do think it's wonderful that we can embrace all of these ways to worship in the Eucharist that are approved by the Catholic Church.
Yep, and also, we have our Catholic radio here, and gives us all kinds of resources to do that. I just wanted, a lot of people I know that go to the Latin Mass, they tune into the KFHC, and I know some of the guys I know, they pray the Rosary, they turn in and they praise the Rosary along with, I know we do the Mother Angelica, but then also the Priests of the Diocese.
So what is your favorite program on Siouxland Catholic Radio?
Well, I mean, it's
Or what programs do you enjoy?
I was thinking about this. I heard some people talking. There's a lot of great programs. We love Dr. Ray. Dr. Anders is good, but nothing can really compare when you listen to the old reruns of Mother Angelica. I mean, that's the favorite. I mean, that's the best. That's the best program on EWTN still. But I love listening to Mother Angelica, and then a lot of the other programs too.
She has that sense of humor, kind of like a Dr. Ray.
Yep.
She's walked in her shoes. She provides that sense of humor and that tough love, and then she says, "You need to go listen to God."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And here's what I need you to do.
Okay.
And to me, that's what I love about her. And now Paul spends more time. Since he had a surgery last year, we listen to the Rosary at night at 8:30, and sometimes it's on TV. And he, in particular, will flip to 88.1 FM because he loves Mother Angelica and he loves that sense of humor as well as her tough love and prayer. So lovely. And by the way, thanks to Steve and all the colleagues at EWTN, it is her 100th birthday anniversary. So stop by if you are looking for her beautiful prayer for the Blessed Sacrament, and we have them for adoration, for praying at home with your families, for yourself. They are free as a gift to EWTN, so stop by and find more ways to enjoy Mother Angelica in your home.
So I'd like to thank Brett for being here with us this half hour. Again, we need your call to continue to get closer to that halfway mark. We're halfway through the hour, but not halfway through the goal. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. You can also get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. In the studio here with Lisa Niebuhr. My name is Steve Sponskowski. We're visiting with Brent Canale, and we're just at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to step away for a little transition. But Brent, any final thoughts you'd like to share with our listeners?
Let's call in and make your donation. Is it okay? Don't forget the Shroud of Turin presentation. I'm gonna go to the 1 o'clock one. So if you can't call in, bring your donation then, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Brett, don't forget, you have that opportunity if you make a donation of $500 or more between when we sent out the letter and tonight. You could take home that beautiful stained glass replica
Wow.
from the Cathedral Parish, from one of the windows. Al Metz had a friend replicate it. And the deacons are Rockhouse Brothers, and Joe Kugel said they would even install it for the right
Wow.
gift. So it is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I think that picture we've seen on our Facebook page. Is there a picture up
I
there
will
for
put it.
We'll put a picture up there on Facebook so you can see that beautiful art. It's a stained glass window, which is a replica of a window at the cathedral, and it's available to you for a pledge. If you give a gift here, a $500 donation, your name will be put into a drawing at the end of the day. To win that, at least is going to put a picture up on Facebook so you can check that out in just a few minutes. In the meantime, give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Online also at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We'll be right back. I saw it moving. I'm like, oh, where are you going? What's he doing?
Okay,
Okay, well,
you'll be around today. I'll do it when I stop now.
So we have a family pack here.
Yep.
So
So you said this was
5
good.
tickets to a game,
So what are we
2
playing?
pictures, autograph poster, and a couple hats, football for the kids, and a replica jersey. You can put the value of how you want to give away to somebody that donates. That we'll put it up on Facebook. That's what it's about.
Can we get a picture of you down the hallway with the broker?
Yep.
I asked him to go on the radio.
No.
Right. Did you read that story? We can, there are no rules. Yes, we did a fabulous Shanna, this is the person who kept talking about it.
He's right there.
All right.
Siouxland Catholic Radio to remind you and to be reminded of ourselves that there is great hope because Jesus Christ has risen from the dead, and as Father Heeman came in yesterday and said, we are people of the resurrection, and Alleluia is our song. So we're here to remind you of that, and we need your help to continue to get that message out. That's why we come and do these pledge drives twice a year and give you the opportunity to be a part of this work of evangelization that the Holy Spirit is already doing. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or you can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And Lisa, you have a couple of things you'd like to announce here.
I do, and you know, you speak of joy and you speak of Alleluia. And ladies and gentlemen, Alleluia. You're wondering whose life you touched this morning. And Brett Funk from the Sioux City Bandits just came back in. And Brett, you brought in the coolest family pack that we will give away for a donation of $250 or more by the end of the day. Will you tell everybody what's in my office?
Yeah, so I put together a family pack to come to a Sioux City Bandits game for our next season, and what we have is a 5-pack of tickets, which are good for any game. So you can choose your game for the season, a replica jersey, a couple Sioux City Bandits, big frigs, a couple hats, an autographed poster, and a pennant. So a lot of cool gear for the Bandits, and we just wanted to show our part and have somebody get that as part of their donation.
That sounds like a fun family event.
Exactly.
I almost wish I could go to it, but I don't live here, so I'd have to come back now for it. But it just sounds like so much fun.
I can attest it would be worth the trip back down.
There you go. All right. Well, folks, if you call in at a gift of $250, your name is going to be put into a drawing for that package there from the Bandits. Give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And the voice you just heard, the secret voice, is Shannon Muggenberg, joining us this morning as well. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for coming back.
I'm thrilled to be back.
We weren't too hard on you last time. You were here with us
No,
this
you
spring, I
didn't
think.
scare me away.
Very good. All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about you. What's been going on in your life since the last conversation we had?
Well, it's not very noticeable because we're on the radio, but I am preparing to give birth to my 4th child in about 2 to 3 weeks. So we're very excited and very blessed, and my 3 boys are also very excited to have another baby in the house.
And we don't know if it's boy or girl, or we're not talking
We
about
do
it.
know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But we're not talking about it because
No,
not
we're not
everybody
talking.
wants to know.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. That's good. Well, it's again the 4th child. Another great gift to the family, and your boys are excited.
They are, and actually I made a promise to my boys this morning that I have to keep, which is, hi, Mark, Henry, and Luke. May God bless you and keep you today.
Very wonderful. And hearing that from Mom on the radio, I'm sure is a great blessing. An honor to have you here again. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in your family. So you've got a new one on the way, and what's your husband up to? And your boys are now they're starting a new school year here.
They are.
Halfway through actually at this point.
Yeah, it seems like that. We've actually, I think the last year I've had it's kind of been a year of change for us. I used to have a wonderful job at Mercy One in town as the Director of Surgical Services, but I stepped back from that position to focus on graduate school, and so I'm working part-time from home, focusing on my studies. My husband has a business that he runs from our home as well, and it's just everything is so different. The entire pace of our lives has changed because both of us are in the home all day, and it's been great. I have a lot more energy and time to hang out with the children, which is wonderful. This is our first year. We are small group leaders, my husband and I, at our parish. So that's been really exciting for us as well. Trying to figure out, it's a bit of a challenge being a small group leader because you have adults in the class as well as the children. And it's challenging to come up with a lesson plan that's going to engage both parties during it. But we've been enjoying it.
Yeah. So tell us, tell me a little bit about these small groups. You said the families come together. How often do they come together?
So the intent is every Wednesday. That is a day for the church in the home. Now 2 weeks, it's the parents with the children at home catechizing their children on Wednesday nights. Just keep that night separate for God and catechizing the family. Hopefully more than just that one Wednesday, but at least that Wednesday. And then one Wednesday a month, there's a session that's done at Mater Day, where there's some education where the children get to do some fun games and they're separate, and then the parents all have some training and education that we do together. And then once a month is the small family groups, where we have about 5 or 6 families in our group, and we come together with the adults and the children.
Right. Do you know where Mater Day got the model from? Is it something developed here in the diocese? Is it spoken from? You don't know it?
I don't know the story behind it, but
Okay.
we are really enjoying it.
Yeah. Is there a name for it, or is it just called small group?
I'm sure there is a name for it.
I'm just curious because I know that one of the there's been a lot of talk over the last number of years saying that obviously the family is really the building block of the church, and so if we can rebuild the family, we can rebuild the church, and so getting parents to really understand their faith and being able to hand that on to their children is so powerful. I was just talking to this with my wife, and I teach faith formation at our parish, And I really struggle with teaching other people's children. I can teach my own children, but not everybody's children are, raised in the same way that I raise my children, so that they can come into the class and disrupt the class. You're trying to go deeper, trying to teach the faith, and part of half the time you spend trying to keep them under control, right? Or direct that energy.
Yeah, and it's quite difficult because every child is in a different place
Mm-hmm.
with their catechesis. And actually, our first group, we just kind of talked about, well, what are you hoping to get out of this? And a lot of the parents said, we don't do anything at home, and we don't know how. We go to church, and we follow the motions, but we don't know how to bring, the Catholic Church into our home. And so that's really been our focus. A lot of what we're talking about are the sacraments, but the focus for our small family group that we kind of all agreed upon was we're going to figure out ways that you can, kind of like the little holy moments, just little ways that we can bring the Catholic Church and our faith into our homes. It doesn't have to be big, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to be something. We have to start.
Yeah. It's a great model and a great indication, I think, that because as parents, we need to be involved in the formation of our children in their faith, and if we don't become formed ourselves, it kind of at a certain point our children are beyond us.
Yeah, and I think that responsibility is so huge, and it can be almost crippling for the parents that we're so afraid of messing it up that we don't even begin.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of my challenge to all of us, myself included, is just begin small. And one of the things actually that we do, my husband started doing it, and I took on myself, is we stop saying goodbye to our children when they get on the bus. We say God bless you. And just what a small little change to make, but what a profound impact it really has on our children. That I'm sending you away with a prayer for God's blessings today.
Yeah. And actually, what's interesting about that, if you look at the etymology of the word, the root of the word, goodbye is God bless you. It's just been elided, smashed together as a religion. But you take the word and smash it together, it means God bless you. So we might as well just say God bless you.
Mm-hmm.
I often love that phrase. People say, Happy holidays. You might as well just say happy holy days, because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the holy days. It's not happy holidays. It's happy holy days, days of blessing. And so we look at these words of where they came from, the world is like, well, let's just smash that together. We should lose the meaning. And so it's good. Slow down, hold us apart, and let's say exactly what it means.
Yeah, and I've actually heard that before, right here on Siouxland Catholic Radio, which, that goodbye means God bless you, and we've contracted it down into something that's lost the original meaning. And that's just how people used to commonly greet each other. God bless you.
Go with God, right? It's something often we read about. So, one be at with God. So, you folks, this is Siouxland Catholic Radio, and as Shanna mentioned, start small. Right? The kind of thinking in the head kind of keeps something in the head. A lot of people think, well, I can't give $1,000 to Siouxland Catholic Radio because I can't afford that. That's not what we're asking. We're asking you to start where you can. Don't be overwhelmed by the fact that you can't pay all of our bills. None of us can pay all of our bills at Siouxland Catholic Radio, but all of us together can. So what gift can you give? Where can you start? Maybe you have been listening to Siouxland Catholic Radio for a number of years, and you just haven't been able to start giving. Can you call in and just start the process? I want to share with you, that there's a sense that people think, well, someday when I'm rich, I'm going to give a lot of money to these charities I love. And actually, all the studies and all the experience will show that it's not about the amount of money you have. It's the level of generosity in your heart that counts. That's where it starts. So when you have a little money, if you're generous with a little money, you will be generous with a lot of money. When you have a lot of money, you don't have generosity in your heart, you're not going to be generous. So the invitation is to start now. Start small. What is your level of generosity? And that level of generosity starts with kind of a sense of where does what I have come from? And we're reminded that all we have is gift. Our very life is a gift from God. We wouldn't exist without His love, without His life within us. And so remember that everything you have, everything I have is a gift. And that we're called to give from that gift. So the invitation is start small. Grow in generosity. Look at what you have as gift, and we're asking you to think about what could you give in generosity to Siouxland Catholic Radio. Is it $5? Is it $10? Is it $20? Is it $30? Is it $30 a month? Whatever it is it $1,000? It doesn't matter The amount only matters to you and to God. But for us, we need your help, because if we all lift a little bit, we lift everything high. So help us continue on this work by giving us your gift during this pledge drive. 855-875-5342 is the number you can call to make the pledge. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We're in studio here with Shanna Muckenberg and Lisa Niebuhr. My name is Steve Swanskowski. And we're just here encouraging you to be part of this work, right, Lisa?
Right, and see, most people think that what Siouxland Catholic Radio wants is somebody to win the lottery. I'm going to tell you no. I don't want somebody to win the lottery because we see so many people that have problems. But if each one of us, not but, and if each one of us did $1 a day, or whatever God is calling us, that makes this radio station so cool. And you're probably thinking to yourself, there have been a lot more people on this pledge drive. It used to be somebody would come in for an hour, and we're seeing the growth of our family and the expansion of our family, of everybody who says, I can do this. And so we've got how many people coming in every half hour for 3 days coming in, each one saying, I'd like to give a half hour of my time. We're asking you to have that conversation. Stop for a minute. Give praise to God from whom all blessings have come. And then to say to God, how can I do that? How can I improve my life? How can I change the lives of others? And your gift is going to have a transformational impact. Just as Shanna is sitting here and saying, oh, baby number 4, I wonder what impact this little guy or little girl is going to have on the world. And your son Mark last year, his beautiful artwork, oh, he melted so many hearts, and he's one of the reasons why listeners, you see the stories of the kids' artwork. Because he shared that gift, he told us a little bit more, and now we're bringing it to you. So show your love and support for Shanna and the family, as well as all the great things happening in modern day that are happening as a collaboration with Siouxland Catholic Radio by picking up the phone. 1-855-875-5342. Donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com or via Venmo to Nancy, the American Express card.
Very good.
I think about what Mother Angelica would say is just, we're not asking you to give up everything. Just keep this radio station somewhere between your food bill and your utility bill. That's very appreciated.
And I love that visual, right, between your food bill and your utility bill. While they're both necessary, right, you got to stay warm, especially in the northern country, and you have to have food. So this is also, in a sense, the Lord inviting Mother Angelica, with that invitation to the Lord, is inviting us to see this as a necessity. Our faith, growing in our faith, and supporting the growth of others in faith is a necessity. We are called to evangelization just as much as we are called to try to stay alive. And so that's the call, that's the invitation. So
this radio station is helping us get to heaven.
Amen.
That's the mission. That's the reality.
Yep.
This is helping this entire community get to heaven.
Right. Exactly. So help us continue that work. Give us a call, 855-875-5342. You can join Shanna and give me a gift. She gave a gift. Thank you, Shanna, for that from Cornick, Iowa here. And Barbara checking in also with the next gift. Thank you so much for that. Again, remember, some levels, and these are just suggestions. So again, I wanted to remind you, invitation to give at whatever level you can. We are so thankful for whatever gift you can give. If you would like a suggestion, I got a couple suggestions for you. We do have those light up rosaries that you've seen yesterday and today, that if you give a $250 donation, we're going to put your name into a drawing for that. Also, we have the Notre Dame football personalized and autographed by the head coach, Marcus Freeman. If you give a $500 donation, that your name will be put into a drawing for that. Or the stained glass window we just put up on Facebook. That is a replica of one of the stained glass windows at our cathedral right here in Sioux City, Iowa. If you give a $500 donation, your name will be put into a drawing for that. Those are suggestions if you can afford a $250 gift or a $500 gift. And remember, you can split that out over the month, so you don't have to give it all right now. So at $250, that would be less than $30 a month. So that would be right about, 18? Do the math here. I'm not going to do it on fly. You figure it out. 250 divided by 12 per month. Or you can do 500. I know that's $60 a month. But if you want to give a gift at whatever level, again, we're just asking you to step out in faith and trust and help us continue this work on Siouxland Catholic Radio. 855-875-5342 or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. last hour.
Don't forget that amazing gift basket that Brett brought.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's not on my notes here, so we'll have to get that up on the notes.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back with the dollar amount. But remember, that's 5 tickets that you can redeem for any home football game this season. So you can even break it up and take one child one time, another child another time. You know, kind of cool. You've got an autographed signature picture with all the bandits. You've got the cool big Fred tumblers, which is absolutely amazing, and a shirt. And Shelly, we're talking about Mother Angelica. Father Harold Cooper was so close to Mother Angelica, and he established the soup kitchen, Trinity Heights in Siouxland Catholic Radio, because he wanted to not only nurture our bodies, but our hearts and our minds and our souls. And it took a lot of years, and he kept putting that foot forward one by one. 10 years or more to keep the radio station on the air, and here we are now 15 years later. If you would love to say, oh, yep, Father, I can do that too. I want to be the Father Cooper of today. You can do something as simple as Karen from Kingsley did yesterday, $1 a day. Now, who of us can't put aside $1 a day for Catholic Radio to nourish not only your heart and soul, but the lives and souls of others?
Absolutely. Give us a call. Help us continue to work. 855-875-5342. Phones are a little quiet this hour. They were ringing off the hook last hour, but we need your help. Either way, online, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, Venmo, or by calling 855-875-5342. Just 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Give us a call and help us. Shanna, why should people call and support Siouxland Catholic Radio?
Well, like I said earlier, this radio station here is saving souls and changing lives, and I can think of no greater organization to support.
Absolutely. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Many gifts available here for you. We want to give something back to you. We just love giving stuff to you. And we want to be generous too. That's our goal. Our goal is to be generous. And so we have these gifts that we have are actually been generously donated to us. And we're thinking, should we take this on? No, we should give it to other people. Now that's what we're going to do. We're going to give it to you, but we need your call. Your gift here at Siouxland Catholic Radio, so we can put your name in the hat for some of these great gifts we have available. Also, remember to stop by and see the great display on the Shroud of Turin. We've got here just in the basement of the church over here, St. Boniface Catholic Church. Next to our studio is a wonderful display. There's going to be a
Jim Thurston is
yeah,
going to be speaking
presentation
today at 1 and 6:30, and I know that there are many visitations that some of you are going to. So stop by, take your time, peruse these beautiful banners. They're made possible by your support. We're not asking you to pay to come in and see them. It's here thanks to your generosity. So swing by, come say hello to Shanna, and see everything that we have going on.
Yeah, so the display by Jim at 1 o'clock, and then another one at
6:30 tonight.
6:30 tonight. So stop by, take a look at the display, and then it's amazing the science that they've discovered about really the resurrection of Christ and how his body passed through the shroud, passed through, and they have scientific proof to show that his body passed right through that shroud. It's his resurrection with his glorified body. And so it's just a great opportunity to learn more about the Shroud of Turin here at 1 o'clock and 6:30 today. Also, you can bring your pledge by, or you can call us at 855-875-5342, or get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
Thank you, listeners. Thank you, Shanna, for coming back, and thank you several years ago for just changing your dial and finding SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. It's just that easy.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, folks. You're listening to KFHC, Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA, Storm Lake, 88.1 FM, Siouxland Catholic Radio. We'll be right back. You recognize how the Lord has been so generous to you by giving you and me life, and that all we have is gift from the Father. And a gift we have that we have a gift that's not with us today, Lisa. Larry Locke cannot be with us because he's had knee surgery, but he's usually here answering phones for us.
Larry Locke, as many of you know from Sacred Heart Parish, is always here. He's the gentleman answering the phone, and his gift of prayers and love are being sent to all of us. So if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to start out this time before we begin with Kathy and offer up a glory be for Larry's quick and wonderful surgery recovery. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen. Glory be to the Father,
the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen.
Lord, heal Larry's knee this day if he's experiencing any pain. Help that to go away and for the peace and joy, and hope that he enjoys listening. I'm sure he's listening right now on Siouxland Catholic Radio as he's been here all these many years in the pledge drive. So Larry, thank you for your help and thank you for your prayers, Larry. Say prayers for our pledge drive so that the people will call in. And if you're thinking, oh gosh, I'd love to call in, but I don't know what that number. And if Larry was here, he would say 855-875-5342. He wants you to call that number, 855-875-5342, so you can take your pledge. And we want to take your pledge. SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Give us a call right now.
And ladies and gentlemen, a lady who has given her gifts so unselfishly to Siouxland Catholic Radio is behind the scenes, and today is at the forefront. And the bells are ringing for Kathy Pinn. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Lisa.
We tell our listeners who don't know you and Gordon very well a little bit about the two of you.
Yeah, well, actually, I was born and raised in Sioux City. And in fact, all 9 of my brothers and sisters, all 9 of us, backers, were born in Sioux City at St. Joe Hospital. So I'm the oldest of the crew, and I was baptized at St. Jean Baptist Church, Catholic Church, which was on West 7th, a long time ago. And I made my first communion there. But then in the 3rd grade, we moved to Morningside and we joined IC, and I went to school there. And all my brothers and sisters graduated from Immaculate Conception. And then 8 of us graduated from here. And we all sacrificed a lot. I used to go to school, Catholic school, so that was very nice. And in March of 1969, I married Gordon, and our 2 girls also lived with me. We were living in Sioux Falls for the first 3 years of the and they both went to Blessed Catholic and baptized me because they're both with families of their own. This lives in Sioux City and Marcy in Harrisburg and the 2 Falls. When Gordon and I got married, Uncle Sam took us overseas, let us travel. So we actually were in Mississippi, Hurricane Camp, and in Texas, after that, and then we went to Turkey. Gordon came down and saw our honeymoon.
To be in the military. Service and your sacrifice and spending your honeymoon in military traveling the world.
In the first apartment, they had no hot water. We had to burn wood per house. So this guy was a girl scout. Anyway, that's kind of good. And of course, I did not go to college right after high school, but I did over the years. And I worked actually overseas, here in Turkey. I worked for the fiscal control office, so I started my time there. And when we came back, I started taking classes. It took me about 12 years of just putting the classes through my degree, and started my final degree, and I've been working in it over 50 years. So that's what brought me to, well, in my last position, what now is with Helen Associates. I started my company 15 years ago, which brought me here.
You're here to Siouxland Catholic Radio because you do the accounting for us, right?
Yes, I have been. I'm retiring.
Oh, we won't tell anybody that. Don't tell anybody. That's just, no one knows that now.
We're transitioning.
Very good. Well, thank you for all you do, Kathy, for Siouxland Catholic Radio. And of course, you've been all these years seeing all the generosity that people bring in during our pledge drive and the support. As you see these the generous gifts.
No, you're not.
and just looked at her and said, "No, you're not." That means she's not retired. Nobody does anything around here without Anne's permission. So all these years, you've seen these gifts, Kathy, that people have given in support of Siouxland Catholic. What does that do for your heart?
Well, it actually is very warming. It's just so neat to see, and I love the fact when we moved from Douglas down here to St. Boniface. I love this area. It's so nice and having the church right there. And the people coming in now, like, all of these people do their help. It's really heartwarming. And I think the programs and stuff, it's just so interesting. Things that happen.
Yeah, and what a great gift we have here in our own backyard, and made possible by you, but not possible unless you help us continue this work. We've been on the air for 15 years, since 2008, but it's only because of the generosity of our donors like you who are listening right now. And so we're here to help continue this work, but we can't do it without your help. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or you can give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. I'd like to thank Ben Hornick from Hornick, Iowa, checking in last hour to help get us a little closer to last hour's goal. We didn't quite make the goal last hour, and so we're going to need your help to get to the goal this hour. And without your help, it won't be possible. We do have a match. Actually, we have a $300 match provided here this hour by Gordon and Kathy in studio right here. So she's going to do, Kathy and Gordon are going to do a dollar for dollar match this hour with your help. So let's don't leave any of that money literally on the table, sitting right in front of you on the table. You don't leave any money on the table. Give us a call right now and help make that match a possibility. 855-875-5342. Give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
So Kathy, what's the most memorable or standout memory you have over the years here at Siouxland Catholic Radio?
I'll tell you what is kind of interesting to me is that when we came to St. Marcus, to the offices here in Newton, that was Sunday. And then I realized the house across the street here, my grandparents owned that when I was a child. And in fact, Joe is he's married to my cousin Deanna. And he said, then I got me over there. So that was kind of just a highlight that spot, because the memories of coming back, visiting ones.
And talking about the walking tour this summer or this spring of St. Boniface Church, and when we were talking about St. Jude's, that's something that I didn't know in St. Mary's Church. And so what a great way for me to learn. And then to find out Joe Lilly and I have some connections from a friend of his. And so it's been fun that Siouxland Catholic Radio continues to be that integral part of our lives, kind of like our veins that brings God's love to each member of the family and keeps us all woven and connected together.
Meeting a lot of people or seeing people I haven't seen in a long time. It's good. Kind of come together from different things. Because when we first moved back to Sioux City, we lived in Sioux Falls for that long year. We lived on the north side, so we were that's exactly 30 years. So we just recently, 4 years ago, we moved from the north side, downsized, and decided to have a nice one-story house after Gordon had surgery. And so we love it, and we're back in the morning side of the not a day. And of course, I grew up at IC.
And tell our listeners, beyond working in your own business and helping us here at Siouxland Catholic Radio, you are so integral in modern day church. Would you elaborate a little bit?
Well, I don't know. Integral. I'm trying to help out. We're in Christian ministry. I actually was on this video. I was exactly right. But once I had the opportunity for the first time to be in our snowy sponsor last year, which was really nice. I enjoyed that. I'm going this week with future people. So we got friends who was there, and he sponsored someone else that was going to. So that was really something that I hadn't done before. I'd actually like to go through just the
What was the most memorable part, or what stood out in that experience?
Well, I don't know that I was just so happy that the friend that was going through that was so interested. And just having grown up in Creole country, I'm still learning a lot and deeper into the faith, just going through that, deeper, just talking over the word. That was pretty interesting. And going to the church, he said, these actually talking people, this is good for me.
And how about Siouxland Catholic Radio? What is your favorite program, and how does it help you go deeper in your faith?
heard you asking her. Actually, Jerry and Debbie is probably my favorite. I love Joanne's program. Faith in Action.
Yes, Faith in Action.
Wonderful.
It's sponsored by Mary's Choice.
That's right. It's just so interesting. In fact, I listened to Jerry and Debbie Monday. Jerry wasn't there, Debbie was. She talked about guardian angels and special stories people would call in about their guardian angels, stuff like that. But the one thing she brought up that I didn't know was that when you die, your guardian angel becomes your best friend. She said that at least 3 times, and I was like, I've never heard that before. That's pretty cool.
That's really cool because I missed that, so thank you.
Yes, she studied, and has studied. She said there's a lot. You know, this is a lot of guardian angels, but I've never heard that, so I was kind of like, oh, that's interesting.
And she sends her love to Steve. Jerry and Debbie were going to join us the other day. Jerry was traveling back, could not join us, and then we had some guests that walked in unexpectedly, and we wanted to make sure that they had that opportunity to be on the air. So how divine that you were listening to them, they were going to join us, and that connection and that love of Catholic radio is growing and teaching us all.
And I think, there are several programs that I think are great, but I guess Jerry Debbie just seems to be one that I catch more often than not. And I try to get in the comment on Joanne as much as I can,
So,
Sorry, if you're just joining us, this is our spring pledge drive here on Siouxland Catholic Radio, and we are having a great conversation here with Kathy Pinn. She's offering a $300 match, dollar for dollar match. You can call in and help us make that match. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Also, you can give on Venmo. Why do you love Siouxland Catholic Radio? As Kathy was mentioning, so many great programs that she loves here. And we try not to cover those programs up too often, just twice a year. We come to you for 3 days for our pledge drive here because we need to continue to pay the bills here at Siouxland Catholic Radio. In fact, yesterday, Lisa and Kathy, we got an invoice for the engineering costs for the coming year, about $19,000, $19,500 and some dollars for the things we have to upgrade. We have equipment here that at the studio and at the power site that hasn't been upgraded for 15 years, and it's starting to fail on us. And our engineer said, we better get in front of this or we're going to go off the air. And so Dr. Paul handed me an invoice yesterday and said, well, here's something we're up against. We have to look at it. So $19,000 in equipment, upgrades and repairs that we have to make in the coming years. So that's worth a lot of this money for our pledge drive goes towards to keep the signal on the air. We can't do it without your help. And I know you're thinking, Steve, I can't write you a check for $19,000. That's okay. You don't have to. Could you write a check for $30? Could you do something like Kathy did and said, I'm going to give $300? Could you give $30 a month? Could you give, that's $1 a day. What can you get? You're an accountant, Kathy. What can you get for $1 a day?
Not much.
Not much, right? I mean, for $1 a day, holy cow. I mean, half of us waste $1 a day just on things that we don't need. If you could give $1 a day, that's $360 a year to Siouxland Catholic Radio. Huge. That would actually match right now Kathy's gift, more than match your gift, and help that make your dollar become $2. So you'd actually be giving $2 a day if you made a gift for $1 a day right now at the Siouxland Catholic Radio. But we're inviting you to give a gift to Siouxland Catholic Radio. Call that number, 855-875-5342. Phone lines are a little quiet right now, so we need you to light them up. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We have some gifts for you. You're thinking, well, I'm trying to figure out what kind of a gift I should give. Well, here's a couple of thoughts, and I want you to keep in mind that this is not saying that we do not love the gifts that are $10, $15, whatever gift you can give. We want you to give that gift. We really appreciate that gift. But if you want an idea, here's a couple of ideas. We've got some gifts for you at the $250 level and the $500 level. So the $500 is $60 a month, right? If you're going to give a $500 level. And if you want to give it $250, what's $250 divided by 12, Kathy? You're fast. No? You're trying to figure that out. Good.
Well, $15.
Yeah, 15 would be $180 a year. So
it's $20.83. So ladies and gentlemen,
21.
if you make a $21 donation
there you go.
and you said, oh, Siouxland Catholic Radio, you take care of that credit card, please. If you donated $21, that would almost cover $250.
There you go. So
That's so easy.
yeah, $21 a month, which is $250 a year. So again, a couple of gift packages. If you give at that $21 a month, you're going to get your name put into a drawing for the Bandit Family Package, which includes 5 tickets for the family, 2 hats, a football, autographed pictures, and also a jersey to the Bandits. So you can take your family to a game if you're 5. If you have 5 in your family, you have 10 in your family, well, half of your family can go to the game. But it's again, whoever you want, or as Lisa mentioned last hour, you can take, it could be a night out, mom and dad with one of the kids. Mom and dad, we love to do that with our kids. Kathy, we do. Jacinta and I take our kids out once in a while. It's like it's a night out with mom and dad, and we take them to supper, and we have a conversation. And that ringing of the bell means we got another phone call. And we need your phone call. So could you give it that $200, $250 level, or $21 a month? You could also get your name put into a drawing for this light up rosary that we were talking about yesterday. We've got a couple of those to give away for $250. Or if you'd like to give it that $500 level, you get your name put into a drawing for this beautiful stained glass window, which is a replica of one of the windows over at the cathedral here in town. You could get your name into a drawing for that, or you could also have your name drawn for Notre Dame football, personalized and autographed by the head coach, Marcus Freeman. A couple of thoughts for you if you'd like to give it that $250 level or the $500 level. But we would love to just have your call at whatever level of gift you'd love to give here at Siouxland Catholic Radio. Give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Steve Sponskowski along with Lisa Niebuhr, and we're in studio with Kathy Pinn, and she's been the accountant here for helping us with at Siouxland Catholic Radio for many, many years, and she's never retiring, and she's going to continue to help us all these years. That's what Ann says. But we are so appreciative of Kathy coming here and sharing with us your love for Siouxland Catholic Radio. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
And then other programs, so you talked about Kathy, you talked about the Take Two with Jerry and Debbie, one of your favorite programs. What other programs do you love, Kathy?
Well, Pop Chucks. I think
Yeah.
they're very good.
They're on right now.
Yes, that's right.
You're on the radio. Lisa Pop.
We're talking about faith in action with Joanne.
Oh, yeah, and absolutely. David. David was here. I was out of town, so I couldn't just go to the program. And Dr. Ray, of course, a hoot. And he would draw near with Sarah.
May I ask, they look like quite a gift or doing some collaboration with Modern Day Parish.
Yeah.
What do you enjoy about drawing in their program?
Well, actually, I went to the retreat they just had at Modern Day. And I was really impressed with both of them for the retreat. So it made me more interested in listening to the program.
And as you're saying that, listeners, I want you to understand, because there is this misperception, and you being our accountant and being auditing, there are many people think that, oh, the radio station has this just fabulous affinity with Modern Day. It's been a collaboration, and when they started saying, okay, listen, we want to underwrite, and so they put together a package that worked well for them, kind of like a monthly package of saying, how can we help bring those messages? And the number of people like yourself that went to that intentional discipleship retreat said, I saw it in the bulletins, and Siouxland Catholic Radio was just one more pathway that God helped remind me, this is where I need to be. I heard Father talk about it, I saw it in the bulletins, I heard it in Siouxland Catholic Radio, and I made that call. And so many people have applauded Fred and parents, and that has made me more intentional in my discipleship, and it's changing my life. And that's what our whole ministry is. We are here to support the parishes, the priests, and all of the fabulous ministries, and be that additional pathway to allow God to be able to reach into your heart and say, this is what I need you to do. This is where I'm calling you to love and to serve.
I agree.
And you are also one of our monthly angels, aren't you?
Actually, I'm changing that to doing the donations during the pledge drive, but I have been for
the deletion, kind of like those messages you hear every day on Siouxland Catholic Radio. Why do you make that choice?
Because it makes it like seem like you don't even know it's happening. And the thought of it.
And how important to you working as our accountant and hearing about the technology growing needs that we have. Why is it important to make that investment in our infrastructure?
Well, yes. Obviously, things are older, and if you don't keep up with it, the equipment and everything, it just means actually more maintenance costs as he comes in all the time, because we see those bills every month for that, that he was doing, because he's constantly having to take care of things. So the older it is, obviously, even like cars or whatever we have, there's more maintenance that's happening. So I think it's important that
And what the reference Kathy and Lisa are referencing here, they just mentioned that our engineer gave us an invoice saying over the next 12 months we're going to have to put in $19,000 worth of equipment updates and repairs. And so that's what one of the reasons we do our pledge drive here is to cover the cost of that. And I know it's like, oh, it's not exciting to pay for bills, but you know what? Bills are real, and we have to pay them. And that's where also the other piece of, as you mentioned, Kathy, those monthly donors. If you can give $1 a day or $30 a month, we have very, very monthly bills. Our monthly bills are very, very, very monthly. They're very consistent, and those who give at a very consistent level on a monthly basis, we know that we can have money to pay the bills on a monthly basis, and that helps us out tremendously. If you can help pledge here at Siouxland Catholic Radio. So help us with that pledge drive here. I would like to thank a couple people checking. Rosie and Ed called in with a gift and the meeting, helping with that match. That again, Gordon and Kathy are offering a $300 match this hour. $250 of that is left for your match at 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Also, you can get on Venmo. Look us up on Venmo. SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com is our website, and our phone number 855-875-5342. Kathy Pinn in studio here with Lisa Niebuhr. My name is Steve Smolskowski. Lisa, Kathy, just a couple minutes left. Anything you'd like to share with our listeners? Thinking, why should I support Siouxland Catholic
I think it's something that everyone needs to listen to and be part of. I try to tell my daughters, or help the ones that you thought that they can still get into it, and they got to get it with their families. It's important. It helps to grow your faith. And learn more. I mean, I learned something this week I didn't know. So I think it's really important to provide the financial assistance to help the station people.
And we can learn something every day, no matter how old we are, right? It's like every day we learn something new.
And see, people think that it's you, our listeners, that are making a donation. We asked Kathy to come on because we want people to hear beyond the Al's and Ann's and Lisa's that our staff and volunteers are making those sacrificial hits. Every month, putting that investment away. You see the impact that we have. You see the growing demands that we have. And that's why your support is needed. We want to continue to provide the best programs. And it's because of great people like Kathy and you that we are able to do that. And thank you, Kathy, for all of you have done to Siouxland Catholic Radio.
And very interesting.
Good. And folks, we'd be very interested in your phone call right now at 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We're going to step away for just a minute, coming back with an interview with Deacon Dan Goebel on the other side of the break. But while we're on a break, give us a call, 855-875-5342, or give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Thank you.
Joined by
Lisa Niebuhr, good morning, Brandon. It's great to have you back again today. Francesca, thank you. And we were just talking with Deacon Dan Goebel, who was in the studio today, how much he loves your singing the chaplet. So kudos to you all. And ladies and gentlemen, Deacon Dan Goebel from Siouxland Catholic School, from the Pilgrim Cluster, as well as Galen's volleyball coach. Good morning, Deacon Dan.
Good morning, thanks for having me.
So Dan, I don't know if a lot of our listeners know you very well. Will you please tell them a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I grew up in Granville, graduated from Siouxland Catholic School, high school at the time, and I live in Sioux City, Dutch country, with my wife and 3 daughters. One's a junior at Galen and 2 are in college. I serve the parishes, as you said, of Alton, Granville, and Hotspurs. I work at Siouxland Catholic School and coach volleyball on the side at Galen Catholic School. So I'm blessed to be part of this organization.
Well, it's so good to have you this morning. I just want to give out our number for our listeners who are ready to give. I know that you're listening there. You're ready to pledge. You just need that number. So it's 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. You can also donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can also open up the Siouxland Catholic Radio app and donate there as well. I'm going to be honest here for everybody listening, we are quite a ways from our goal for this hour, so we really want to get those phones rolling, get those online donations rolling, so that we can make our hourly goal as we head into our break here at 11 o'clock. So that number again is 855-875-5342. Deacon, the theme this week of the pledge drive is why Catholic Radio. So what would your answer be to that?
Catholic radio has played such a big part in my life. I can only speak for myself. When I was younger, when my wife and I first had our 3 daughters, I stayed home with them for a few years. That was the biggest blessings of my life. It was such a great time to be able to spend that with them. And during that time, I kind of got hooked on EWTN, watching them on TV when I was home with my girls. We'd love to play the chaplet in the afternoon. That was kind of the way to get them to fall asleep and take a nap. But we really loved what we saw and what we experienced there. I thought to myself, boy, it would be nice to have a Catholic radio station, close by that we could listen to. And that was the early 2000s, and not shortly thereafter, KFHC was founded and started and such, and it was such a great blessing to our community. I don't get it well up where I'm from, but I can always tune in on my computer and phone to be able to listen to it there. But I love the programming that's on there. There's so much available, so much depth, so much goodness that people can really listen to and go deeper into their Catholic faith, and it's been a blessing for me to be able to do that as well. And where I'm from, Orange City, what really spurred me to want a Catholic radio station in the area was because I listened to Protestant radio close by, and they would always, many times at night, they would have many arguments against the Catholic faith, or teachings that were contrary to the Catholic faith. And I thought, boy, if we could have some Catholic radio close by that can counter that, one thing for me to learn more about it so I can talk to people about it, but also that people could tune in and listen to that as well. So it's been a blessing for me and our community here.
Absolutely, and it continues to be a blessing for the many listeners who not just support, but listen every single day. So I want to give out that number again, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. And if you're just tuning in, we do have some great opportunities as well at certain giving levels. So maybe you want to call in and give a $250 donation. Steve said earlier that's about $21 a month. That gets you entered in to win a light-up rosary. It's a giant light-up rosary. I don't know, it's got to be 6 feet tall. Yeah.
2.5 feet wide.
Absolutely, and it lights up. So I think it'd be a great Christmas decoration as we prepare to head into the Advent and Christmas season after that. So that's an option. We're going to be giving away 2 of those. There also is a family package for the Bandit football team, which includes 5 tickets, 2 hats, a football, an autographed picture, and jersey. So those are a couple of great opportunities for the $250 level. If you're thinking, I think the Lord is calling me to give a little bit more than that, at the $500 donation level, you could be entered in to win a stained glass window, which is actually a replica of a window at the cathedral here in Sioux City. Also, there's an opportunity to win a Notre Dame football, which will be personalized and autographed by the head coach, Marcus Freeman. So, Deacon Dan, if you gave $500, I'm not saying you have to, but it would be to Deacon Dan from Marcus Freeman would autograph it. So that personalization is pretty cool. So both of those are opportunities for $500. And maybe you just want to call in and give $1 a day, right? Maybe you want to call in and give $30 a month, which is about $365 a year. Whatever the Lord is laying on your heart, whatever gift, everything, Lisa, is greatly appreciated, and we are certainly thankful for your pledge to help keep Siouxland Catholic Radio on the air.
And Brandon, while you were talking, 3 phones rang.
3 phones.
One right next door to me, Deacon Dan called with a $500 matching gift.
Wow.
And then I heard 2 phones ring. And so Deacon Dan, you and I had the opportunity to collaborate over the years. The question I never asked you is, what's your favorite program on Siouxland Catholic Radio?
Dr. Ray is probably my favorite. He's such a hoot. I love listening to him. He's got so much wisdom, but he does it with such a fun personality and such. Dr. David Anders, I love listening to him as well. The chaplain is something else that I really love as well. So there's so much, but those are the top 3, I'd say.
And you are challenging folks out of your love for Dr. Ray, because you have that same humor, that love of faith for Dr. David Andrews, and of course the chaplain, and being that great dad that takes the time with your girls to pray. And ladies and gentlemen, I've watched him in action at class, at meetings over the years. Truly a man of great faith who inspires all of us. So I'm asking you to follow Deacon Dan's lead and make that donation by picking up the phone. And yes, Deacon Dan, we do Venmo too, so to make it easier for folks to be able to donate.
There's no excuse. They've got
Exactly.
all
There
kinds
is
of options
no
to get.
excuse.
Deacon, I'm just so impressed by the diaconate here in the Diocese of Sioux City. We have the brothers Brockhouse on the past few mornings, along with Deacon Joe Twidwell, and we've got you on now. It just seems to be so alive and so active, which is beautiful. Can you just talk a little bit about what it means to be a deacon?
Sure. Praise be to God. First and foremost, it's a call from Him. We don't choose it; He calls us to that, and we get the choice to respond or not. But yeah, I feel there's this great swelling up of this service through the diaconate in our diocese. The group that I was ordained with, just a tremendous group of men. Their families are fantastic. Behind every good deacon is a good wife.
Yes.
Lisa, you know that you're a support to your husband, and our families pray for us and such. But what a blessing it is to be able to serve the church. I mean, I think I receive so much more in return than what I'm able to give, and I'm not worthy of that, but praise be to God that I'm allowed to be part of that. So.
Brandon, the other great service that I see is, in addition to the deacons, is the swelling and the growing love of young men to the priesthood in our Catholic schools. It seems with the addition of Father Solintis and Father Shane and Father Travis and our young priests in the school spending time with the kids, a Father Doug Klein, a Father Kevin Rickford, a Father Isley, who never missed all of the different concerts and events at different schools and parishes, a Father Friedman.
Father Stoll from Hospers, Archbishop Schnurr.
Sure.
Yeah, there's 4 priestly vocations that come out of a small little parish in Hospers, Iowa. So I'm going to put a plug in. Hospers, St. Anthony's Parish, come in or get on the phone, get online, make a pledge if you will. But that's been a parish that's been so alive with the call to vocation and responding to that.
And I want to encourage all of our listeners to call in honor of their deacon. It sounds like there's several deacons throughout the diocese, and so you probably, if you're listening, have a deacon at your parish. So call in honor of your deacon. I just think that priests are so important. We love our priests, but they can't do everything. They're so busy with this and that and serving the parishioners. And so what a great gift to be able to have our deacons to take some of that load off the shoulders of our priests.
Right now, we can't replace them, but we're there to support them and aid them and continue to pray for vocations to the priesthood in response to that. So we really need prayers for holy vocations across the board: marriages, call to the priesthood, religious life, single life. We need more holy vocations in general, but especially the priesthood. So without the priest, we don't have the Mass. Without the Mass, we need priest.
Amen to that. The number to call in and pledge your support is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
And we do have that $500 challenge match right now from Deacon Dan Goebel. Deacon Goebel, what is one of those very special memories of being a deacon that you wish more people knew about that would inspire them to become a deacon, or for us to appreciate the great work that you do?
Boy, that'd be hard to say. There's so many of them. I would say probably the biggest gift or the biggest grace in serving as a deacon is celebrating baptism. You know, there's a number of sacraments that we can participate in such, but baptism is probably the most beautiful sacrament that I get to participate in. You see this family, sometimes they're far away from the church, sometimes they're immersed in the church day in and day out, they're there and such, but these parents are bringing their child to the church in faith, and you kind of meet them where they're at and draw them in and ask them, you know, to participate in the faith in whatever way they can. But here's a new child now being baptized and brought into the family of God, and it's just such an amazing thing to be part of that and to be able to experience that sacrament, that new life in this child. Just beautiful.
One of my favorite, and I don't know whose show it was on Catholic Radio, and they were saying, well, why can't they be married outside of the church? And one of the hosts said, if you have baptism in the church, and we want to bring the whole family together in God's building, why do you want to get married someplace else? If your love for God begins in the church and the home, why are you taking it elsewhere? And to me, that was the aha and the bell to be able to say, no, you don't want to get married anyplace else, and here's why. And again, it goes back to that joyful sacrament of baptism and bringing the family together. And for you as a deacon to be able to help celebrate that very special sacrament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a blessing. And you look at, to your point about, you know, wanting to celebrate marriage outside of the church and such, you come into the church and here we have the Creator. You know, we don't have to go outside and look at what He's created. We can come into the church and celebrate, you know, Himself there present with us. So,
And what I love about Catholic Radio is, you know, whether it's Dr. David Anders or you tune into Catholic Answers, you're not going to get an answer that is just so over the top that you can't ever repeat it. They break it down into an easy to access apologetics lesson, right? To be able to go out and share with the others. Can you talk a little about that?
well, yeah, that, as you were saying, that it triggered my memories and such when I was staying home with my girls. That's where a lot of my faith grew. But it wasn't just staying home with them. It was the time before that and then after that. When I was working in Orange City, I worked with a lot of my Protestant brothers and sisters there. And that's probably where the greatest growth in my faith took place, or at least as impetus for the growth in my faith, because they would challenge me. Well, why do you pray to her? Why do you worship her? Why do you do this and that, all those things? And so to try to set them straight, I didn't always know the answer. So, you know, I'd listen to EWTN, I'd listen to Catholic Radio, and have those sources feeding me and nourishing me and helping me to then go back and say, okay, let's have a conversation about this. Let's talk about this. Deacons have the opportunity, all of us, the lay faithful, have that opportunity. And there's places where a priest can't get, there's places where deacons can't get, where the lay people have that opportunity, whether it's at work, whether it's, you know, on the golf course, wherever it is, we can connect with those people around us. And there's so many people that have so many questions about the Catholic faith, whether they're Catholic or not, and we have those opportunities to be able to share just the beauty and the depth of the Catholic faith. And once we start digging into that, it's not so much about rules and regulations and all that, it's about the beauty of what God has given us and entrusted to His church.
Yeah, and I've heard a couple of stories just on this lunch drive about people who know of non-Catholics calling in to listen to Catholic radio because they want to understand more about the Catholic faith. We also know that people come into the church as a result of Catholic radio. We had Nick Roth on yesterday, and he was talking about how he came into the church, and his wife took a little bit longer, but he really credits Catholic radio to helping guide that journey.
Absolutely, I can see that happening, absolutely, yes.
And a quick thought, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to call, because Nick Roth won the symphony tickets, and we got some fabulous prizes that you could be the lucky winner this hour by calling us at 1-855-875-5342. Visit online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, or also make that donation via Venmo.
I'm going to put a challenge out to my brother Deacon Rick Roder. It's his birthday today.
It is
so
Deacon
maybe
Roder's
he'd like to give a birthday gift and honor himself.
There we go, Deacon Rick Roder, you are on the clock.
Yeah.
This is your time to call in and give a donation. And just in case you need that number, it's 855-875-5342. And in case you didn't get the last half of that written down, I'll say it one more time. 855-875-5342.
Can I add one thing?
Absolutely.
Or Deacon Roder, you can text Lisa Niebuhr, you have my phone. Your wife can give my husband that check. And you were talking, Dan, earlier about the Eucharist. We collaborated with you and did the coolest thing with the Eucharistic Miracles of the World exhibit. We've had groups like the Cathedral Parish that Brett Keneally talked about, all 57 banners out. But tell our listeners about the extraordinary thing that you've done, that we've used your lessons and information and replicated with other parishes too.
Sure. It's pretty simple, but I think it worked well for us. So we split those banners up and put some of them in each of our 3 parishes. So that weekend or week that we had them there, people were able to come in, Christians were able to come in and kind of just take some time to spend a little bit of time learning about the Eucharistic miracles. And what a blessing to be able to have that come to our local parish. I mean, to drive to Sioux City, yeah, it's a few miles, but to have it right in our own hometown, that was such a blessing for that. And, a number of people really came out and took some time to be able to experience what was on those posters and such.
And you also invited some fabulous speakers, you had time for adoration. You put together 3 very easy, simple events that made it, in the end, it was one big grand event. It changed so many hearts. Explain more about your event.
Yeah, so we wanted to be more than just the posters, and those are great in and of themselves, but kind of to expand that, we had a talk on different topics and such. I think that Travis Pike spoken that, Father Dan led the Rosary, and maybe spoke as well. But just kind of making it a bigger event where we drew in some more people, again, to go deeper in their faith, to learn more about teaching, the Church's teaching on the Eucharist, not just what it is, but who He is in that. So it complemented our structure and what we had said for that. I give credit to Father Dan Graven, he's such a holy man, such a devout man.
So we've seen over the past couple of years the statistics come out about the amount of Catholics who actually believe in the real presence of the Eucharist, right? And so, and we've seen people fall away from the Catholic faith over the years. We're in the Eucharistic revival right now. How do you see? Obviously, you can go to Mass and experience the real presence, His body, blood, soul, and divinity. But how do you see things like the Eucharistic banners help in the heart grow towards a love of the Eucharist?
Right. So anytime you can understand what you believe, the understanding behind that, it's just going to help you to grow deeper in faith. Spouses, they learn more about each other every day. They grow deeper in love with one another. When we spend more time learning about Jesus, not just learning, but also spending time with Him, like you said, in Mass and in adoration, you can't help but grow deeper in our relationship with that. So these banners do a fantastic job of kind of explaining the what behind, what these miracles are, kind of giving details about them, facts, indisputable facts about what truly happened in these miracles. And anytime you can have a miracle to kind of support what we already believe, it's just a bonus. It helps to deepen our faith a little bit more, to kind of go deeper into that. But I love learning about these miracles because each one is a little bit unique, but they all have a common thread woven through them. And it's been a blessing for me. I really love learning about those and then have the opportunity to share about them.
This is an event, and this is an opportunity that people can call Siouxland Catholic Radio and be able to bring to their parish as well.
Correct, Brandon. I was talking with the Marcus Knights of Columbus last night and telling them about the exhibit. You can borrow these at no charge. We had a young man who saw the banners on Buenos Aires and trying to understand, is this truly Jesus? And to be able to see the scientific evidence, the work that Pope Francis did when he was a bishop. And for that young man to say, look, Mom and Dad, science proves what we believe all the time. You can look and see in this picture that a 15-year-old did before he passed away from leukemia. And to be able to say, yes, it is. Or some of the new banners coming from Mars Knights of Columbus. John Stayert and I were talking, and we're going to look at adding some banners that you as a second grader, or a parent of a second grader, or a teacher of a second grader could have that show the fish and tell some of the easier stories that we can be able to help our kids with First Communion. It's that opportunity to love and to understand. And ladies and gentlemen, Brandon, you know about the Hawaii fires?
I do know about them, yeah.
What's the one place that wasn't touched in Hawaii by the fire?
The Catholic Church.
And how many people believe today that that was probably a miracle?
Not many.
Not many. And yet, as I go out and talk to people about the Eucharistic miracle banner, I said, we could have had a miracle just in our own lifetime. And how many others? And that's the purpose of the banners. That's the purpose of Siouxland Catholic Radio. And we're here to support you in your ministry and your love of God.
And the thing we don't understand every time, sometimes we don't understand is every time we go to Mass, what are we witnessing? A miracle. Eucharistic
Yeah.
miracle, right?
It's so easy to take it for granted.
It is, and I'm guilty of that as well. But having these banners available to bring into your parishes and such, what a blessing that is. And that can be aided by people making a pledge.
Absolutely, yeah. So that number is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also available online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And as Lisa mentioned, you can donate on Venmo as well or via PayPal. There's so many different opportunities to be able to do this. And, just in our conversation, this is what I love about Siouxland Catholic Radio. You're not just giving to support the radio station. I mean, you are. However, think about the opportunities and the relationships that have been built among the community that can continue to work with the Knights of Columbus, or they can have these Eucharistic banners at their local parish, work with all of the different opportunities. We were talking about the calendar, the artwork, all of these different things, bringing our Catholic community together. This is a family, Lisa, that I want to invite all of our listeners listening right now to be a part of.
We want you to be a part of the tie that binds us all together. And we are here to be that conduit, that tie that brings it together. When I was visiting with Deacon Dan and Father Dan a couple years ago, they said, "We can't hear you, Lisa." Well, of course not. So we said, you know what? Here's how we get that going in. You're that one more reminder we got to get the act done. We are looking also for volunteers like your beautiful Alina McIntyre, who says, "Hey, we're doing this in the parish," or Lisa, "We've got room in the bulletins." We're looking for you to say, what are your needs? How can we share that information with your parishioners? And then also, what do you need from us? How can we be that conduit? But we need you, and your advice and your support is helpful. But we also need you to help take care of that beautiful tower, so we can make sure that wherever you're driving, whether you're in your car, whether you're listening on the phone or the app, you're listening tomorrow to the ball game, we need your support to be able to do that. But we're not asking you to write a $19,000 check. We're asking you to make a donation to help meet Dan's challenge, or to give a monthly gift. It could be like Karen from Kingsley, $1 a day. It could be like Kathy, our accountant, who does a monthly gift. We're now moving to an annual gift. But pick up the phone, 1-855-875-5342. Donate online, yes, American Express too. Donate online via Venmo, or drop off your donation and swing by and see the Shrouded Twin exhibit too.
Well, and we have Mass at 11:30 as well. What a beautiful gift. We've been talking about the Eucharist. Here's an opportunity to come and drop off a pledge and stay for Mass and be able to experience that real presence that we've been talking about.
And Father Mark Stoll is celebrating Mass. It's going to be 11:45 a few minutes later.
11:45, okay.
And it is in our chapel. This is the first year, in thanks to Anne's guidance and leadership. She's saying, we have this beautiful chapel. We, thanks to Alice and Elizabeth's dad, now have the Stations of the Cross up. Come and celebrate Mass with us. And yesterday we lifted up Mass for Carolyn Wolford. Today I've got quite for certain who our Mass intention is. But our Mass intention every day is for you to come for adoration too. Give Anne and I a call, and we'd love to have you come and join us.
And I want to remind people, Mass is obviously part of what we want to go to and receive Jesus. Some people think, well, adoration's not going on, and so I can't come and go to Jesus. Guess what? He's in that little gold box waiting for you. So don't be discouraged if you don't have adoration of His Blessed Sacrament. Come and sit with Him, spend time with Him. So much grace comes from that.
We just have a couple minutes left here before the top of the hour. I do want to thank Teresa, who called in from Sioux City. She gave a wonderful gift, so thank you, Teresa, as well. And I want to encourage you to call in as well at 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Deacon, as we get ready to wrap up our half hour here, any final thoughts that you have for those listening?
Call and support this beautiful gift that we have in our area here. This is truly a great blessing to help nourish us, to feed us. The Eucharist nourishes and feeds us, but we also have to learn and grow deeper in our faith. Each one of us has to take the responsibility to do that. When we stand before God, He's going to ask us, what did you do to further my kingdom? And so in order to be able to share that, so many people are so hungry today for the truth, and they're not going to find that outside the Catholic faith. And so as we learn and grow more, we can do that through Catholic Radio, the gift of EWTN, or all the programs they provide. It's really an opportunity for us to grow, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Brandon and Lisa, for all the work you do. I really appreciate it.
Well, we're so grateful for you coming on the air. You've been listening to Deacon Dan Goebel, who is just talking about the beauty of Catholic Radio, how it's impacted his life, and how it impacts thousands of lives as well. And you don't even have to be in this area. If you have an online opportunity listening on your computer, or you can pull up the app, it doesn't matter where you are, you can make a difference by helping support and bring Catholic Radio to people all across the United States, and who knows, maybe even the world. Maybe somebody's listening from overseas as well.
Brandon, are you giving away the teas for our 1:30 hour?
I don't believe I am.
Listeners, what Brandon doesn't know is at 1:30 today, we are going to bring and expand our pledge drive. We've talked about the conflicts and the terrible challenges going on throughout the world. And Kathy alluded to Faith in Action in Joanna. We are very excited today at 1:30 to bring you Dr. Michael and Johanna Walker. They were in Jerusalem when the war broke out. The gift of Catholic Radio, the gift of the relationships and the ties of Catholic Radio made a difference in their life. To all of you, thank you for your support, and tune in at 1:30. And we also have Bishop Nicholas coming today to celebrate. Even though he is with you at CCB, we do have a message for you that he wants to share. So thank you for your support.
And that'll be at 1 o'clock. We'll have Bishop Nicholas, and then following that will be the interview, as Lisa was just mentioning, with Dr. Michael and Joanna Wilker. So that is all for this half hour. We're going to head to break, and we're going to bring you to Take 2 with Jerry and Debbie. We will keep the phone lines open because it is important for you to call and keep things going and keep the phones rolling. 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And you're listening to KFHC Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA Storm Lake, channel 88.1 FM. Radio, his support for Catholic Radio, and he wanted to encourage you to call in and pledge your support, just as he supports it so much. 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. I'm joined this half hour by Lisa. Lisa, just talk about the importance of the shepherd of the diocese, where your station is located, supporting it so much.
It is so humbling, Brandon, to have Bishop support, his prayers, his financial support. You know, we are here to support Bishop Nicholas, and for him to say he appreciates our support and is in return giving back the best and first of his fruits. It reminds us all that even our bishop is looking to all of us, just as we turn to him for prayers and support and love, that he tunes to us and also uses us as that vehicle to help promote the good news. And a reminder, Brandon, our listeners can hear Bishop's letter. It's on our website, thanks to Father Mark Stoll, so that way you too can hear Bishop's news. And if you are unable to read it in the Lumen because you're so busy, you can go online to Siouxland Catholic Radio and listen to it. So thank you, Bishop Nicholas.
Absolutely. And so you can call in this half hour and pledge your support at 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. You can also donate online on the website at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Now, we do have a few people who have called in, and we want to thank them for their wonderful gifts. We have Keith and Midge from Hubbard, Nebraska. They gave a wonderful gift. Faye from Sioux City gave a beautiful gift, and we have Jim and Kathy from Sioux City as well, also calling in with their pledge. So thank you. And I want to encourage you to join Keith and Midge and Faye and Jim and Kathy in pledging your support in helping continue this message that you hear on Siouxland Catholic Radio. We have some wonderful gifts that are available as well, Lisa. One of those being a stained glass window. If you donate $500 or more, then you will be entered in to win this stained glass window, which is a replica of a window at the cathedral. There's also, for another $500 donation, there's an opportunity to win a Notre Dame football that'll be autographed by the head coach, Marcus Freeman, and personalized just to you. Maybe $500 is a little much for what you're able to give right now. That's okay. For a $250 donation, we are giving away 2 light-up rosaries, so you would get one of those if your name was chosen. And it stands about 6 feet tall. It's beautiful. It's got blue lights and red lights for the different mysteries. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to show our Blessed Mother how much we love her by displaying this at your house or outside or however you want to display it. Maybe it's even a gift that you want to give to your parish. So that's for a $250 donation, which is only about $21 a month. Also for $250 is a Bandit Football Family Package. Now this is 5 tickets for the family, 2 hats, a football, and an autographed picture and jersey. Again, that's $250. So some great opportunities, Lisa, for our listeners just to say thank you for supporting Siouxland Catholic Radio in this important work.
Most definitely. And you know, that stained glass window is from Bishop's, is a replica of the stained glass window in Bishop's Church, the cathedral. So how divine that we have Bishop, and then we're talking about somebody who loves and prays so much for our Bishop that he created a stained glass replica of one of the most beautiful windows in the parish that you could have putting in your window at home. And again, that rosary, to be able to bring the light of our Blessed Mother to friends and family as we celebrate this Thanksgiving and go into Advent. What a beautiful way to show our love and to express our joy to the Blessed Mother.
Absolutely. So let's give out that number again. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at Siouxland Catholic Radio. Now we do have a very special guest opportunity this half hour. Lisa, can you tell us about that and introduce our special guest?
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to tune in December 4th and December 9th to hear their entire interview with Faith in Action, Joanne Fox. But so many of our listeners and our guests have talked about the challenges going on in the world and the difficulty that's being faced and why Catholic radio is so important. And so it is my privilege to have on the phone from Omaha, Nebraska, 2 people who were integral in starting Siouxland Catholic Radio and have seen the darkness in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Michael and Joanna Wolpert. Good afternoon, Dr. and Mrs. Wolpert.
Good afternoon.
Dr. and Mrs. Wolpert, for our friends who may not know you as well, would you please take a moment and introduce yourselves?
My name is Mike Wolpert, and I've been a physician until for 40 years in Sioux City. I was a general surgeon, and I was the trauma surgeon for 25 years at Mercy Medical Center.
And I'm Joanna, and I was born and raised in Kansas City, and met my husband Mike at the hospital where I worked there. And when we married, we spent a very short time in Omaha, and then moved up to the Sioux City area. And I was a neonatal intensive care nurse, and so I could spend more time with my family. I stopped doing that and started coaching volleyball.
And Dr. and Mrs. Wolpert, tell our listeners a little bit about your involvement too with the radio station.
It all started for me out of the Queen of Peace when Father Cooper was alive, and got the ball rolling out at the shrine. That took several years to develop, and there were several board members present. And my brother was the chairman of the board for until recently, since the start, and I motivated me
And Dr. and Mrs. Wilbur, we are so honored to have you today as we celebrate this 15th anniversary of Siouxland Catholic Radio and to have you on our fall pledge drive. And it is thanks to your leadership and sacrifice that the radio station has been able to bring the gospel and to bring God's message of joy and love and hope to our listeners. So we invite you to call 1-855-875-5342 or donate online at www.siouxlandcatholicradio.com or make your donation via Venmo to continue our ministry. Am I correct, Brandon?
Yes, absolutely. You know, one of the things that continues to amaze me as we go about this pledge drive is how many different people come in who have been impacted in some way by Catholic radio. I mean, we have half-hour segments each day with a different guest, so that's 3 days. I don't even know how many, but it's got to be close to 30 different guests, not to mention the volunteers who come in and are pledging their support and talking about the impacts. There's just such a wide reach of Catholic radio, and we can see it in the people who were there at the beginning, how much they cared, and blood, sweat, and tears that went into putting this station on the air. And of course, you have the other signal in Storm Lake as well. I'm just so excited about the opportunity for our listeners to continue this important work that was started so long ago.
Dr. and Mrs. Wilbert, I agree. I'm just so, as I'm sitting here, I'm kind of speechless looking at the people that are here to see the Shroud of Turin exhibit, to reflect after Mass on the work that's been done and the number of people that are continuing your work. How do you feel? I know you are in Omaha, but how does that make you feel excited that our work continues to grow and expand thanks to your leadership and support?
I think with the things going on in the world today, it's extremely important to keep working toward the goal to bring people closer to Christ, and it's more necessary than ever.
May I ask, what probably, for folks who watch TV, what's the big difference between your time in Israel and your time back here in the United States? What's that difference between darkness and light and hope and some of the challenges of despair that you might have seen in Israel?
Well, I think we were so blessed because our group was led by two extremely holy priests, and we were able to have Mass every day at different sites through the Holy Land. We retraced the steps of Christ. We got to actually touch the spot where Christ was born and the Annunciation and things like that. And when things got bad there, we prayed the surrender prayer. Well, we did that every day. And as far as the locals there, everybody seemed rather calm. And that surprised me because I have been admittedly nervous, although both of the priests felt very at ease because they trusted in God, and that was a lesson for us.
What amazed me was that I considered a sightseeing tour initially, and I found out very soon that we were indeed on a pilgrimage which originated in Omaha. So everybody that was on the tour was basically from Omaha and the surrounding area, House of Bluffs and such. But I soon realized that with the devotion that the two priests had, we were saying the rosary every day, the Divine Mercy Chaplet. And with that in mind, there was a sense of peace and really tranquility throughout the tour, even after the attack on the 7th. We've been in there about 3 or 4 days, and we were essentially isolated on the bus, and the bus driver knew what was going on, as did the tour director, but they pretty well shielded us from it. And with that in mind, essentially untouched until we heard about what had happened. And then the only communication we had with the outside world was really CNN. And we didn't know that how close it was to us until we left Jerusalem. Saw a big blue smoke. But the night before, when we were in Jerusalem, the alarm went off, and there were several about 250 people attending the buffet, and they told us to go into the kitchen. And not all of us would fit in the kitchen, but we found out later that there was a missile attack in the dome that saved us.
Wow. If you're just tuning in, this is the Fall Pledge Drive here on the Siouxland Catholic Radio Network, and we are visiting with Dr. Michael and Joanna Wolford, and they're talking about their experience of the Holy Land and being in the Holy Land when the war broke out in Israel. We do want to give out our number because we want to continue the phones. We want to keep the phones going, and they have slowed down a little bit. So that number is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Now, this is the power of Catholic radio and being able to share a story like this. And as we talked about at the beginning, we're going to talk a little more still, but as we talked about at the beginning, this whole story is going to be broken up into two segments on Faith in Action with Joanne Fox on December 4th and December 9th. Without Catholic radio, we wouldn't be hearing this story, Lisa.
Brandon, we wouldn't be. And because of some great connections that Joanne has had, Faith in Action is growing. Joanne used to pick up the phone and say, "Oh, Brandon, I'd love you to be my guest. Francesca, I'd love you to be my guest." Today, she's booked out 6 to 9 months in advance, and it is because of some generosity and friendships that she was able to switch some things around and bring you some incredible stories like Dr. Michael and Joanna Wolford, the Siouxland Chamber speaker, a few others. And that's because of the power of Catholic radio. That's because of the power of Joanne Fox serving our shepherd, building those connections and relationships. And now, even though she's technically retired, and you and I know Joanne's not retired, is sharing and giving back the first and best to give her gifts to Siouxland Catholic Radio. And thanks to Mary's Choice, they're helping to bring the show to you. But Brandon, it takes you and I to continue the legacy of Father Cooper, to bring you great stories and great interviews, and to be able to bring the prayers and support to the Wilkins, and to be able to make sure that they were well taken care of. It took a lot of great people working together.
It sure did. You know, we're talking about the local program, and we've got Faith in Action, right? That's the one we're talking about, where you can hear the Wolford story. But there's also a couple of new programs that you told me about that are coming in 2024. A local program to assist the directors of religious education and parish leaders. There's also another one coming in January with the priests, deacons, and women religious sharing their vocation stories. I mean, it's so amazing to see how this network continues to grow and offer programming for a variety of different topics.
Brandon, we are not only able to bring you great public affairs programming like Faith in Action, where you can have that opportunity to really listen in depth and to hear the Catholic side of the story from Faith in Action, but also to hear Outcast Catholic and to hear how can we bring that welcoming hospitality spirit to a new higher level. How can we draw closer to Christ through bread and care? It continues to grow and the needs are growing, but it won't happen, Brandon, if you and I don't pick up the phone and make that donation by calling 1-855-875-5342 or go online to SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can donate online with your credit card, your debit card, your American Express, and now Venmo, because we are here to carry on the legacy of Father Cooper and the Wolford family today.
Absolutely. You can also donate on the app. It's a great app that I have and I listen to, and it's just all of the different opportunities to be able to receive Siouxland Catholic Radio and how we continue to advance and grow and use technology to spread the good news is just amazing to me. So that number again is 875-5342.
Dr. and Mrs. Wilbur, when you arrived home, explain to our listeners a little bit about your feelings of being home, if you wouldn't mind taking a couple minutes.
There was no doubt that when we first touched Dallas-Fort Worth Airport that we had a special clap because arriving back in the United States was really pretty emotional.
It was, we had prayed continuously that we have a safe return, and it was kind of like thanking God. I just wanted to get down and kiss the ground, but I thought that's the wrong thing to do. I need to be thanking God as I was already, but continuously that we made it safe out of Israel. And well, actually we left from Jordan, and we just didn't know what was going to happen. And the director of Holy Land Tours spent 45 minutes on the phone with me trying to get a plane reservation out of Jordan. And every time he finds something for me, because Mike and I were split up and I was going to be traveling alone. And he spent a lot of time because so many people were trying to get out, and the U.S. Airlines quit their flights to Tel Aviv. And so anyway, we ended up getting on the same flight and flew out of Doha, and we just didn't know until the very latest minute almost that we were going to be able to get on the plane and come home.
But I must say the prayer chain that was started for us 3 or 4 days was unbelievable. I did get a phone call from Representative Don Reagan's office, and he said he received phone calls from all over, especially Sioux City and Omaha, and also from not only from the Catholic community, but from the Jewish community. And he indicated to us that he called about 3 or 4 days that Tel Aviv Airport had been closed, and we were trying to figure out how we were going to fly home. And he said there was nothing initiated by the government as yet for evacuation purposes, but he said that you really felt stressed out or in danger that you could probably arrange something. I asked him what his definition of stressed out was. But at that point in time, we were all on our own. And, so the tour group decided to stick together as long as we could. And we did until we made it across the border after a three-hour wait in Jordan. And then we had to split up because the flights were so busy.
Right. As you sit here, Dr. Michael and Jonah, that you're back in the U.S. and you're reflecting on it, you talk about how you were untouched and you didn't know how close you were to the danger. Scripture talks about being under the shadow of his wings. Did you really feel that protective armor over your group as you guys were trying to figure out how to get back home?
Well, I have to admit that when they were with Father Damien Lee from Blair and Father John Timmerman, we were sitting around the conference table trying to think what we could do, should do, and those two priests were so devout. I mean, they were concerned, of course, but they brought forth a sense of peace and
And Dr. and Mrs. Wilford, as you're talking, one of my favorite scripture readings talks about being in the shadow of doubt, and that we all have those periods of doubt. And yet when we turn to God in prayer, He holds us in His arms, wraps us, and says, I will never leave you, I will never fail you. And He was watching out. And also I was thinking about, holy moments. What are those ordinary acts of kindness that we all can do that can have an extraordinary impact? And again, our gratitude to Chris McGowan, Barbara Sloniker, and to everybody, all the legislators, Representative Bacon's office, all who lifted you up in prayer to protect and to get you home. Thank you all. Brandon, it's just the power of Catholic Radio and the power of our Catholic faith.
It really is. I just want to thank Dr. Michael and Joanna Wilford for joining us this afternoon. Any final thoughts that you guys have before we part ways?
Well, I'd like to thank Don Stevens from the bottom of my heart because he reached out to Senator Grassley's office and made contact with them. So there are so many people doing so many things that we are unaware of, and we're still finding out little nuances that happened from the prayer to the phone call and the aggressiveness of everyone that knew that we were in harm's way much more than we did, because I was out there floating on the Sea of Galilee, just having a great time and made really peace with everyone, and really was comfortable with everything that was going on. That's only because I was probably ignorant of a lot of the things that were happening.
God kept you centered on Him, and that's most important. And Dr. and Joanna Wilford, we want to remind folks that they can hear the rest of your incredible story on Monday, December 4th at 9 a.m., Saturday, December 9th at 7 p.m. here on Siouxland Catholic Radio. They'll be able to listen on demand on YouTube, on our website, and so much more. And that we all have the opportunity to listen to God's calling and to make a difference. And thank you for your leadership over the years. And thank you for your support of Siouxland Catholic Radio.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, we are getting ready to head to our top of the hour break, but we do want to give out that number because we need your help to continue to chip away at this goal. We're still quite a ways from the goal, and we want to make sure we get as close to that, and even if we can hit it, that would be great, but as close to that as possible. And the number is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. I just want to express my gratitude for the Wolperts coming on, Lisa, and sharing their story. And as you mentioned, they can hear their entire story on Faith in Action. I just keep going back to where else are you going to hear stories like this than Catholic Radio?
And Brandon, not only do you get to hear the fabulous, great speakers from EWTN, but fabulous local leaders like Joanne Fox, Larry Walsh, and so much more. And it's made possible by your leadership and support of Siouxland Catholic Radio. So make that donation today and help us continue on the next 15 plus years at Siouxland Catholic Radio.
Absolutely, 15 plus, emphasis on that plus for many years to come. And think about what you would be leaving as far as a legacy goes. We talked about the legacy of the founders. Well, you could be a part of leaving a legacy yourself by helping keep Siouxland Catholic Radio on the gear for 15 plus, the emphasis on the plus years to come. We don't want it to go off the air. We want this to be around 100 years from now, if that's the Lord's will. But it's going to take your help, because everything we do is donor funded. It's your support, because this is your Catholic radio network. Siouxland Catholic Radio belongs to you, and we need your help. So please call 855-875-5342 or donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com or on the app. We got to head to our top of the hour break, but we'll be back with another segment in just a couple minutes. And you're listening to KFHC Sioux City, Tonka, KOIA Storm Lake, channel 88.1 FM.
Perfect. Steve's here.
You were just listening to Open Line Thursday, and we are excited to be back with you on day 3. It's our final day of the Fall Pledge Drive, so we really need your support to end this day strong. We only have a few hours left, and we want you to be a part of this journey. The number is 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We did have a wonderful gift come in at the end of last hour. We visited with Dr. Michael and Joanna Wolpert, and they were talking about their journey in the Holy Land and being there when war broke out and how they were able to get out of there. And if you missed any of that story, the good news is you'll be able to hear it on December 4th and December 9th. You'll hear the full story, and that'll be on Faith in Action with Joanne Fox. So I really want to encourage you to check that out. And at the end of that interview, they said, you know what, we want to make a gift in Thanksgiving for Catholic Radio, and so they did that. So thank you, Dr. Mike and Joanna. And I want to encourage you to join them as we get to the top of this next hour. The number, as I mentioned, was 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. And I'm so glad to be back. They must have liked us a lot yesterday, Don, because we get to be back together this afternoon.
I don't think we can find anybody else to do this act.
That could be true. That could be true. So we really want to invite listeners to call in and support. And, you know, when I wasn't on the air, I had a chance to step into the business office and talk to a couple of the wonderful ladies, Ann and Kathy. And I was like, you know, how much does it cost to run this station each day? And how much does it cost to run this station each hour? And this is a rough guesstimate, according to Kathy, but each day it takes about $645 to run this radio network, which breaks down to about $80 an hour. So here's a challenge I want to put forward to our listeners, Don. Can you support Catholic Radio for one day of programming at that $645? If that's too much, can you support 1 hour of programming at $80? What do you think about that idea?
I think that's great, because if we have the listeners that are out there, and we know we have them, because of all of the wonderful things that we're hearing back from the viewing audience, the listening audience, $80, 1 hour. If you could donate an $80 contribution, it moves us on to something that's even bigger. I mean, saving on soul for $80. You hate to put that in dollar items. But the things that have come out across Catholic Radio are an amazing thing. We've had people say, I was at the point of suicide. There's been a lot of things that have happened in my life. There's been some deaths. I don't understand why God did this. I was at the lowest point in my life, and I was listening to Dr. Ray, Dr. David. And all of a sudden, something happened. I'll tell you a story I was going to save till 4 o'clock. Part of that group of Holy Moments people. We came on the radio, talked about Holy Moments, and we talked about reading Matthew Kelly and just one thing, passing it forward, playing it forward, and helping somebody out. And we had a story that a guy was calling on somebody else, Lisa and Don, and they said, I'll use my name. John isn't the list. They called on Don, and Don said, no, I don't see any purpose of doing it. They came back, called on Don the next day because they're worried about Don. Said, Don, we brought you something to eat here. How you doing? So, you know, it's still pretty tough. I've lost family. I see no purpose in doing it. We were on the air talking about Holy Moments. Person went back, called on Don again, walked in the room and said, how you doing, Don? I said, you can't believe it. Things are exciting. I see something. I see something. I'm worth something. He said, what do you mean? He said, I got this book, you know, this book about Jesus in the mail. I said, what is this book about Jesus in the mail? Of course, it's 20 moments. He said, I read it. There's a purpose for me. I can do something for someone. So I want to go and work at the food bank. I want to go do something with the veterans living under the bridge. That came across Catholic Radio. Today, that person's involved in something. So, you know, just a little bit, $80 an hour gets that message out to somebody who's now playing it forward and helping somebody else.
Absolutely. So let me give that number out and we'll get to our guests in the studio this half hour. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, and you can give on the app. So whichever way you want to give, go ahead and do that now because we need your support. Don, who do we have in the studio with us now?
We have Don and Lisa Clarence from Sacred Heart Parish. Welcome.
Well, thanks for having us. I appreciate it.
They are part of our community. I mean, they have brought, in both of their fields, things so much to our community, helping other people. Lisa, you and I have talked for years when I was a postmaster.
Yeah.
Lisa is part of the law enforcement agency. And how many times have I would get a call to help as postmaster saying, hey, these things are going on. And we've been able to communicate with that and helping people. Don, you've helped myself and my son John how many times move our stuff across this city in different areas. And so it is a joy for me to have both of you here because I've been lucky enough to touch a little bit of your lives along with life. Thank you for all the things you do for so many people. Thank you very much for having us.
Yes, it's a pleasure. And you were talking about Holy Moments, and I'm telling you, what an amazing book. Really, I'm not to steal their show, but because we've already talked about it. But when I first picked up the book, such a simple read, such a simple idea, but so meaningful to so many people, so many people's lives. Just little things that we can do, each one of us can do, to make a difference in people's lives. So I can't say enough about that book. And every time I get a few, they're gone, and then all of a sudden I get a few more. So they just miraculously appear, and I'm able to give more away. So.
Well, thank you. A big part of that has been special. And we're passing that forward. Helping us has been special as well.
Well, the first time Jack told me about it, I think we were having supper with a group of us, and he told me about it, and I was just like, I'd seen the book, but I hadn't picked it up. I'd seen it at church, sitting outside, but hadn't picked it up. And so went home and read it then, and pretty amazing.
Well, you two are amazing.
Kind
You
of
two are amazing.
amazing.
You two are amazing for the things you do for this community and for so many people. I guess what has Catholic Radio meant to you in your life?
Well, I have to say that, in my faith journey, I've had some ups and downs. I've had some long desert roads that I've traveled myself. And it seems like lately, and within the last couple of years, that was the beginning. Catholic Radio was the beginning of some baby steps that brought me deeper and deeper into my faith in a place that I never even thought I'd ever be able to get to, in terms of increased prayer life. But it was the first steps. It was like, and you didn't even realize it. It just kind of gets in your soul, and it just kind of sneaks in there, and then next thing you know, you're just journeying somewhere else or growing somewhere else. There's so many wonderful programs that are aired. It's just amazing. It's even obviously it was the next phase of EWTN. Needed to be what it needed to be, and to reach more people, and so it's just done a lot for me in terms of my faith journey.
I was blessed to see this begin downtown.
Yes, you were.
When we set it all up in the building downtown, the George Semper's building and such, and to see where it went, where it started from to where it is today. Quite a transition. Quite a transition indeed.
It has been a marvelous journey. I've been blessed to be a part of this. Meeting with Father Cooper, who instilled faith in I think so many of our souls. A wonderful man. And today, we're able to reach so many listeners because of the generosity of people like yourself, people that are active in Catholic religion and talking about your faith. I mean, as our biological clocks tick, I'm 77 next week, and I start seeing tick, 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 tick. If you laid out a ruler 100 inches, and you said to yourself, you hear this story?
I tell the story.
Oh, well, you tell the story.
Well,
No, you tell the story.
actually, the story was told to me by my brother, my husband's soul. They went to the doctor's office, and the doctor had a tape measure, so to speak, out on the floor, and he said, walk up to your age, and at that time, at the time, 63 years old, and he says, okay, now look what you've already gone through, and then the age to, the average age of the man at that time, let's say, is 83. And he said, and that's what you got in front of you. What are you going to do about it? And that's what, and I tell that story all the time.
That is the great story of a brother-in-law who does not believe. That this story he brought out when we were all in Arizona on a golf trip, and he brought that same thing out. And you sit back and you say, you think you could do it the first 50 years, huh? But in all of our careers, whether it be in law enforcement or the logistics and the moving, you trip along the way. And then as you start moving into the later years, you say, hey, I need to make up. And maybe those times, because you're right now, there's only a few years left. And being a part of Catholic Radio, Holy Moments, doing things better, if I could just work my way to polishing the gates of heaven, if I could just shoot for purgatory and then get in the back corner of heaven and polish the gates and see Jesus walk by every once in a while, please help me get to that point. So,
Yeah, absolutely. You can help Don get to that point by calling 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. And again, we're challenging you this hour to support Catholic Radio. One day of programming costs $645. Can you do that? Can you offer a gift of $645 to keep Siouxland Catholic Radio on air one day? If you can't, how about 1 hour? What if you could do 1 hour, which costs $80? Can you find $80? And oh my gosh, broken up over 10 months, that's about $8 a month. You know, at a couple. I'm not very good at math, but it probably comes down to like $12 a month, basically. So can you do that? Can you offer $80 to keep it on for an hour, or $645 to keep it on a day? Or maybe you can't do that. Maybe you could do $1 a day, though. Maybe you can do $1 a day at $30 a month, and continue to have Catholic Radio for years and years and years to come. Like, think about the tape measure, right? Think about the tape measure. It's now been 15 years since Siouxland Catholic Radio came on the air. So let's just say we're at 15 on the tape measure. Think about where that goes and how many years we have to go to get to 100, and how many lives can be impacted by Catholic Radio 100 years from now. And you have the opportunity to be a part of it. Don mentioned being invited to join this mission. Well, we're inviting you as well at 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342.
what about Sacred Heart? Haven't you the parish, the new building? What's happening?
So I think we're looking at the first weekend in December for our big grand opening open house. So we're planning a big event. We're still in the planning stages. Every time we thought we were going to plan it, construction is pushing back a little bit further. So, but we're very excited about that. The space is just wonderful. It's going to be great, and we're looking forward to all kinds of things that we can put on there. We just did a trunk or treat, and the weather was bad, so we had to do it inside, and it worked out fabulous. It was great with the chili food. So, and I think we had record numbers there that we've never had before. So we're looking forward to some serious growth there. Can I tell you a personal story?
Please do.
Oh, okay. So, we talk about, I think I mentioned my spiritual growth and how I've gone farther than I ever thought before. And I don't know if some other listeners are like me that, but we get concerned about our children. Maybe they're not going as much as we, or maybe not at all for the Catholic Church. And with my prayers, my prayer life has just increased tremendously. And instead of lecturing them, I've been mostly concentrating on, intentions for my rosaries and for them to go. And I had an interesting thing happen about a little over a month ago. I got a phone call on a Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning. It's still morning. It was one of my sons, and he was to Jesus, and I didn't have a heart to say what church to go to. Because obviously, as a Catholic, I want them to be in the Catholic faith because I believe it's the only true faith. But so it was shortly thereafter, my other son calls and mentions that, well, you knew Brian went back to the Catholic Church. He took the kids to Catholic Church. And I said, no, I didn't. But that was just it just makes your heart boom. And I guess and it wasn't from lecturing. It was from prayer. It's the power of prayer. And I believe that sincerely, and so I won't stop. I will not stop. I'm not saying that we're completely over the hurdle and that they're back, but I had another son talking about making an appointment to visit the priest and make a full confession and go back. And so, and again, not because mom's lecturing them or just praying very hard. And,
And then one step further, we have our oldest who always talks about listening to Catholic radio.
oh, he listens to it all the time. So
Never saw that coming.
yeah.
What does that do for your heart? Like when you hear about your oldest son listening to Catholic radio, what does that do?
I don't know, but when they tell us that in conversations, it makes my heart just want to just burst. And I gotten teary-eyed many times, because it's just, that's my prayer,
I mean, we all grew up in the Catholic Church, and we were religious about going to church on a regular basis and taking our kids with us. And we had a great relationship with everybody in the parish and the priests and the school systems. And it just went on and blossomed. But then, ironically, I think it happens to, unfortunately, a fair amount of folks, they fall away. And that's just the reality of the world. But you constantly hope and pray that maybe at some point in time it'll turn. And it'll turn in the right direction. And when all of a sudden you see it, you see the end result of it, and you suddenly see a new light in their eyes and faith and doing things with their children in regards to the Catholic faith. Prayers are answered. The power of prayer.
There has to be an ownership, right? There has to be a point in our lives where we take ownership of our faith and say, I want that personal relationship with Jesus. And how cool it is when we do see that.
I think there are those families that go untouched. Well, I mean, what you have said, what you have said, and it touches my heart because I too go through the sufferings. John, they're attentive to the Catholic faith. They have 3 daughters. One of them was turned away. One daughter is out in Washington and went through a tough time. She doesn't believe. The other one doesn't believe. They're all blessed. Well, our baby was in Washington, came home, and it was a tough relationship. The marriage she was in, and he kind of tried to kill her. He was an alcoholic. I mean, we went through these type of things. She's moved back home from being in Boise, and 7:30 Mass, I was serving, 77 years old, serving 7:30 Mass. I think 90% of people in the church said, I hope the other staker doesn't fall. You know what I mean? So, and what happens? Our daughter, who's been away, came in with John. And she said, I want to come back. In fact, with the passing of Father Mining was close to us, she said, maybe I'd like to say this. And exactly what you said about your son, all the years of praying and the things we go through, listening to Catholic radio is part of giving us suggestions on how to work with that. And Lisa, as you said, not challenging our children or praying for them or helping. When she came in, she just came down and said, thank you for being home. So with your son, his children, he said, I think if you want to hear more stories like this, if you want to be more involved in your faith, having your children come home and have the opportunities with, we can't guarantee they're going to come home, but we can guarantee you we're going to put the information out there to help you. So if you could call 1-855-875-5342, or visit us at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Maybe these few words that coming from other people might touch you too. So if you could give us a little donation this afternoon to move us forward. Tomorrow will be another day. We'll have more expenses. Pray the Lord doesn't, bring some weather. But I mean, our towers have gone down in the summer. I mean, it's a gorgeous day. It gets hot there, the tower goes down.
The lights at the top of the tower burn out.
The lights up. In the middle of winter, the FAA says you got to go up the tower and change the lights. All right, there's $3,000. They have somebody shimmy up there to get that done. So those things happen. But people like you save us. God and Lisa, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping us. And thank you for bringing the story to us that we have of your faith. Our journeys are all the same. We're on the same road. And the people we meet along that road are good.
Yes, thank you, Don and Lisa, and thank you for your support so far. We're moving the needle. It still needs to move more and more. If we take out that tape measure, we're about 15% of the way to our hourly goal. So we really want to make sure that we get those phones going right now because we want to hit our goal in this hour. That number is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also, you can donate on the website, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, on the app, on Venmo, on PayPal. There's really not a great reason not to donate because there's so many different options. And I really want to encourage you to do that. So we do have to head to our bottom of the hour break, but we'll keep the phone lines open because we want your support. Can you come in and support a day of Catholic radio programming at $645? Can you come in and support an hour of programming? That's $80. And then I actually consulted my friend the calculator, Don, because I told you I wasn't so good at math. If you donate $80, that's $7 a month. It's just $7 a month to keep an hour of programming on the radio with Siouxland Catholic Radio. So whatever it is, whatever you can give, it's not only greatly appreciated, but know that you are making a difference. You don't know who is just not having a good day or a good week or a good year. I think about heading into the holidays. Holidays can be tough for people, especially if they've had a death in the family over the past year. Why not help them be able to tune in and hear the good news and find hope, which is Jesus Christ himself. But the Holy Spirit uses the radio, uses Siouxland Catholic Radio to reach and touch so many people so that they know they are loved and they are cared for beyond compare. So the number is 855-875-5342. We hope you'll call in and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
That was such a neat story.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
You cut me off again?
Yeah. Pledge drive and to continue to support this work we're doing here. Give us a call, 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Having some great conversations about the value of Catholic radio here in Siouxland. Lisa, it's a kind of a coming into the lull of the afternoon. We got to raise our energy level, huh?
Oh, Steve, who says there's a lull in the afternoon? If you saw all of the excitement,
in the hall,
the packed house that we had for the Shroud of Turin, if you missed hearing the fabulous presentation, please come join us at 6:30, a full packed house. You can see a preview of it on KTIV tonight, Channel 4. Thanks to them for coming. But wow, the fire of the Holy Spirit and people wanting to learn more and to better understand our faith. That's the power of Catholic radio, of bringing you great programming and opportunities to grow and enrich your faith. So thanks to all who's come. Thanks for continuing to listen and be a part of our pledge drive. And we have more, Steve.
Yes, absolutely. We want to continue to get your call coming in here this afternoon. And also you can stop in this afternoon or this evening for that presentation on the Shroud of Turin, which is completed this afternoon here. But you can also stop by and see the banners we have in the basement of the church over here. So stop in, look at the banners, drop off a pledge, or give us a call, 855-875-5342, or give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. There's a number of great reasons to give. The first great reason to give is because Siouxland Catholic Radio makes such a difference in the lives of our listeners and in our own lives. That's one great reason. Another great reason is that we want to give you a few gifts back, right, Lisa?
Most definitely. It's Thanksgiving time, so time
It
to
is.
be thankful.
Yes, and so if you give at that $250 level, you're going to get your name put into that the Bandits family package, which has tickets for the family, 5 tickets for the family, 2 hats, a football, autographed jersey, and other great things, autographed picture. Also, your name will be put into a drawing for that lit up rosary, we have on Facebook, as you can see. Or if you'd like to go to that $500 level, we're going to put your name into a drawing for a beautiful stained glass window. And that window is a replica of the window at the cathedral over here that's been created. You can also have your name put into that drawing for Notre Dame football, personalized and autographed by the head coach, Marcus Freeman. A couple of ideas if you're thinking, I'm not sure how much I can give. Well, $250, put your name into a drawing, $500 into a drawing, or give whatever you can afford, whatever the Lord is asking you. Or give what you can't afford. You know, sometimes that's an act of faith. You step out and tell the Lord, I don't think I can afford this, but ask the Lord if maybe He can make it possible for you to give more to Siouxland Catholic Radio. Give us a call, 855-875-5342. We've had some calls this hour. We'd like to thank Julie and Douglas for checking in. Very nice, good, thank you for that. And Lisa in Lamar is giving you a gift, and Megan and Michael are giving you a gift here this hour. And we need your gift this hour as well at 855-875-5342 or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And Lisa, we have a guest at Sioux.
We do, Steve. And speaking of the Cathedral Parish, we are very excited to have a young lady who many of you know at Cathedral Parish. She is also the DRE in Glencoe, Ottawa, and Salix, Michelle Ruffman. Michelle, thanks for joining us in the studio this afternoon.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me.
So, Michelle, tell folks a little bit about yourself and why, or start with a little bit about yourself, I should say.
Absolutely. My husband, Tom, accepted the position as a football coach over at Cook University in 2008. He was our second head football coach. We moved here from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. At the time, our 4 children were all still in school. I have 4 graduates from Bishop Freeman High School. Devin was class of 2011, Garrett 2016, Tara 2017, Jenna was 2020, and we were members of the Siouxland Catholic Parish from 2008 until about 2021, and then transitioned over to the Cathedral. And then I worked for Father in the corporate building. I've been with him since 2021. And yes, as you said, actually shout out to my kids at St. Joseph, Salix. They represent the school districts in Santa Bluff, as well as Lawton Bronson and Westwood. And then my kids at St. John Ottawa, who represent Espanola and Lighting.
Thank you, Michelle, for coming, and thank you for all of your support of Siouxland Catholic Radio. And just a reminder, it is our fall pledge drive, which is why we have Michelle back in studio. So please join us and make a donation. Go online to SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, or you can make a donation with Venmo, speaking of your kids, being responsive to their needs, or you can give us a call at 1-855-875-5342.
That's right, and of course, remember those wonderful gift levels that we have available for you. If you want to give back something to you, if you give a gift here at Siouxland Catholic Radio, win that Bandit family package of gifts, these tickets for a Bandit game and a hat and a football, or that light up rosary, or other great gifts at the $500 level, that beautiful stained glass window. Put your name in the drawing by giving a gift here at Siouxland Catholic Radio with $250 or $500. But don't be afraid, you can give a gift at any level. We would love to have your gift at any level. Those are just a couple of suggestions for you. 855-875-5342 online, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
So Michelle, we would love to know, our theme for our fall pledge drive is why Siouxland Catholic Radio? Why Siouxland Catholic Radio in Michelle's life?
Well, that's a great question. Thanks, Lisa. I started listening to Catholic radio. It's been a number of years ago. One of the reasons is when you spend a lot of time in the vehicle, transporting kids from place to place, there was an opportunity for me to learn and to be a continuing learner. As somebody who works in the parishes, want to stay on top of what are the new programs, or what are some new books that are out, what are some conversations that are happening, whether that's at the church here in our own little diocese, Macy's, and we had some programs that I really enjoyed. One couple of, actually, I had the last opportunity to meet one, but Father John Ricardo at the time, his show, License the Answer, was on whenever I was driving, and I had to absorb him, and so I read a lot of his books, and I've done the rescue project, we offered that in spring at the cathedral. I also offered it to my religious education students last fall, and then we offered it actually at the parish for the adults in the spring as well. So I was actually at the cathedral on Sunday evening, and at St. John Omelo with our parishioners from all three parishes was actually on Monday night. So it has offered me a lot of opportunities to just grow in my faith, grow as a wife, grow as a mother, grow as a daughter, grow as a daughter of God, and to hopefully shine that out.
And when we were down at your parishes this summer, Al, Joanne, and I, having Mass with all of you, you had shared with us that you love Dr. Nick Davis. So we invited you in studio while he was broadcasting live. Why do you love, or what do you find most beneficial to yourself as our DRE listener to Dr. Nick Davis?
Thank you for asking. Thanks for that invitation. That was also, yes, I got to meet another one of my heroes. His show was on at a time where I was usually going to pick up at the time with his daughter. And I learned so much. I appreciate his perspective that he's a convert to the faith. I am not a convert. I don't think there's a word to characterize me. I was baptized Catholic. I was raised in the Protestant tradition. However, I was raised more Catholic than I even knew until I went to college. And then converted. I received my sacraments. I actually received First Communion just as I was preparing for marriage, and then received the sacrament of marriage. And then I was confirmed when I was 28 years old. So I really love that he's a personality that can answer my questions. He affirms some things that I'm already thinking about, and he comes from he's a little bit like me, if that makes any sense. He read his way into the church, and I love that. And so just love the way he answers questions. I think he's very relevant, relatable. I just enjoy the show.
And you are listening to Siouxland Catholic Radio, Michelle Breckman. We're in studio as we're celebrating our fall pledge drive. Michelle joined us in studio for dinner with Dr. David Andrews. And we invite you, as Michelle has done, to support Siouxland Catholic Radio by making that donation online right now at www.siouxlandcatholicradio.com, or you can call us toll free at 1-855-875-5342. And thanks to Steve, many of you listeners don't realize that when we meet periodically, Michelle with Steve, he'll say to us, oh, here are some great people that we think would be a good match for your listeners when he's here to help us with our pledge drive. And then gives us those connections and helps us find out from you what we need to do. So thank you, Steve, for your leadership and support in not only making a deal with Dr. David Andrews, but the Fall Pledge Drive and Siouxland Catholic Radio success. So God bless you.
Oh, well, actually, it's a great honor to be here, and I love to watch the success of Catholic Radio because so many souls are brought to Christ through Catholic Radio. The two stories I hear more often than not, the most often that I hear is that someone's been brought back to confession because of Catholic Radio. And then after confession, of course, we come back to Eucharist. And those are such life-changing sacraments for people that I pray that one day I get sent to Grow Gates and see people that the Lord has touched through these works that we do with Catholic Radio. Hopefully that'll give us maybe a few days off in for my sinfulness. But it's just a great honor to work with people across the nation, especially here in Sioux City, Iowa. The great work that you've been doing. Lisa, my goodness. Lisa's been with us for a couple of years. Working so hard. Well, I always say, Lisa, do us a favor and don't burn yourself up. She works so hard on building great relationships. So it's a wonderful work that we're doing here. And we want you, our listeners, to be a part of that work. We want to invite you to be a part of this work. So give us a call, help us continue this work, 855-875-5342. We're online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
And Michelle, you have used the Eucharistic Miracle banners that we have used How have the Eucharistic miracle banners benefited you in your parish?
Great question. We actually have this is another shout out. We have a parishioner down at St. John Ottawa. His name is Jim. He's a firefighter. He actually works down in Omaha. And so he actually had presented to Papa and I. He said, I would be glad to pick these up. And he did. He was wonderful. Him and his young son, Patrick. They actually set up the banners first at St. John in Ottawa, took them down, brought them up to St. Joseph, and then we took them back to Omaha. And the kids, this is actually the parents as well as DREs. If you go online to the Catholic radio station down at Spirit Catholic Radio, they actually have some very wonderful resources. So they have resources for students, and they are grade appropriate, and that's what we use. So they would go around with their catechist. Actually, the Eucharistic miracles, we had their parents take them around, and I was amazed at the number of families who came through and saw those banners, got acquainted with Blessed Father Aquinas. I've had a devotion to him before he was beatified, and so I just love that they're meeting him. He's actually a part of our program, and then we have the Shroud of Turin in the spring. Jim again went down, picked it up, set it up. It only stayed, given the nature of it, it stayed at St. John, and that was where my catechist actually then guided them through that. But the kids really, to have the Eucharistic miracles and the Shroud of Turin, I've had students just really, they went from Jesus being to a who, and then to a
And why should folks come back if they missed Jim's presentation or haven't seen the Shroud exhibit yet? Why do you recommend they come tonight or stop by this afternoon and see the Shroud exhibit?
I highly recommend anyone who has time this evening to come and visit this exhibit. It is absolutely amazing. It is, I think it touches on a lot of different intelligences, if you will, because it is scientific, but it's also, it is so scientific. The science is not going to contradict your faith, it is going to affirm your faith. And it's a wonderful, beautiful exhibit. The banners, I think I went through it in 45 minutes or so on my own, and was able to read every banner and look at the photos, and it's wonderful. It's amazing.
So we encourage others to follow in your footsteps this afternoon. Stop by our offices here at 701 West Fifth Street. See the Shroud of Turin exhibit. Come back this evening or join us at 6:30. And then, of course, to be able to continue our ministry, to go online and make that donation at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com or call 1-855-875-5242 because it is our fall pledge drive, and that's why we are so excited to have you back in the studio again this afternoon.
Lisa and Michelle, such a great conversation we're having here, and folks would appreciate your gifts. I wanted to mention this hour, we also have a $1,000 challenge gift this hour, and that's been matched up to so far the $700 been brought in towards those challenge gifts. So we're looking for another matching gift there of $300 to meet that challenge gift that we have available to you right now, and helping us get that. We'd also like to thank Linda for checking in with a nice gift, and Meg and Brent and Mary, all here in Sioux City, giving a gift this hour. Help us meet that challenge by giving a matching gift at 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Again, remember, some wonderful gifts available here to you. At that $250 gift level, that's $21 a month. $21 a month. Less than $1 a day. What can you get for $1 a day, Michelle?
Nothing.
I know, right?
No, even my husband would say she spends more on that on her London clogs every day.
There you go. $1 a day is so little, and that would be $1 a day would be $360 a year that you give to Siouxland Catholic Radio. You can set it up nice and easy on a credit card. You won't even think about it. Imagine, Michelle and Lisa, if you took every month and put $30 a month into a savings account that you never saw, $30 a month, and you did that for 10 years. If you did that for 10 years, you would have $3,600 in a savings account, and you would never think about it. What a wonderful, you'd be like, wait a minute, where'd all this money come from? $1 a day for 10 years. We have been on the air for 15 years. If a person chose to do that, they would be a substantial donor to Siouxland Catholic Radio. What a great thing.
Steve, we have people, sorry Michelle, we have folks who put away flex money every month. Take that out of your paycheck. We have folks who have their Christmas accounts who put that money away. But imagine doing one more. Like we talked about Mother Angelica, if you need a utility bill and your groceries, just put that $1 a day away for Siouxland Catholic Radio. At the end of the year, you write that gift, we send you the tax letter. Not only are we going to provide you those financial benefits, and again, talk to your advisor about your situation, but imagine how many lives you're going to change, including your own. That's all we're asking you to do, is to help us change your life. And it's just that simple to put that $1 a day away. And Michelle, you can't spend $1 a day anymore, not in today's world.
No.
It's you drop $1 a day just by not paying any attention to something, right? It's we waste $1 a day so easily. So, and guess what? Siouxland Catholic Radio is not a waste of $1. There is so much good being done by Siouxland Catholic Radio here. Invitation, be a part of this great work. Give us a call, 855-875-5342, or check us out online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
So Michelle, one of the neat things that we are wanting to do here in the coming year to help you in our DREs is we're going to be bringing a new program to Siouxland Catholic Radio called Catholic Ministries Principles, or something along that line. It's a 25-minute show that will air on Siouxland Catholic Radio. It will be available on podcast. And it's a great opportunity for whether you're a DRE, whether you're looking at Catholic Radio, to be able to have those resources and support to grow individually, to be able to grow as a professional, because we hear you saying, it's great that you're having all of these programs to take care of the kids, but what about us DREs? How else can we support you, or has Siouxland Catholic Radio supported you as a DRE?
I think Catholic Radio has done a fabulous, terrific job. I have grown so much since tuning in to Catholic Radio, and it's been a number of years. I think one way to support, I think like, this will indirectly support our effort, is to support the families. If you take a look, this will be my recommendation, take a look at our area, your area, and when the schools dismiss, or when they begin school. And I would put a program on either during that drive time in the morning or the drive time in the afternoon. And I can tell you this, Father Travis Crowder, right?
Very much so.
I went out on faith, and I asked that beautiful priest if he would please come and talk with our students at during the vocation. And he was so gracious. He looked at me. Now this is Holy Week, and he looked at me and he said, "You know, your parishes are about 25 miles apart." And I said, "Yes, they are." And he said, "Well, then I would make 2 visits." He committed to that during on Sunday through Christmas. So he came to St. John in Ottawa on October 23rd. He was supposed to be at Sioux on November 8th. We had a conflict, so we're going to have him for the Feast of St. Nicholas. And my point is this, my students, if 25 miles between their parishes is far, Siouxland's far, or Sioux City's far. So they didn't even know that we had a new priest. I mean, they didn't have any idea that they may be, some of them, particularly because of COVID, only know Father Abraham. Maybe Father Cycling, maybe a retired priest who are like with come for confession. But for the most part, they don't see more priests or other priests the way that the students are, particularly at the Catholic schools, that you see. So they just, we had a pizza with fathers, is what we did. And so Father Crowdy and Father Abraham answered questions. I am not exaggerating. I was actually at my other parish. I had parents tell me this, as well as some colleagues, catechists. They said the middle school and high school students were so enamored with Father Crowdy that they stayed with him for an additional 20 minutes after religious hour. Parents were waiting, wondering where their students were, and came in. They finally said, "You get
him, so we need to let him go home. And so I actually got phone calls from parents saying, "Who is the priest that you had?" And I'm saying, "I hope you read it in the bulletin, because it was in there." But they said that their students talked. They said it was a fabulous night. They talked about it. They were still talking about it. I actually, the following after the Holy Week, we had to set up more chairs in our high school and middle school rooms because more kids were returning to religious education. So my recommendation, a show on either side of the school that's just for families, specifically for the kids. Get some of those younger priests, seminarians, transitional deacons. That's what I would do.
Thank you for your great advice, and that's a tease to stay tuned after the 1st of January for more. And it is exciting as we talk about, our fall pledge drive, and sitting across the table here from Francesca, so many families do tune in. I'm surprised during this fall pledge drive how many people say, "With my kids," and we hear it from a few, and then we hear it from a few more that say, "I tune in and I listen to the Divine Mercy Chapel," and it is that time for us as a family to come together in prayer, as well as to be able to grow in faith. So Michelle, how can families be able to make Siouxland Catholic Radio continue to meet those needs now and in the future? What number would you love to recommend for them to call?
I think there's just one number that they should call, and that number is 855-875-5342. Again, 855-875-5342.
Because it is our fall pledge drive, and your support allows us to bring all of these great programs to our listeners. And Steve, even young families today can make a donation via Venmo or can go online with their credit card.
Absolutely. That website, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. An opportunity to get a gift. I'd like to thank Lisa and Don for checking in with a very generous gift this hour. Getting us a little closer to the goal, but we're getting closer to the top of the hour. It's 1 minute to the top of the hour, where we do have to step away and do a legal ID. And we're going to come back with the Divine Mercy Chaplet on the other side. But give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Michelle Ruffin, thank you so much for being here with us this half hour.
Steve, Lisa, thank you for having me.
Great honor. Folks, give us a call, 855-875-5342 or online, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You're listening to KFHC, Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA, Storm Lake, channel 88.1 FM.
Here on the Siouxland Catholic Radio Network. The number to call in and pledge your support is 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. You can also donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. It is 3 o'clock, which means it is the hour of mercy, and we are now going to invite you to join us in praying and singing the Chaplet of Divine Mercy. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. O Jesus, eternal truth, our life, I call upon you, and I beg your mercy for poor sinners. O sweetest heart of my Lord, full of pity and unfathomable mercy, I plead with you for poor sinners. O most sacred heart, fount of mercy, from which gush forth rays of inconceivable graces upon the entire human race, I beg of you, light for poor sinners. O Jesus, be mindful of your own bitter passion, and do not permit the loss of souls redeemed at so dear a price of your most precious blood. O Jesus, when I consider the great price of your blood, I rejoice at its immensity, for one drop alone would have been enough for the salvation of all sinners. Although sin in it is an abyss of wickedness and ingratitude, the price paid for us can never be equal. Therefore, let every soul trust in the passion of the Lord and place its hope in his mercy. God will not deny his mercy to anyone. Heaven and earth may change, but God's mercy will never be exhausted. Oh, what immense joy burns in my heart when I contemplate your incomprehensible goodness, O Jesus. I desire to bring all sinners to your feet, that they may glorify your mercy throughout endless ages. You expired, Jesus, with the source of life gushed forth for souls, and the ocean of mercy opened up for the whole world. O fount of life, unfathomable divine mercy, envelop the whole world with yourself out upon us. O blood and water which gush forth from the heart of Jesus is a font of mercy for us, I trust in you. O blood and water which gush forth from the heart of Jesus is a font of mercy for us, I trust in you. O blood and water which gush forth from the heart of Jesus is a font of mercy for us, I trust in you. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. On the third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven, and is seated at the right hand of God, the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the living and the dead.
I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen. Eternal Father, I offer you the body and the blood, soul, and divinity of your dearly beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, his only for our sins, and those of the whole world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world, for the sake of his sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the world. Eternal Father, I offer you the body and the blood, soul, and divinity of your dearly beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, in atonement for our sins and those of the whole world, for the sake of his
a sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world. Eternal Father, I offer you the body and the blood, soul, and divinity of your dearly beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, in atonement for our sins and those of the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world, for the sake of His sorrowful passion. Have mercy on us and on the whole world. Eternal Father, I offer you the body and the blood, soul, and divinity of your dearly beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, in atonement for our sins on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. Eternal Father, I offer you the body and the blood, soul, and divinity of your dearly beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. He atoned for our sins and those of the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passion, have mercy on us and on the whole world. Holy God, holy mighty one, holy immortal one, have mercy on us and on the whole world. and of the world.
Eternal God, whose mercy is endless and the treasury of compassion inexhaustible, look kindly upon us and increase your mercy in us, that in difficult moments we may not despair or become despondent, but with great confidence submit ourselves to your holy will, which is love and mercy itself. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We thank you for tuning in this hour of mercy to pray the Divine Mercy Chaplet with us. And did you know that you can actually pray the Divine Mercy Chaplet every day here on Siouxland Catholic Radio with His Excellency Bishop R. Walker Nicholas, the Diocese of Sioux City. So it's a great opportunity to just slow our hearts a little bit and pray the Chaplet of Divine Mercy. We're going to head to a break here and be back with more on the Fall Pledge Drive. But before we go, the number to call in and pledge your support is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. We'll be right back.
Strong, we're not going to make it. So give us a call, 855-875-5342.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just so thankful, Steve, for everybody who has called in to support thus far. Many hands make light work, right? And we're seeing that all kinds of different amounts are coming in from all kinds of wonderful people because they know the importance of Catholic radio. And so that's the invitation this afternoon in our last couple of hours is, do you know the importance of Catholic radio? Well, if you're listening, you probably do, because you probably have a favorite show, or you've been inspired in some way by one of the programs or topics. A gentleman yesterday talked about, or it's the first day maybe, talked about guardian angels, and that brought back an instance in his life of where he really felt the presence of his guardian angel. Whatever it is in your life that has moved you, now is an opportunity to call and give back at 855-875-5342.
855-875-5342. Steve Sponskowski, your mom, Brandon Clark. We're actually just coming to your area, working with you to help you raise funds for your Catholic radio station because we believe so much in Catholic radio. And you all know Ann Reed, who is the operations manager here, and we keep trying to get her to tell her story. She won't tell her story, but I know she's got a great story because she does love Catholic radio. But I know, Brandon, you and I both have a story coming to Catholic radio, which we don't have an entire hour to tell the story. But I think, again, that the invitation. There's Ann looking in the window. Ann, come on.
There she is.
You tell your story. We'll tell our story if you tell your story. She's looking in the window
Come on,
and just pointing at us.
Come on, Ann.
You
I got an
always
idea.
do that.
If we get somebody to call in and give $1,000, I bet we can get Ann on the air.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's got to be like a $5,000.
$5,000? There she goes.
But again, we know the value of Catholic radio. We know the importance of Catholic radio. And so help us continue this work. I know, Brandon, when I heard about Catholic radio, this was back in 2007, and somebody had called me and said, hey, they're looking for a development director here in Real Presence Radio, which is up in the upper Midwest, one radio station. And they said, hey, we're looking for someone to do fundraising. In Catholic radio, you should take that job. And I'd never heard of Catholic radio. It was completely out of my area. I couldn't even listen to Catholic radio at that time because it didn't reach the area where I was at. And I said, fundraising is just not my thing. I don't want to do that. And so I kind of ignored it. And I lost my job recently and kept applying for different jobs. I applied to over 100 positions and didn't get a single call back. The only place that called me was Real Presence Radio, the radio station in Grand Forks, which is 2 hours away, saying, hey, we keep hearing about you. You should apply for this job. And so I read about it, went up there and did the interview. And I was so excited when I sat in the room interviewing about what they were doing with Catholic radio, what they were hoping to do with Catholic radio. It was the funniest thing, that the sense of everything they wanted to do was almost like in my life what I felt the Lord had given me little experiences in different little areas. It was something that I enjoyed doing and something that I was interested in doing more of. It fit perfectly. And I walked out of there. My wife Jacinta was in the Adoration Chapel and she said, well, what do you think? And I came out and I said, gosh, I said, it's pretty exciting. And she said, well, the African position would be accepted. I said, I think I would. And of course, it took them a couple of weeks to get back to me. But I did that job. I worked in that position as executive director for 13 years, and it was just such an amazing work, working with people, drawing them to Christ, and even seeing myself in my own heart, my own conversion that happened every day. of the Lord, removing some of my pride, teaching me humility, and especially in fundraising. Fundraising can be a humbling process where you have to get out of the way of your, put your own feelings aside and let the Lord work in that. And so here we are today, doing some more fundraising for Catholic Radio. The value of it, the reason we do it is because of how soul is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to give out that number to call in and pledge your support at 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can donate on the app, and you can donate on Venmo. So lots of different opportunities there. My first encounter with Catholic Radio, I was actually in college. My now wife had texted me because the chaplain of the Newman Center at North Dakota State University was on the air, and it happened to be his birthday. So she told me to call in and pledge support in honor of his birthday, and I did that. Little did I know that, I don't know, it's probably maybe 5 years later, I'd be working for Catholic Radio. And my background, actually, I had a degree in broadcast journalism, and I was working for a local TV station as an on-air reporter and producer. But I hit a point where I was leaving at the end of the day wondering if what I really did was making a difference. Because that's really, in my heart of hearts, that's what I want to do in my life, is make a difference, to touch people's lives, to lead them closer to the Lord. And as I reflected on that more and more, I found that I really wasn't. We were reporting on people's worst days of their life. Maybe there was a car accident. Maybe there was a house that burned down or something like that. And I had to go and stick my camera in somebody's face. It was kind of the worst job ever. And so I ended up leaving, and I left media altogether. And then I actually got a call from you and said, I want you to come and work for me. And at first I turned you down. I think I turned you down a couple times, actually. And yet then I opened myself up to the Lord and said, Lord, if this is really what you want, then maybe I should give it a try. And I did. And, I just, not only did my spiritual journey change and my Catholic faith grow much deeper, but it was actually during the pledge drives where I got to see the impact of Catholic Radio. Because as we go around to different areas and interview different people, you could see just the profound impact that the good news of the gospel had on people as they were hearing it on the app, as they were hearing it in the different locations that had all the radio signals. And I really became a firm believer that this is an evangelizing mission that must continue.
And we can't continue this mission without you folks, or without your call, without your prayers, without your support. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And Brandon, as you shared your story, actually was a funny thing that the first time I met you was when I was interviewing Bishop John Folder.
Yes.
He was being installed, or he was announcing his acceptance as being the bishop of the Diocese of Fargo. And you asked a question I was covering this live with Catholic Radio in this event, and here's this young man behind the camera, and he says, Bishop, can you tell us the meaning of your motto? What is the motto of your episcopate mean? I'm like, wait a minute. How does he know what that means? How does he know this word, and how does he know how to ask this question? And afterwards, like, who's that guy? And the communications director of the Diocese of Fargo, Kenny Walker, kind of said, that's Brandon Clark. I said, I want to meet him. I want to talk to him. Because we were, at that time, I needed a programming director at Real Presence Radio, and so I kind of started that. You actually shared your faith publicly, the public witness, by asking a question, which then made me aware of your existence. And so that's what we're called to in Catholic Radio, is really to witness to our faith in the public, and you never know who's listening. You never know who might be affected by what you have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned Bishop John Folder, who's the bishop of the Diocese of Fargo. I want to talk for a moment about Bishop Walker Nicholas, who supports Catholic Radio. So in our work at Real Presence Radio, we had the support of every local bishop, and we had them on the air regularly. And I can't tell you what that means to have a local bishop support of an apostolate. And that's exactly what they have here in the Diocese of Sioux City, is great support. In the interview, he talked about how he learns things every day from Catholic Radio, and he talked about how Catholic Radio is so important in helping the faithful understand why the church teaches what she does. And so I want to encourage those listeners out there to think about the words of your bishop and how he has been moved by Catholic Radio, and how he knows that it can continue to move lives and it can continue to allow people to go deeper in their spiritual journeys, which, you think about a rising tide raises all ships, right? It's going to only make this diocese and every area that is reached by Siouxland Catholic Radio that much better, Steve.
Absolutely. So give us a call. Help us continue this work. We love the Divine Mercy Chocolate. We love hearing Al Cresta in the afternoon or Catholic Answers, which will be coming up after our broadcast today. Any of these great programs, Dr. Ray Randy, Call to Communion, Dr. David Anders. Great program that really just, as Brendan mentions, raises the tide and lifts all ships, because we are part of that work. We are in the harbor here, the harbor of the church, and we need to help one another rise to that encounter with Christ. So give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And Brandon, starting the station here, I know Father Harold Cooper, you worked very many years, 10 years before we got in the air to try to get this station going. And you had many of the founders answering questions over the years and his interviews of how this worked. I remember the one story of how there's a windstorm came up and somebody went and looked and said, the satellite's gone. Well, where did it go? And I think the story is they never found the satellite. It just blew off the roof. Little battles that we all have when we try to do the Lord's work. The Lord, you think that when the Lord asks you to do something, He would clear the way and make it easy for you, but He doesn't always. Especially like in the story of Mother Angelica. Every time He asked her to do something for Him, as we hear in the story by Raymond Arroyo, every time He asked her to do something new for Him, she experienced a new suffering, a new cross. And she had to basically, at a certain point, realize when she was suffering that the Lord was asking her to do something more. And I know very often, well, I'm not feeling good. I think, Lord, I'll do that for you when I'm feeling better about it. When I'm feeling good, when I'm completely healthy, I'll go and do that work for you. But oftentimes the Lord is saying to us, I need you to pick up your cross. I need you to carry your cross and do that work. And that's often what we experience in Catholic Radio. The more impact we have, the greater good we're doing, the more difficult it gets.
Well, and Father Matt was talking about in his homily the other day, and we actually had him on the Pledge Drive sharing this as well, that there's always a next level, right? There's no status quo when it comes to journeying towards the Lord and serving His church. And so when we do get called to that next level, it is going to hurt a little bit. But you know what? We rejoice in suffering because we know suffering has meaning. And so as we're thinking about giving of our money, yeah, sometimes it's actually tough to give money because we think about what we're not going to get. But when it comes to Catholic Radio, I think we have to understand what we are getting. We're getting an opportunity to serve others, to lead people back to the church if they've been away, to lead people to the church if they've never been Catholic, to lift people up when they've had a down day or, extremes, right? Maybe somebody is on the brink of suicide and they encounter Catholic Radio, and in that moment, whether they've called in or they're hearing just the right thing at the right moment that the Holy Spirit has inspired them by, they decide that their life has purpose. Or maybe it's an abortion, they're considering having an abortion, and yet they call in and they talk to one of the Catholic Radio personalities, and by the end of that call, they're like, you know what, life is so important. Whatever it is, there is so much good to Catholic Radio and how it touches lives, how it touches hearts. I mean, I could go on forever just about the impacts, and we've heard it for the last 3 days. The last 3 days, how many people have come into the studio and shared how their lives have been changed, Steve?
Absolutely, folks. We want to continue to change lives, draw people to Christ through the truth, so that He will change our lives and change the lives of others. And we can't do it without your help. Give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You know, Brennan, we're in this midst of this Eucharistic revival. And what I love about Scripture is it's so life-giving, and how it really kind of gives us the direction. And in the Gospel of John, in the Bread of Life Discourse, that moment, 666, so chapter 6, verse 66 is when they all left him at that point. They said from that point they no longer walked with him. But what's interesting about that is prior to that, like in chapter 6, verse 53, around there, 53, 54, Jesus, He says there, unless you eat my body and drink my blood, you have no life within you. And that's when they walked away. And after that, when the people walk away, he turns to Peter in 6:57 and 6:58, and he says, "Will you also go?" And Peter said, "No, Lord, we completely understand this mystery that you're talking about, and we embrace it completely." No, he doesn't say that. He says, "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life." And sometimes in life, there's that invitation, we were talking earlier, that invitation to say yes to things that we don't fully understand. If you've got a child, and you've had your child baptized, there's always that question that they ask, do you fully understand what you're undertaking? And the correct answer is yes. You're supposed to say it. In the book it says say yes. But as a parent, when you're having a child baptized and they say, will you bring your child up in the faith? Will you teach them the statutes of the church? Will you do these things and introduce them to Christ? Those are not the exact words, but that's what they're talking about. And then the question is, do you fully understand what you're undertaking? Yes. It's kind of like a yes with kind of like Peter's words. Lord, yes, I believe. Please help my unbelief. And we have to walk in faith. Oftentimes in these works that we're doing, Catholic Radio is no exception. It's one of those times where we have to step out in faith. And many have. We stand on the shoulder of giants, the shoulders of giants who have stepped out and made acts of faith in this work and saying, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. We say yes, and our yes is an act of faith, an act of trust in the Lord. And so maybe you're sitting there thinking, I would love to help Catholic Radio, but I just don't have the ability. Guess what? You have the ability. No matter what, no matter where you are at financially, you have the ability to help Catholic Radio, whether it's $1, $5, $10, $1,000, or $10,000. Your gift, actually, its value is based upon what sacrifice it is to you. For a person who's a millionaire, $1 is not a sacrifice. But for a person who's barely making it right now, $1 is a sacrifice. So we're asking you to consider a sacrifice that does honor to God, who has given you all you have. What sacrifice could you be proud of making right now for this gift of Catholic Radio? That's what we're asking you to do. Make a sacrifice, make a gift that is a sacrifice for you, because when we make the sacrifice, that's when the Lord really has a space and fills that space for us. So, give us a call, 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Make the pledge, or you can do it online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
And you know what's interesting about giving is that when we give, the Lord multiplies our giving. Whether it's an extra check that comes in the mail, or a raise at work, or something like that. And maybe it's not even monetary. Maybe it's just the joy that comes in our heart through giving. The Lord will make that count in many ways, over and over and over again. See, one of the things that I was thinking about was how the church becomes a beacon of hope in tough times. My first experience of this really was on September 11th, 2001. You all know about that. And I was amazed at how many people flocked to the church. Because, like you said, to whom shall we go? Where else are we to go in this time to find understanding? And I think even today, when we look at the world around us, when we're looking at secular society and the breakdown of it with all of the different movements and ideologies, we look at the wars around us in Ukraine and Israel, there really becomes a point where we're like, what's going on? Like, how do I understand this? And it's in those moments that the church becomes that beacon of hope. It becomes that place to where we can go and we can find answers. And, especially when you think about Siouxland Catholic Radio and the different programming that EWTN offers across the radio waves and through online and through the app, you're going to get news, or you're going to get news from a Catholic perspective. So you're going to be able to have a deeper understanding of what's happening in light of the faith and how the church sees it. And then you're also going to have a place where it's going to be positive. It's going to be hopeful. It's going to be a place where you can leave at the end of the day going, I'm really glad I tuned in for that, because, now I can go home and I can love my family, I can love my wife or husband, I can love my kids, and, I don't just have this drudgery dragging me down like we get from a lot of secular media. And so if this is your experience and you're listening to Catholic Connection with Teresa Tamio, or you're listening to Al Cresta, kind of those more newsy programs, or you're listening to Dr. Ray Guarendi, who has a lot of good family advice, or the Pop Checks with Dr. Greg and Lisa Popchak. Whatever it is, however it's impacting you, this is the time to be able to give back and know that this is a place where people turn to when they don't have the answers, when they don't know what to do. So that number to call is 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342.
Or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And Brandon, we have a dollar for dollar challenge this hour where somebody stepped up and said, I'm going to give sort of a $3,000 goal this hour. And somebody said, well, I'll give you $1,500. Now you go find the other $1,500.
That's great.
Right? So we've got the first $1,500. Now we've got to go get the rest. And you know what? If you're listening, hey, can you help? Because we need to get that other $1,500. We got Patricia who checked in also this hour. We can put that towards that, her gift. So Patricia, thank you for that. And Larry also checking in this hour to help us get a little closer to that goal. But we need to raise another $1,425 in the next 10 minutes. Can we do that?
Absolutely we can.
Only with your help. Only with your help, folks. And we can if you give us a call, 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Or give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Brandon, on Sunday we've got the reading of the talents coming. You remember the story where Jesus gives, or the master talks about the master who gives these 3 servants of him. He gives them each different talents. Yeah. He gives one 10 talents, another one 5, and another one 1. And at this time, if you say, well, what is a talent? We think, well, maybe it's a gift that we have that we can share, and it could be that. But at this time, a talent was really considered 20 years worth of wages. So this was not a small gift, right? It was not a small gift. The guy who got 10 talents, that was like 100 years, or 100 years worth of wages. It was, and so we have, this is a major gift that he's giving to them, and he goes away for quite a while, right? And he comes back, and the first 2 servants come to him and say, Lord, look what we've done. The master, look what we've done. We've doubled the gifts you've given us. And he says, come, good and faithful servants, share in your master's joy. The third servant comes forward and he says, here's your talent back. I buried it. Because I knew that you were an exacting master. I knew that you were a hard master, that you reap where you did not sow. And he said to him, because I knew you, I hid the treasure. And the master says to him, you wicked and lazy servant. You knew that I was a hard master where I reap where I did not sow, and yet you buried your treasure. The arrogance of this servant is saying, Lord, I knew you. What does it mean to know the Lord? If we do know the Lord, shouldn't it change how we are? And that's what we see in the first 2 servants, is that they did truly know the Lord. When he gave him their talents, they went out and took the risk. Matter of fact, it was pretty normal at that time to go and bury the treasure because this was during Roman occupation, right? And so very often the Romans would come in and with search and seizure, they would take stuff. So really, the Jews would hide their treasure anyway. That was a normal thing to do. But these other servants didn't do the normal thing. When the Lord gave them their talents, they took a risk. They went out and made more of those talents. And they hear those words, come, good and faithful servant, share your master's joy. So what is the invitation here? The invitation for us is really to ask the question, do I know the Lord? Can I say, I know Jesus? And if I say that, would everyone else around respond and say, yes, you do? Or would they say, wait a minute, how has that changed your life? Asking the question, if I know Jesus, how has that changed my life? And this is really the goal of Catholic Radio, the goal of Siouxland Catholic Radio, is for all of us to know Jesus more intimately. And how has that changed our lives? Well, the first thing it should do is give us a generosity of spirit. Because when we know the Lord, we realize that everything we have is from Him. We know everything we have is a gift from Him. And therefore, we should feel a deep desire to give back, a generosity, for others to receive that invitation, those talents that the Lord has given to us. We desire for others to experience that same Lord. And so, can you help us share those talents? Can you help us increase those talents, double those talents, so we can all hear those words? Come, good and faithful servant, share your master's joy. We want you to share in that joy. And one way you can do that is by calling and supporting this radio station right now. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
You know, when you're saying they didn't do the normal thing, that made me think about what we're doing here, actually. We're asking people to not do the normal thing, right? Because if we're a part of the secular culture is not going to give to support Siouxland Catholic Radio. It's just not going to be on their docket. And yet we're calling Catholics and even non-Catholics who are living or listening to not do the normal thing. Take a chance. Take a risk. You mentioned Mother Angelica earlier. What a risk she took. She ordered satellite equipment and it showed up at the door and she had no money. So she went into the chapel to pray, in which the Lord provided by a guy who was sitting on a yacht reading one of her little books. And he said, "What do you need?" And she said, "Well, this is what I need." Like, she risked in the Lord. And I think it's a great opportunity. I even think about, I believe it was Bishop Quinn of the Diocese of Winona, Rochester, when he told us a story about when you were praying with him, and it might have been one of the first meetings, and he talked about risking in the Lord. Lord Jesus, help us to risk in you. Well, if you're listening right now, will you risk in the Lord? Will you risk in this radio network and help them continue to share the gospel message? Because that's what we're called to do. Benedict XVI said, we were not made for comfort, we were made for greatness. And it's going to take some sacrifice, and it's going to take some work, and it's not always going to be easy. But guess what? It is going to be completely worth it. So don't do the normal thing, but call 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342, because you are set apart. You are a beloved son. You are a beloved daughter whom God loves beyond compare. And you are the apple of his eye. He knows every single hair on your head. You are loved, and this is an opportunity to give thanks for that love. Steve, another thing that's on my mind too is just expenses. You know from your time in radio that there are expenses when it comes to running a radio network. And we know we've talked a couple of times about this, about the bill that is available for this next year, an invoice for about $19,000-$20,000 to upgrade some of the engineering and computer equipment and everything like that. To support Catholic Radio for one day would be $645. For 1 hour would be $80. Do you think somebody could do that?
I think, the Lord is calling someone right now who's listening to make that call, take the risk, and to say, okay, I don't know quite how to pay this. And I love that we get the opportunity to work with so many bishops, and as mentioned, Bishop Quinn, his line was, "My Jesus, I trust and I risk in you." But also that happened with other bishops. The Bishop of Wyoming, Bishop Steve Biegler had said, every time you give a gift, it's an act of faith, because none of us know if we all have a job tomorrow. So anytime you give a monetary gift, you're telling the Lord, I'm making this promise, and I'm asking you to make good on this promise. It's an act of faith. And an act of faith, remember that in Scripture, Jesus went into certain areas, especially into his own home areas, and he was not able to perform any miracles. Why? Quote, because of their lack of faith. So if you want to see miracles, step out in faith. If you want miracles to happen in your life, act in faith, move in faith, because that's what the Lord requires in order to do miracles, is that we have an act of faith. An act of faith would be to call this number right now, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or getting online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
We're coming up to the top of the hour, which means we only have 1 hour left in the drive, Steve. 1 hour left in this 3-day drive, and we are coming into it. So we really need your help in these last few minutes to help us to reach this hour goal. We still have about $1,500, so please call in and help us chip away at that. Maybe you have the opportunity to actually give that $1,500. We had a $1,500 match come in for this hour. Can you say, you know what, I'm going to risk, I'm going to step out in faith, and I'm going to match that? If you can't, that's okay. What can you give to help support Siouxland Catholic Radio? 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can also donate on the app via Venmo, via PayPal. We just want to encourage you, now is the time. And you're listening to KFHC Sioux City, Ponca, KOIA Storm Lake, channel 88.1 FM.
So what do you got?
To Al Cresta with Cresta in the Afternoon, one of the beloved shows of many listeners across the Catholic radio listening audience, and we are excited to be with you. Guess what? We are in the final hour of the Fall Pledge Drive, joined again by Don Stevens. Don, very exciting 3 days, but we got some work to do this hour.
Yeah, we could use a little bit more money because we had that bill from our maintenance people coming in. We've got to replace a couple of apps. We've got to replace a little bit on the tower. So we have a $19,000 bill coming up in the next 6 months that we're going to have to address. And getting this Catholic radio out to everybody, we've got to keep the equipment moving.
Absolutely. So we're going to give out that number and invite you to call in this final hour to help us reach our daily goal at 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, on the app, on Venmo, and on PayPal. So we come to this final hour. We've missed a few hour goals, and we want to make sure that we finish out strong. So I can't express enough the importance of your help in this last hour. If you are listening right now, whatever amount you can give, we're asking you, now is that time. 855-875-5342. Now the exciting part is we have some big matches in store for you this hour. So we have folks who got together who said, we have $3,500 available that we want to offer to Siouxland Catholic Radio, and we want to put it out there as a challenge for everybody. So for $3,500, dollar for dollar, that is going to be matched. So when you call in and you give whatever amount, that is matched dollar for dollar up to $3,500. How awesome is that, Don?
That's a tremendous thing. People are doing this to make Catholic radio what we want it to be. Thank you for your generosity. And let me beg a little more. All of you out there, if you've ever thought about giving Catholic radio, haven't, this is a great time. We have in the studio with us Dave Ferris, Jack Grubb, Mike Ham. I guess the initial moving force of Holy Moments. So I would like to see if we could have some holy moments out there that provide us with a little more money to move forward with Catholic radio. You have to remember, all we have is donations to make this go. We have no product, but we are working the Word of God out there, evangelizing. Please, please, please help us evangelize. Jack, what's the number that they should be calling in?
855-875-5342.
That number again is 855-875-5342.
All right, Jack. As the leader, I guess, or the focal point, or the guy who came to us and said, there is something I want to talk to you about. Holy Moments. Tell us a little bit about how you started off on this, maybe where it's going, and maybe some of the special stories we've gotten as a result of Holy Moments going out into the community.
Well, starting out, I've been working with the Catholic on and off as obviously most all of us are ambassadors. I was a parish champion just for parishes. And so book-wise, I did a lot of that over the last 10, 12 years. That carried from there into an opportunity here I was dealing through Catholic, where we were receiving some free books. And I approached you, Father Dave, Mike, Sid, and everything. It ended up being good, and to be real honest, it was a good team that we had for that historical effort. And I think a couple really good points on that
we're the only city, or Siouxland in this case, that has done all zip codes. And in other words, it's delivered to every household. That's the only one within Dynamic County. They have had a few instances where an individual may do a small zip code, but nothing like this. And so some of the feedback, I'm just thinking about it within the last couple of weeks. I had an individual share with me that it brought a book back to one of the churches here in town. And they stopped and took a special note of it, bring it back, and said they wanted to tell the people that they had read the book for the moment, they received it. And the individual said, I'm a better person for having read this book. Now, that's exactly what we're looking for. Okay? Just to step up by each of us in the community. I think that's great.
And I think when you're talking about being a little bit, I guess, shy, and being a little bit humble about sending a few books. I mean, we sent thousands and thousands of books to the communities surrounding Nebraska, South Dakota.
About 80,000.
80,000 books. People have jumped on board and said, hey, I want to be a part of this wagon moving forward. I want to be a part of it. And Dave, you have some stories. I know you've spoken to some people who have read the book or stories about how they have touched people's lives.
I have. It truly is amazing because I think when people think of holy moments, they think, oh, what is a holy moment? For starters, a holy moment is something, just a simple little task. I don't care if you take your neighbor's garbage can from the street up to their house, if you grab a grocery cart out of the Hy-Vee parking lot and roll it back up, if you make a phone call or you visit somebody, you can change somebody's life by just doing a small little thing. We have a gal that works with us at our restaurant, and she got the book, and I can honestly say she's not a church person. She doesn't go to church. She really doesn't have a faith. She is now living on a mission to do holy moments for people in just small ways, and I can tell you personally, it has changed her life. And I think when people read this book, people that know me well know that I'm not a big book reader. I mean, I hang with people that read a book a week. I've maybe read a book since I graduated in high school. You know, that's not my expertise. But I will tell you what, once I got just open holy moments, it is a book that is very difficult to put down, and it's an easy book to pass around. And the great thing about it, if you read the book, you will find out that if you want to pass books out, it doesn't cost you anything. There's a number in there you can call. They will send you free books. You can call me. I have a case in the back of my car all the time. It's just a great thing, and it is what you just said, Jack. It's just about doing some kind things on a regular basis, not just every year or every whatever. You can make great impacts for people, and I think it's important that people do this in a world that's in dire need of kind moments.
And you can make a difference as well by calling and supporting Siouxland Catholic Radio at 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Dave, you said you can change someone's life by doing a small little thing. Don, somebody can change somebody's life by doing a small little thing like giving back to Catholic Radio.
Absolutely. Pay it, play it forward. We're trying to be out there for you. Please, you be out there for somebody else. Just one kind word, one kind action will change a person's life. Mike, I know you have seen changes in your life, especially coming from law enforcement, and your faith is so deep. How has Holy Moments and Catholic Radio affected you?
Well, everybody has to remember that if you want to feel good about yourself, do something for somebody else. And that's holy moments in action. And it does, a smile can be a holy moment for somebody that's down in their day. In my profession, 37 years I was active in before I retired. You know, you come across anything and everything. You see the dark side of humankind. And for me, I discovered 88.1 radio after 4 a.m., working the night shift many years. Trinity Heights wasn't fully, in fact, it was still just barely getting started. And there was Mother Angelica on the radio doing the rosary. And things had slowed down, and I was able to pray the rosary with Mother Angelica, and then at times I was able to do the Chaplet of Divine Mercy with the sisters. And as Trinity Heights was being developed, it became my refuge against the night. If I was working that side of town, downtown, north, a little bit east, I would try to make every night when things are slowing down, get a moment, I would drive up there, sit down, and at that time there was just Mary, the Queen of Peace there, and I would have a prayer time that I could do up there in the course of the night and discuss with God maybe the things that had happened earlier that were so great in people's lives. And I found myself not actually thinking of it, but when Jesus tells us to love our enemies, and maybe I've just arrested somebody that's raped a woman or killed somebody or beat somebody half to death. Maybe somebody tried to kill me. Now, if that were, I wouldn't be transporting, somebody else would. But somebody I just had a terrible fight with. I'm taking them to jail, and I find myself praying for them. And I wasn't consciously thinking, living out the command to love their enemies. But eventually it occurred to me that I most certainly had prayers for the victims, but I found myself finding it real easy to pray for the people that have done awful things to people. That was my Catholic faith in action. And it was prayerful moments or holy moments then, all those years ago. When I was training officers, as I was for many years, all the time, pull up there, park, and I'd say, this is just a little quiet time, if we could take it right now. We don't know how long this will last, but I would say a few prayers, talk with God, you can if you want to. And I had no problem. We can't evangelize as police officers on the job, but with that officer there with me, at Trinity Heights, my refuge in the night, it became a big part, and that was my Catholic faith. It renewed my Catholic faith. I got into the rosary. Ever since then, pray the rosary every day, Chaplet of Divine Mercy every day, along with my other prayers. And 88.1 radio brought me to that. And that was with Mother Angelica in the wee hours of the morning before everybody was really waking up.
When you hear these stories, like an officer on the streets, going through the worst of the worst, forgiving those that he's got to take care of, think of your lives. Think of your lives as you face people that you need to forgive. Maybe forgiving a little donation to Catholic Radio so that we can bring you information through whatever stream we have, David, through Dr. Ray, through the different prayers that are available to you, through the chaplain. Call. What is that number, Mike, that we would like people to call?
We'd like you to call 1-855-875-5342.
And you have to remember, if Catholic radio is not here, evangelization doesn't take place over the airwaves. It cannot exist. Public radio is great, you get the information, but you cannot find your faith. In the world today, on public radio and the media, you see what's out there. Jack, Holy Moments, is helping to make that happen. Are there some things you can tell the listening audience about some more of the Holy Moments issues that you've addressed and people have come to you on?
Well, more communities are interested in doing this, of course, and we can broach that subject as far as how do we look at this going forward. I think we don't know yet from the new Catholic side what we're going to be able to do, what we're not going to be able to do. They have some limitations, and the reason is the following. They were hoping to get to about 5 million books out, and this particular book was for both Advent and Christian as their handout book. But this has gone over so well that they surpassed it, and they're outrunning the production.
How has this helped your faith?
As far as helping me, to be honest, I was on my journey, and what I saw here and why I was so excited about it is every time you do something for someone, you get a little bit of joy out of it. But the beautiful thing is the other person, as Dave you mentioned, is receiving and getting that joy and becoming joyful themselves. And so every opportunity you get, if you'll just step up and touch someone else's life with a small, very small thing, sometimes a big thing.
You know, we have $3,500 on the table, Jack.
Yeah.
3,500 people have pledged to say, we will match that. So I think friends of Mike, Ann, Jack Grubb, Dave Ferris, Don Stevens, those of us that are working as knights, prayer groups, those we associate with, if you have not given yet, please, we're asking you, tugging on your heartstrings, begging you for just a little help for this last hour.
Absolutely, and you can call 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. And here's the thing, we've put out the call and people are answering that call. So we have Cindy calling from Lamar, she gave a wonderful gift. We have Matt from Jefferson, he gave a beautiful gift as well. So we are moving the needle and we are inching towards our goal. We still have about $2,500 available in that matching, so we got to keep the phones going. I don't want to sound desperate, but there is a little bit of urgency here because we are in our last hour of the Fall Pledge Drive. So if you haven't given, you've been impacted by holy moments, or you've been impacted by something you've heard on Catholic Radio, please call and pledge your support at 855-875-5342. It can be just like Jack said, a small opportunity. Just step out in faith and touch someone else's life. 855-875-5342. Also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Dave, I'd love to hear a little bit from you about how Catholic Radio has impacted your life.
Well, I'm just going to take this just a little kind of a fun, different direction.
Sounds good.
Here's a holy moment for you. The Bishop Healing Crusader football team won 3 games in the last 3 years. As of today, they've won 3 playoff games this year. Catholic Radio plays every one of the Healing Crusader football teams. Tomorrow, they're in the state championship for the first time in a long time. It's a 1 o'clock football. It's being brought to you live by Catholic Radio 88.1. And I think the parents of those football players, who I know are spending plenty of money sending their kids to Catholic schools, I get that. But there's a lot of those parents that can dig in right now. They're going to hear their son tomorrow. Their name's coming over the loudspeakers. Their name's coming over 88.1. And it's brought to you only by 88.1. So I think it's maybe the healing community can step up, the football players, football parents, the fans of the team. My son's an athletic director at Healing. I supported him yesterday. Time for him to call that.
Yes.
Support. Let's make this last hour a big thing, and we'll still, I think the holy moment factor in this whole thing is the Crusaders being in the Unidome. That may not be a holy moment. That might be miraculous. So, John LaFleur, God bless you, my friend, and all the Healing football players. Good luck tomorrow. So,
85, absolutely. 855-875-5342 is that number. Maybe you're looking for an amount to give. Well, it's about $645 a day to keep this station on the air. So can you give a gift of $645? Or it's about $80 an hour to keep the station on the air. So could you give $80? Could you give $1 a day? That's $30 a month, $365 a year. You can't get a lot for $1, but you can help save souls. Obviously, it's the work of the Holy Spirit, but if the radio is not on the air, it's tougher for the Holy Spirit to work through Catholic radio. So consider that and say a prayer to the Holy Spirit, calling 855-875-5342. You can join Cindy, you can join Matt, and now you can join Susan, who called in and she gave a gift. Whatever amount the Lord is laying on your heart, take the time, whatever you're doing, stop, because you might not get another opportunity. Who knows what's going to pop up in the next hour? If you're listening now, this is the time to call 855-875-5342.
I think what you've heard here is some of the discussions among really good Catholic men. Mike, your faith is unbelievable, Jack. What you've done, Dave, I've admired you for so long. In business, and then yet you go out and do so many kind things for other people. The three of you. I think men of the world associating with good, holy men like yourselves, you make all of us better. Catholic radio has assisted me in that avenue, being involved in the board, being involved in those type of things, being involved in holy moments, have set me on a trail of a mission of faith. What have I done in the past years? We've talked about it. We're all sinners. We all have tripped along the way. With Father Minen, one of my best friends, passing, I realized how fragile life is. A couple of years ago, I had a triple bypass. I was going along, everything was great with the cardiologist. He said I never looked better, great health, cholesterol, blood pressure. 30 days later, I had a triple bypass. Since then, they said Agent Orange from Vietnam has put a big factor in my life's health. Neuropathy's come up just recently. Post-traumatic stress, I started having more flashbacks, waking up in the middle of the night. Health-wise, I've got some issues, all a result of that. Veterans out there. We had a veteran come in this week, talk and say, hey, I got to tell you, Catholic radio's helped me in my life. I was almost ready to put the gun in my hand. I listened to some things Dr. Ray was talking about families. I thought about my family. The Chaplain of Mercy came on, and for some reason, the Holy Spirit came upon my life as I was listening, and I found something calm. I'm here to tell you thank you, and I want to give you a check for $1,000. You saved my life. Wow. I mean, that was a story, a touching story of just those things. Holy moments. A person came up to us and said, I was driving through McDonald's. You remember that story, Jack?
I do.
Driving through my McDonald's
It
days.
was incredible.
Incredible story. He says, here, I want to pay for the guy behind me. How much is it? $8. $8? What's going on? So what do you mean? Well, this used to happen maybe once every couple months. It's happening 2 or 3 times a week now. What do you think's happening? And it's this book that went out. Holy Moments. Holy Moments. Faith among gentlemen are making a big difference. We'd like to make a difference in your life at Catholic Radio. You can only do that with your donations.
Absolutely. And I just want to point out that that veteran came here to this station and shared that story with Don just the other day. These are real people with real stories who are really being impacted by Catholic radio. So now is your time to give back and help continue to provide Catholic radio for those who need it. You never know when they're going to turn on the radio and what they're going through when they do turn it on. So make sure that we have it available for them, whether it's on the radio, online, or on the app. And you can give by calling 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or you can donate online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You can also give on the app. Gentlemen, it's been so great. Dave, Jack, and Mike, thank you so much for sharing the holy moments with us. I really think even this half hour has been a holy moment. So we're just very blessed for you sharing how the Lord has worked in your lives through Catholic Radio and through the Holy Moments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have to head to the bottom of the hour break. But don't go anywhere because we do have 1/2 hour to go in our last hour of the Fall Pledge Drive. So we'll keep those phone lines open. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Or again, you can donate on the website at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We'll be right back.
That's 600 bushels of corn.
Hey, really?
Yeah.
No, Ken. Seriously?
Yeah.
875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com, on the app, on PayPal, and on Venmo. Steve, when we went to break, we got a couple of people calling in and answering our call. Do you want to thank them?
Absolutely, Jamie. I think coming in with a very nice gift online. Thank you for that. And Alex from Jefferson giving a gift. Thank you for that. Also, Susan in Sioux City checking in with the gift right now. Thank you so much for that. Looks like an online gift there as well. And Dave and Nancy giving us 600 bushels of grain, which, of course, this morning Deacon Twidwell offered a challenge out there that he would match any gifts of grain. So 600 bushels of corn there offered this evening by Dave and Nancy. So thank you so much for that. You can also give a gift of grain or a gift of money, or you can give a car, whatever you want. We'll take anything. If you have a goat, we'll give a goat. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Or give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. We've got about 28 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're still not at our goal for the pledge drive. We're getting so close. We're close to breaking some records that we've had here. Actually, yesterday was our best pledge drive day ever at just over $19,000. Let's see if we can blow past that this final day of our pledge drive here on Siouxland Catholic Radio. 855-875-5342 or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
And we've got some very special guests in with us this half hour to help us reach our goal. We've got John Fitzsimmons, who's a board member, and his wife, Lindy. Hello and good afternoon to you both.
Hello and good afternoon.
Hi there.
All right, so we have about 20 minutes left, as Steve was saying. Talk about Catholic Radio's impact in your life, John.
Well, I guess it starts back in the beginning. Father Cooper, I think I was still in my 30s back then, but so he's like, hey, you want to be part of this group to start Catholic Radio? And I was kind of EWTN junkie, I guess for lack of a better word. I really was inspired with Mother Angelica, and from the time when I was just getting out of college. And I really think she had such a profound effect on Catholicism in America and the world eventually, but also right close in my own life. We started. It took us a long time to get off the ground, and I was peddling those CDs for a while, parish to parish, and then while we were waiting to get on the air, and then also Lindy. I always say Lindy got serious, but I think I did that on my own. So I could listen to Catholic Radio while I was driving, when we didn't have it. But, the whole time it was like, everyone's calling in. It's like, my life has changed because of Catholic Radio. And I was just, it was just my desire to have that here in Siouxland. So these people from Siouxland would one day be calling in saying, because of Catholic Radio, all these great things happen with individual faith lives. And that's what we've heard in the last 15 years. So I can never say anything shortly, but Lindy, tell us how Catholic Radio changed your life.
Well, I would say that I love it. I was born and raised Catholic, and I went to Catholic grade school, Catholic high school, Catholic college, and you can't believe what you don't learn there. Hardly anything. And I even consider myself to have very Catholic parents. But I think it was more for I didn't realize all the deep And so we started watching EWTN. I was always too busy, so I hear it out of the corner of my ear. But I do love talk radio, and so it fits in very nicely with what I really want to do. Do you know what I really want to do? I like to listen to talk radio. And I think that people often don't want to turn to it because they think, oh, that's just full of faith and doesn't affect me. But it's a lot of people's everyday lives. It really is. And it's like talking to a friend, and it's really learning things. I think there's different types of shows on there. One of the shows I really like is shows that are fact-filled. You know, I don't want to know how you're feeling. I want to know what the answer is. I like Catholic answers. I like the journey home because people call up and they say, hey, I'm not Catholic, and they tell their story, and it's so awesome to feel, frankly, that you're like, yeah, I was right. I was right all along. You know, I was in the right place at the right time. One of my favorite shows is Calling Kelly Mass. She has a Saturday morning show because my passion is children, raising them well, and I just don't think you can know everything. You can't know the whole Catholic faith, so you got to keep learning it. And when I try to raise my kids, I've called in a few times. I like Dr. Ray.
Lindy.
I know. And so I love the Dr. Ray and Calling Kelly Mass. They really are about family issues and raising kids and any other things that you might want to talk about. And I just think that people don't realize how awesome Catholic radio is. How fun it is to listen to these things and learn them, and then you can love it, right?
Absolutely. My wife has called in a few times as well. So.
And I don't remember exactly when we called Dr. Ray, and she said, Lindy. I'm sure it was something to do with.
I remember that call.
Yeah, something to do with that.
That's who Lindy is.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, this is our pledge drive, our last 20 minutes of our pledge drive here on Siouxland Catholic Radio. We come to you twice a year to help you, ask you to help us continue this work and ask for your support. And we're asking for it now. Can you give a pledge here at Siouxland Catholic Radio of any amount? Help us get to that goal. 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. You can also give online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
You know, Don talked about this in the last half hour. I don't know if you've heard this story, but earlier this week, a veteran came in and made a donation, and he told Don his story, and he said, I was at a point where I was almost ready to put a gun to my head, and I turned on Catholic radio, and the Chaplet of Divine Mercy came on, and I felt this calm come over me, and it just gave me so much hope, and I just wanted to come in and give a donation because I was so grateful. Steve, this is the impact that Catholic radio has. This is a person here in Sioux City.
And we hear these stories all the time of people who are listening. Sometimes you get the sense of, well, who's listening in the middle of the night? You never know who's listening to Catholic radio in the middle of the night at that moment where you need to hear those words of hope, those words that say, hey, you are valuable, you are loved. There's something more to life. And we hear these stories all the time. As I mentioned, the two number one stories that I hear on Catholic radio is somebody says, I listened to Catholic radio and I came back to confession. That so many priests tell me, you know, the one thing I know about Catholic radio is it brings people back to confession because they walk in and they say, Father, I haven't been to confession for 30 years. What brought you to Catholic radio? That's the first thing. The second one is the Eucharist. People come back to the Eucharist. Now, if that's not fruit and a track record that we can build upon, then there's no such thing as track record. That's something we have that we can put out there and say, if we support Catholic radio, we're supporting bringing people back to that relationship with Christ, going out and getting that one lost sheep that the Good Shepherd would go after. Leave the 99, go after the one sheep. And that's our goal.
You know, it's been so woven in, to our family. It's like, when we used to travel, it's like, oh, Dad's listening to Catholic stuff again, right? And I do remember Jimmy when he was little, he said, what's that?
Who gets on the phone?
Who is on the phone?
Would you like to say hi, Angel?
Hello.
Hello.
This is your son, Dad.
Hey.
Calling from the seminary.
Oh, so Jimmy is right here. Can we get
You put it in
Put him right into the
all right.
microphone.
So talk to us, Jimmy. Hey, awesome, thank you. Cool. I was just telling him the story when you were little, Father David Donald Calloway, and I was like, yeah, he was really bad. You said that. Yeah.
Oh, the kids would not enjoy Catholic radio at all.
No, he said he was bad, like he was naughty.
He was naughty. Well, he had a tough story.
Yeah.
I think the microphone's at the bottom.
You can keep talking to him this hour. This is your time, Dad. We got approval from.
Well, that's okay. But hey, thanks for calling me, buddy. Do you have anything you want to say? All right. Hey, thanks. Thanks. And it's prayers and all this stuff. Everyone loves you here. It's just like everyone wants to hear what Jimmy and Mary Kate are doing.
Yeah. I tell you, we're trying to get Mary Kate on the call too, but she, that didn't work out. So.
That's okay.
She's a little cloistered right now.
She's a little closer.
A little cloistered.
Yeah. Awesome.
Being busy with prayer is a good thing. And how are things going at Seminary, Jimmy?
They're going great, yeah. They're awesome. I've got just got out of I took classes already, counseling, it's just,
What did you do to get counseling?
it's just so good to deal with all your stuff, all your, just, finding ways to avoid it more deeply and talking to people that are so holy and so knowledgeable that person. It's just super helpful.
I don't know if anyone saw Jimmy's video out there, but it's on the website of the diocese, and in it he says everyone should discern, a holy vocation. And it's true.
Everyone should discern a holy vocation.
Everyone should discern a holy vocation no matter where they're at. And one thing he said about the seminary is, you're not sitting here trying to convince me to be a priest. You're trying to help me discern if that is my vocation. And so there's no fear that if you voice an interest, a possible interest in a vocation, they're not going to say, hey, you're locked in, we're not going to let you go now. The church's only interest is that you find the right place for you. And so in Jimmy's little video, he said, every man should discern a vocation. You've got to contemplate it.
Or consider the priest.
Consider it, yeah. Take the time to discern.
That's beautiful. Just want to hop in here and give out the number 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Also on the website, SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Steve, this is one of the things that actually we hear a lot about in Catholic radio, that it helps support vocations.
Absolutely, actually. Many of the stations have, over the years, KBSS has kind of a running track on the priestly vocations that come from their programming here, just in Omaha, the south of the area here. A lot of people talked about how really it's, again, that invitation to discern a priestly vocation, like you're saying there, Jimmy, that every man should give the Lord that time of saying, Lord, what would you like me to do? And I remember, Jimmy, we had you on the radio here a couple of years ago during the pledge drive before you headed off to the seminary. You shared your story towards that vocation. What does that look like now, a few years in?
Hey, just a second, I'll get the speaker
You got him on phone
here.
here. Hit it with your nose.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Try again.
I'd say, it's just constantly giving more freedom to just to lead into his love and to be so reliant on his love that serving people that just kind of what flows naturally out of receiving from him. And so, it's just such a free gift that I'm willing to give of myself and willing to receive love from God and receiving that love from God and just adding it towards
So that's a great quote from St. Bernard of Clairvaux. That's one of his teachings, and that's a very common conversation today, that you're not a canal, you are a reservoir that Lord fills you up so you can overflow. And I love what you're saying, Jim, too, that you naturally overflow.
So if you're listening in right now and you have not given a pledge yet, I want to encourage you to call 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342. Phones, Steve, have slowed down a little bit. We want to really keep the momentum moving forward because we only have about 13 minutes left in this hour.
Yep, so Jimmy, we're going to let you go. We have to get back on the phone and get on the horn here and get people calling in. But thank you so much for checking in and over our prayers.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for including me and radio station all the time.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much, folks. Join Don and Marie, who just checked in with a very nice gift. Thank you for your call and checking in this hour too. Again, we've got 12 minutes to the top of the hour to really match this $3,000 that we have available here for this hour on our pledge drive, and to make the goal, give us a call, 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. And of course, too, I want to shout out to you, John. John Fitzsimmons has been on the board here. You've been chairman of the board for the entire 15 years, or is it 25 years?
Very recently.
Yeah, until very recently, John stepped back as chairman of the board, and starting with working with you here 3 years ago. You've been a great leader here, you've been on every pledge drive. We've done these conversations, every pledge drive that I've been hearing, and just hearing the stories of your children growing up and how you and Lindy have raised your children. Kudos to you. Thank you for your great example.
Well, thank you.
But Lindy, this is the first time I got to meet you, so I have questions for you later about John.
I got the scoop. I'll get it.
I get the scoop.
Whatever you're thinking, it's much worse.
It's much worse than that. We've had some great stories from the Fitzsimmons on having your children on and sharing your stories. And I really think that's what Catholic Radio is about. It's about family. This has to be a work of the family. If we're going to rebuild the church, it's going to start with the family. The family is really the cell block, the building block of the church. And as Pope John Paul II, so that as the family goes, so goes the world. So goes the church, so goes the world. And that's what we have to remember. You gentlemen, husbands, wives, your family, that is your number one vocation.
Well, Steve, we've got siblings listening in, so my brother Jeff and Barb are listening, and so is my sister Jean and sister Annie, and we recycle names around.
I think Annie actually might have called in.
Is that Annie?
Yeah.
So I've got an Annie, that sister, and a daughter, Annie, so it's one or the other.
Okay, well, we need the other one, whoever.
Well, your daughter's in the cloister, so she probably doesn't have a phone
But
right now.
Annie's not in the cloister.
Oh, she's not. Okay.
She's in Omaha.
Okay, very good.
So,
You know what else I would like to say?
Jack?
Yeah, when we see people, and even when I hear people talk about their faith, and you just think, oh, their faith is so strong and so great, and mine just isn't. And you shouldn't look at us like people who have this unbelievable faith. In fact, John, he does have a great faith. But he was a totally normal person. He is a totally normal person. He is an awesome husband, but sometimes he's not. I'm just saying. Sometimes I'm not. And so, even though I'm just saying that we're all constantly struggling to be better people. And we have a nun and a priest, but I don't know how that happened. You just struggle and you try to be the best person that you can be. And I was talking to a friend of mine who prays the rosary every time he drives to Omaha now, and he's like, something I don't know what to say, but oh, not me, I don't do it. I only pray when I go to Omaha death. I'm like, most people never pray that rosary, right? And all in all, none of us give ourselves credit for the actual nice faith that we have. And
I think part of it too is you get what you pray for. I think eventually, and it wasn't until very recently that I recall, for a lot of years when the kids were little, I would pray that, dear Lord, send us, sons that are priests and daughters that are religious. And then he's like, you did what? But
it's harder than you think all the time.
But you know what? And I almost forgot about that. So much so that when Jimmy called us up that one day and said, Dad, I think I'm going to be God's called me to be a priest. That I was like, Lord, I don't want this. He had a great, we love his, girlfriend, I was banking on all these grandkids, and that was going to be the next wedding in the family. And I remember I was up in Minneapolis, and I went to a priest for the confession, and I told him the same story. He goes, well, first of all, Danny, this isn't about me.
I remember that story. I remember in the studio here to mention that story. He left his girlfriend, but he was making that leap of faith. It was a difficult decision.
You know, one thing, it's like when we look at this, and it's hard with Mary Kay. We see Jimmy quite a bit, and we actually do talk to Mary with brothers on a regular basis, but they are about two and a half. I mean, all of our children are happy, but they're joyful, and they're joyful all the time.
I think, Lindy, you bring up a great point. I think that's life. Is like we struggle together. We run towards the Lord, slipping and falling and stumbling over our own feet. Sometimes. But what's great about us, and to use a word that Steve likes to say, we're just a bunch of rusty tools trying to do the Lord's work. But we can come together as a family. We've talked about family in this half hour, and help support things like Catholic Radio, so that as we stumble together, we can stumble in the right direction, and we can get the guidance and the feedback that we need to, maybe we're having a tough day, and we, as a parent, and we turn on Dr. Ray, and it's just that one thing we need to hear, or we call into Dr. Ray, and he's like, Lindy, But you're taking away something that you can use to not just be a better parent, but to help your children along in their journey. And that's what I love about Catholic Radio, is we're all in this together. And that's the invitation here too, Steve, is to join this family, to be a part of this struggle as we all stumble together. And you can do that by calling 855-875-5342, 855-875-5342, or go online to SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com and donate there.
And Jack did that. He was coming in with a very nice gift. So Jack, thank you for that gift. And Ann also checking in. And Mike checking in with a nice gift. Thank you so much for that. And also Jim. So I don't think these are all family members, but they're checking in with a gift this hour, calling that number 855-875-5342, or ringing the doorbell, 855-875-5342. Or giving online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. Just 6 minutes to the top of the hour and the end of our pledge drive. Will you help us get to that goal? 855-875-5342.
As you, John, for the past 15 years, you've seen so many lives touched by Catholic Radio. And as you reflect on that, obviously you're still a board member, but you stepped down from chairman. What goes through your mind and heart?
Yeah, it's all God, really. I mean, this is the Lord's work, and it's just we just try not to get in the way, right? But no, it's very gratifying, and it was always surprising. I remember like speaking after mass or something like that, going out to meet with people, and this person could be a big donor, and then they're just like, oh, he's not interested at all, and then the next day. I was shaving, and I was looking at the mirror, and I thought, this sounds crazy, because God never talks to me, and he said, you need to do this. So, I mean, it's just, we come across, with Catholic Radio, we come across things like that all the time, because God wants this to happen.
Well, and Lindy, they say behind every good man is an even better woman. So, talk about the journey over the past 15 years for yourself and your family with this.
Well, I would say I am more grounded realist, and he is more the faith and just both joyful, but I feel like I have to be the one that's grounded. But I think you're for great kids, and I'm sure one of the awesome things about the faith is it is common sense, and it makes your life better. It works, all these things, all the commandments. Those are great rules to live by, whether you have a great faith or whether you just want a great life. It all meshes together, and I really think that is why the faith works.
So, it's kind of funny, because for years it was, hey, honey, let's go do these crazy Catholic things, and she'd be like, you know what, my job right now is just crazy kids, and you can do the crazy Catholic. and then it's kind of funny, it's at times it's like, you're doing too many of these crazy Catholic things, you need to be home once in a while, and that wasn't the only thing I did, obviously. And then, so one day, I hear her say, to one of her friends, you should just turn on Catholic Radio. It's just like, where it was like something that was taking me away from her and family. I was saying to her, hey, this is something we're going to do when you're going to be thinking about doing laundry or whatever else, and why don't you just give that up and listen to what, to this great conversation.
I would say that everybody's in their own place too. When we had COVID, when COVID was around, and Mary Kate and John and Jimmy were all in the house at the same time, oh my goodness, they do morning prayers, they do all the liturgy of the hours, they do the rosary, they do the Bible with each other.
And we had a great campfire.
You want to pray the rosary with me? And I'm like, no, I don't. I've got stuff to do. And so my point is, you don't have to be, a rosary praying Catholic. Just to, get acclimated, get involved, try to run it out of it, and all of it come to you in your own place.
Yeah, another person on the air a little earlier said it's just baby steps. You grow one little step at a time. That's how a baby learns to walk, right? It's just one step at a time. All right, we have a couple of minutes left. I do want to thank you, John and Lindy, for being on with us and for your great support and your great work over the years of Siouxland Catholic Radio.
We enjoy it.
That's good stuff. So, yeah, you're very welcome.
Well, folks, a couple minutes here. Give us a call, 855-875-5342. 855-875-5342. Coming down, wrapping up here, but you don't need to wrap up. We need you to step up and call 855-875-5342. Make this our best day ever on the pledge drive. Yesterday was our best day so far in the last 6 years. We've had a pledge drive here, but this is our last 6 pledge drives. This could be our even best, our bestest.
Our bestest, yes.
Our bestest pledge drive day, as was not good grammar, so standing out there is probably annoying you, so you come in and tell me how to say it. 855-875-5342. Get online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com.
The motto here is, if you change your station, you'll change your life. And I've seen that over and over again in the past 3 days of people who have tuned in to Catholic Radio, Steve, and found that their lives have never been the same. In fact, many of them saying, why didn't I tune in sooner? And so if you're listening out there right now, I want to encourage you to support this radio station, because there are going to be people like maybe you had that experience. Why didn't I tune in sooner? But there are going to be other people who are going to find the station at the right time, because that's when the Holy Spirit is going to inspire them, and they're going to tune in, and their lives are going to be changed as well. And this is an opportunity to help give back. This is a family, and you are called to be a part of that. We are inviting you to be a part of that at 855-875-5342.
855-875-5342 or online at SiouxlandCatholicRadio.com. You are listening to KFHC's Sioux City Ponca, KOIA Storm Lake, channel 88.1 FM, Siouxland Catholic Radio.
Sorry, I had deer in the headlights. I was like,